Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The moment has finally arrived after nearly 6 months of just off-season and waiting for Tier 2 action to kick back up. We're finally back, Beatdown. It's your boy Rafa and Beatdown Boulevard kicking things off for the NACL 2026 Spring Split. Beatdown. First reactions right out the gate. What are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping League of Legends, Mark. I don't know why else I'd be here.
Well, other than League of Legends, what are we looking forward to? Are you excited about the patch? Are you excited about the teams? New players coming
more
in?
More specific questions. Thank you. Don't just leave me high and dry like that. New patch is exciting. Unfortunately, no Shyvana because it's not going to be enabled until the next patch.
Darn.
That's definitely one to be excited about. But otherwise, it's fun to see what these teams are going to be cooking up now that we have had first stand just finish up. We have this new patch with a lot of different features coming through, and I'm really excited to see what kind of tone the teams that we're seeing today are going to set with the champions they pick, the comps they go for.
Yeah, absolutely. The patch changes might be slightly different than what we saw over at first stand. Looking at you, Azir, I know you're gonna bring your golden bird.
He might be back.
The Golden Emperor is definitely back for sure. I think for some reason Riot just kind of nuked him out of first stand, which gave us BLG fans a fighting chance because Knight's still not quite proficient on it. But enough of that. For anyone that is new to the NACL or at least new to the format, we've got a great video to break it all down for you this split. 5 players, 1 dream, and everything to prove. Welcome back to the NACL. The 2026 Spring Split is here. This is where North America's most ambitious carve their path to LCS. It starts with a single round-robin best-of-3 regular season format. The top 6 advance to playoffs. The bottom 2 must defend their spots in the NACL promotion tournament against the best of the open qualifiers. Playoffs are double elimination with a mix of best-of-3 and best-of-5 series. Finish top 2 to become a summer draft captain and choose exactly who you face in the next split. Fearless Draft is back, and with the addition of first selection, teams now have one more critical variable to find their winning edge. Anyone can chase a dream. Only the relentless will earn it. The road to LCS starts here. NACL 2026 Spring Split, March 26. Five players and 1 dream, and that dream is to play on the LCS stage. And for all the players before then Danny at some point as well. And for top lane, this is an interesting time for Denethor because Zamudo is back in the top lane pool.
Yeah.
Sniper is back in the top lane pool.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of exciting rookie /
big dogs.
sophomore top lane prospects, but I feel like this could be the year where Denethor finally breaks his way through in contending with the top half, if not top 3 of the top lane pool, because not only top lane overall competitive pool has shifted around in community sentiment, but also power level, but also beatdown. This is a top lane meta. This is where the carry tops are back, and when we think of Denethor and the OG days of Camille and Gnar, this is his time to shine.
Yeah, we'll see if he'll be able to do so. I mean, gotta give some credit over to Denethor. I think he's been trending upwards, even if slightly over these last couple of years he's been in the NACL. He has been an exciting player to watch play and grow. And yeah, this could be that year for him to really take that next step and be in that top lane conversation with those players you mentioned, like Sniper, Ludo, and the like.
Exactly, and only time will tell with how both of those players, as well as the rest of Winthrop University's prospects, kind of scale out. But first, before we get ahead of our Winthrop and CCG best of 3, we have our interview with Tails ready and locked in, ready to go. Let's go ahead and welcome Tails to the stream officially. Hello, Tails. Hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Doing well. First off, right before the season even begins, this is Zach's official NACL debut. So for you as a coach, what are you expecting and hoping to see out of him individually, as well as not just as an individual player, but what he will bring to Winthrop for his role?
Been on and off the roster, and last semester in the fall we kind of tried running both mids and see who we want to run with, and Zach really stood out. He's been working hard, and I think he'll surprise a lot of people, so we're excited to have him back, and he's the mid laner we're looking for, so happy to have him.
I'm very curious about the kind of, I don't want to say like mentality. Like, I know you guys, you work hard, you put your all into whatever you guys are doing. But I'm curious because sometimes collegiate teams talk about, how important NACL is versus CLOL. So I'm really interested on hearing from you. Like, is NACL like your big focus? Like, as a team, do you care about both? Are you trying to do it all? What's the angle here for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think all the guys here really want to compete, and whether we're competing in CLOL or NACL, we want to just play our best. And like you said, we're working hard, and we're optimistic this season. I think last year we did okay in spring, and then we kind of faltered short in summer. We really didn't end up where we wanted to be. So I think they've kind of got that target this year going forward, and we're really looking forward to winning CLOL and NACL.
Going to the community sentiment and scaling outwards, Tails, I've seen a lot of tier lists, and everyone has you all over the place, especially with considering you guys have made crazy upsets in the past in 2025, and with new additions, some people have you guys towards the lower end of the teams here in NACL. What is your reaction to the variance, and where do you see yourselves? You can be honest, or you can be like as hyped up, and I understand this is like one of those questions was like, well, of course we're number one, but if you are able to be transparent, it'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, whatever team I'm on, I always think we can win. I'm always competing, and telling my team that we should strive for number one. We should work on being good teammates, work on finding solutions to problems, focused on the real variables and the things in the game that make sense, like regarding math, things like this. So I think at the end of the day, people can put us high, low. We're probably around the middle of the pack starting off, but I'm optimistic that over the season and over the course of how hard we've been working and how well we've been doing, that we'll eventually rise up to where we want to be.
So I want to bring a focus, Tails, to the roster a little more and focus on the one new addition that I think is personally most exciting is the bring back of Kim Down. Can you talk a little bit about the process of acquiring him as a player, especially because he hasn't been playing too much in Tier 2 as of late, and what you feel he brings to this roster and the value you're hoping to get from him?
Yeah, I mean, Kim, he's very stable player, and he's very calm and collected. He brings a good voice when we need him to be, and he's been working well with mobility. So we're really happy to have him. He's hit rank 1 earlier in this season, and he's got 2 accounts and 2,000 LP. I mean, obviously this season the LP it's a bit inflated, but it's really nice to see hard workers and the people who are so passionate come in. It kind of elevates everyone else to kind of rise to that level. So we're excited to have him, and we're really lucky to be playing with him.
Awesome to hear, Tails. Before we let you go, is there any other last shout outs you would like to give?
Yeah, shout out to all our competitors in the NACL because we're going to be taking them down this season. So, good luck to them.
The Eagles are taking flight from Rock Hill, South Carolina. Better watch out, the rest of you teams. Tails, again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rest of the teams, watch out. Hey, listen. As we said before, Beatdown, Winthrop are no strangers to upsetting the top of the tables in their competition. And I think one of the coolest narratives about Winthrop University last year was they were the team that was playing the most League of Legends in North America for spring 2025 because of all the collegiate circuits they were in, plus the official CLOL championship by Riot, then NACL on top of it. And these guys insanely had an insane level up towards the end of the regular season, and we saw it reflected in the performance in their playoffs. But here is the official standings so far, and all of the 10 teams for our spring split of NACL 2026. A lot of familiar names from last year are going to be like Citadel, CCG, Blue Otter, Conviction, Dorado. Dorado and Apex Mission Impossible have made their at least return. Dorado from summer 2025 and Apex Mission Impossible, who did play in spring of 2025, then got relegated, but has made their way back here in spring 2026 Beatdown.
Yeah, that's right. And some names a little bit altered. Fortunately, no more Dragonsteel connection there with Maryville University. The Dragonsteel fan, that makes me very sad. But of course, we got some return in some of the great players that have come through on that roster. Otherwise, the big new faces are going to be some of the new players, either players who have taken a break from competing or the rookies that we were highlighting in the pre-show. It's going to be really exciting to see how these standings actually shape out as we go throughout the split.
Yeah, and I think the biggest name that we saw on that roster for any LCS only fans or mostly adjacent LCS fans is the return of the Energy brand here in Tier 2, who effectively took over the Dark Zero spot, if I'm not mistaken. So
I believe you're right.
It's going to be awesome. But here we go. Looking forward into our first best of 3 for today's kickoff. CCG taking on Winthrop. Our face-to-face matchup presented by Phillips Norelco One Blade is Fiji versus Denethor. And I think this matchup is so exciting because, as you highlighted, Beatdown, the fact that this is a top lane carry meta, and it has all the agency and the potential that we have not really seen from top lane in many years. Fiji is the opposite of that, just based off of what we have seen his come up to be. He loves being the weak side king. He loves being the tank player. But Denethor, if he gets red side, that can set him up to pull out some of his classic counter picks, if not just some of even the more standard meta carries that are dominating the top lane meta today.
Yeah, and I think it's also a really good kind of test for Fiji. And Denethor, a player who's been pretty stable these last couple of years, and a player we were just earlier highlighting, is this going to be that year for him? But I think if you're a rookie top laner, especially in a meta like this, I think Denethor is a matchup where you can get a pretty good idea of where you're at compared to the rest of the league. It'll be a really good introduction there for Fiji into the NACL, and really interested to see what he's going to pull out, how he's going to perform.
Well, I've got 2 words for you. Pick a tank.
Oh.
Actually, that's 3 words. Never mind.
That's 3 words. You lied.
That's like the Hercules moment where Philatides goes, "I am retired," and Hercules is like, "That's 3 words, not 2 words." But you know, it is what it is. Sometimes we can't do math live, and that's why we just talk. We don't do the numbers. Yeah. True. So true, bestie. Looking forward, though, I want to look at the rest of the map because for this top lane overall perspective is favored to be the meta, and for like carry top laners to be excelling in this landscape. The junglers are just as important to setting that up for success. And when you look at Dardoch versus Wilson, Dardoch has perennially been one of our top 3 junglers here in the ecosystem. He has yet to break it open and be definitively the number 1 jungler here in tier 2, but he is always on the conversation regardless of the team he is in, and he does an insane amount of workload and heavy lifting in elevating his team up higher than where people might normally rank them.
100%. And also worth noting, he is willing to play less popular champions if he feels the situation is right.
Yeah.
He was the only one in the league playing Mundo Jungle when before it was actually a little bit more of a popular and more powerful pick, and he was able to play it to great success as well. And I think that kind of flexibility is where he was able to get a lot of wins, either when he was playing on CCG or, of course, when he was playing for Supernova and Split 2.
Yeah. And on the other side, Wilson is a jungler who has been, I don't want to say a known quantity, but people have kind of understood that he is a solid jungler, hasn't been able to necessarily break into the top half of the conversation consistently, but this is still such an important matchup where Wilson loves to play super aggressive junglers and tries to get into the face of his opponents. And if you want to set up top lane for success, like Denethor, whereas Dardoch, if their playstyle is, we're going to let Fiji stay solid on the top side and put more of our resources towards the bottom side of the map, I think this incentivizes Wilson to try and strive for things like the Pantheon, skirmishers that can easily dive the top side of the map, try and put Fiji behind, giving Denethor that lead, and break open the map through that side of the map.
Yeah, it really makes me think that Pantheon is going to be a pretty impactful champion, and champs like him just because that ability to impact other lanes early on, and of course post level 6. You got to imagine if Wilson gets his hands on something like that, he may be able to influence that top side in a very meaningful way, and put Fiji to the test to see if he can hang.
This is usually a really cool moment for rookies, or at least players making their NACL debut, to really test their stuff. And because it is a best of 3, if the first game doesn't go your way, you just got to pick yourself up by the bootstraps and give it another go going into game numero 2. Now, things to discuss for the draft as we should be loading in very, very soon. Beatdown. We already talked a lot about how the meta should look very similar to what we saw at first stand if you were watching the international tournament over there in Sao Paulo, Brazil. All the skirmishers are pretty much still the same in high priority. Azir should be back, though, because it seems like he was nerfed just in time for first stand. Didn't get seen that much, or didn't get seen to much success, but I imagine that he will be a contested mid laner for both Aojun and Zach here in today's matchup, other than all the normal control mages like Ryze and Orianna that are still hitting the table. What I'm curious about, Beatdown, is what happens after the first 2 games, or game 1, and if all the other skirmishers are banned, because you already mentioned it before. Dardoch loves to get creative with the jungle sauce. And while I'm not saying that Wilson can't also do the same, I think Dardoch's recent competitive performances shows that he is more likely to break the mold and try and look into different angles here versus what we've been seeing internationally.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And now that we are moving to best of 3s as well, or playing best of 3s, it is going to be really interesting to see how those game 3s do play out. Because, of course, if we talk about that jungle pool, there's only those first couple of champions that are like immediate staples, your Vi, Pantheon, Xin Zhao. I know you like the Jarvan as well, who I think is also very good. But then once we get to that game 3 scenario, few junglers are out of the picture, things are banned. We might have to get creative very soon.
Here we go, beatdown. First draft phase of NACL 2026. Let's just bask in that moment.
Just
We're here. We've
breathe
made
it in.
Woo! Now we get to talk about League of Legends as they happen on the screen. As you mentioned, Jarvan is going to be one of the bans from CCG side. Nico and Mbessa still high priority bans as well, since Nico still has been, even in an Enchantress dominated meta, Nico still reigns as one of the most terrifying supports to deal with from her engage potential and her laning prowess, and Mbessa jungle top flex, whereas Winthrop are just trying to snipe all the control mages from Aljun.
Yeah, they are. Wow. They are targeting him. Already he's going to feel a little bit of limitations in what he's going to be able to play. Still things like the Rise. I know he's played the Akali and things like that. And wow, no Nico, no Orianna. Dardoch, he's still going to go ahead and slam the Nocturne. First pick.
This is quite interesting beatdown because this is already leading into the expectations we set up for Dardoch, how he is willing to break the mold. Nocturne first pick was definitely not on my bingo card list, as I thought Pantheon was going to be heavily contested, but one of Pantheon's biggest strengths is that global ultimate. Nocturne, great counter. Paranoia, turn out the lights. Then it's harder for you to react to as the Pantheon trying to go for those plays. Corki Nami for the lane prowess here, CCG. This is a solid opener from the blue side.
Yeah, I like that call out too, to just try and get ahead of that potential counter by first picking that Pantheon. I think that's even part of the reason you're seeing Winthrop probably opt to not pick jungle in first rotation at all. Of course, the Ezreal Karma to give yourself that mobility, that sustain to hopefully survive that initial engage. And of course, Denethor's, very famous Gnar, one of his most comfortable champions, something he has the most time on, I think, besides Camille. Is it going to be a good way to use those Mega Gnar timings to be able to try and dissuade engages as well as start them?
And I like how Winthrop is protecting Denethor's pick here, because this is technically a blind Gnar. They're taking away Yorick. That's something that we forgot to mention. Fiji also has a nasty Yorick as well. That matchup in particular can be devastating for Gnar. I'm curious if they're going to try and get rid of either the Scion and just respect the fact that that is still a very powerful tank to have and a reliable front line, since you don't have a front line for CCG at the moment with Nami and Nocturne, but they're going to take away the Taliyah instead, just continuing to limit Aljun's effective champion for this first game.
Yeah, they are really throwing a lot at the mid of CCG, so he's going to have to dig a little deeper than usual. Still worth noting, I think something like the Ahri is available. We did mention Rise is still up as well, so they could go a couple of routes here with that one, but instead, Zach's going to play that one right away. So we could see that Ahri response from Aljun. And it's going to end up being Wilson saving his jungle until that very last pick. They want to hide that as long as possible.
I would be very curious if
That's Ahri.
Wilson doesn't end up slamming Vi in R5, which I know feels
if we
like
blind our solo lanes to R5 Vi, I'm gonna be pretty pissed.
Listen, I'm totally with you there, but unless there's like an insane angle for something else, I don't see it happening. And sometimes that's just the case where you want it. Vi could have been selected maybe on R4. No way. No way.
Oh. What? Dude, it's the first cast of the year, Mark. We got baited by a hover.
We got baited. Yeah, we can't get baited by the hover. But here's what I'll say.
Right.
I think when Rise is heavily contested, even if Vi is open, you don't have to pick the Vi right away. You would rather secure the Rise before CCG got it for themselves. So I can understand if they end up dropping Vi until here, even though it's not nearly as exciting. But if Wilson says, you know what, I have some special sauce cooking up.
He has to play something. Oh, whatever, man.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
probably so they could prioritize the Rise, but like, I don't know. It's kind of lame, and this is pretty tough.
I'm with
putting
you.
a lot of pressure on the top side there of Winthrop to basically be that entire engage, because of course you're running Karma in the support. No real engage potential there. It is just about the shielding and the speeding. So a lot of pressure on Denethor and Wilson to get these engages done well, to be able to set up Winthrop's ability to fight.
So now my question beatdown is, when I look at these two compositions, you have anytime when we're looking at things like Rise, you always will favor kind of the scaling factor as a late game insurance policy for this team. I think this overall Winthrop has really strong side lanes, and you have ways to try and accelerate that once Vi has level 6 to you guarantee immediate setup. Over on CCG side, though, you have to be really careful on that mid-game spike when Nocturne starts to terrorize the map. And if he and Aljun, who we know have of last year, either if Dardoch is always hovering on whatever side lane Aljun is playing on, that is going to be so terrifying for Winthrop to deal with. And I'm curious how well Fiji is going to handle himself now that he has been will need to have
For sure.
from the way that it was hyped up to us, Fiji is like insane, like monstrously insane on Scion. But here we go. We have loaded in for game number 1 of NACL Spring 2026 with CCG against Winthrop.
Go off. I think immediate thing worth noting, especially because we're seeing Fiji Scion, a champ that we were just highlighting, is very focusing on. Winthrop, you know, if they aren't able to get ahead, or even if they fall behind, I kind of worry about their ability to deal damage to a Scion who really gets to level 20 at some point, and Wilson is probably not going to get to level 2 when he expected. Oh, and I like this too. He's immediately just going to go cover his own red while dropping a ward. Didn't even get a gank in transition.
Yeah. I mean, the unfortunate thing for Wilson there, we talked about it before, Vi, not a great level 1 skirmisher. And even if Nocturne necessarily isn't super amazing, he's better at it than Vi. And he tactfully goes for the Raptors, which is an easier camp to start. Wilson, I guess, was unsure of whether he wanted to contest the Raptors or just stick to the red buff, or if he would have had enough time to finish the red buff before Dardoch went over. But Dardoch ends up not only getting the best of both scenarios, and Wilson now heavily behind, or not necessarily super heavily behind on tempo, but just kind of pushed over to the bottom side of the map. And this means that Dardoch is insanely happy with how the game state is, since he is ahead of the pace and he has effectively wasted Wilson's time.
Yeah, I would honestly say Wilson is a good bit behind just because of that. He still only has 2 camps left, but there is really no option for him to go for an invade. Otherwise, he risks that same kind of issue here. Hey, Dardoch, his angle's either to reset or just continue finishing his clear, and it's looking like he's going for the latter as well. You got to imagine he wants to go for that quick reset, because Nocturne, I mean, yeah, Skirmish is better than Vi early on, but not very many other champions. So the hope is to get that first purchase and get some of that power going, so you'll be able to skirmish going forward.
We'll see if Wilson can find anything early on. Not necessarily impossible to make it happen. You do have decent setup in both of your solo lanes, especially if Denethor is in mega form, but if it's a race to level 6 for both Dardoch and Wilson before they start kicking things off, then definitely going to be favoring Dardoch just of how well he was able to manage that first level 1 invade. Raptor respawns are coming up, though. Wilson is going to be the first one there, so Dardoch does not have a chance to contest for it. He is just overall getting as many camps as he can on this first rotation, but he will have overall a larger stat buy on his redeploy.
Yeah, so there's a timer here for Wilson to see if he wants to try something after he collects his Raptors. At the moment, his lanes are all pushing, so I don't think he can really do much other than try and go for that Raptor respawn there of Dardoch's, which he is calling out for, he is pinging. Does look like they are aware of it on the side of CCG, but you can see Wilson's getting there first, so that might be a way for him to at least get something back for what he lost early on.
It's good vision from Winthrop University. Wilson, does he have the smite? 800, 700. Oh, Dardoch clean with the smite.
Wow.
And Zach, even though Aljun is effectively chunked out, cannot help pressure Dardoch alongside Wilson effectively. They're able to push him out of the jungle for now, and the rest of the bottom lane does collapse as well, but Dardoch got his camp at the end of the day, and they're not going to stay to pressure him off the Krugs.
I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of time was spent there, and a lot of movement came through for absolutely nothing to be accomplished for Winthrop. So you're right, Mark. Dardoch's happy with that. He's just going to go ahead and walk away, do his Krugs, because he's just no longer under any real threat. So works out for CCG to dodge out on some of that pressure Winthrop applying, but you got to imagine, pushing lanes, they're going to keep trying to do stuff like that, especially before Dardoch gets level 6. It'll be soon.
Needs at least 2 or 3 camps, I think, to get there.
I would say 3. But
yeah,
probably not until his camp boost. Oh!
Him down insanely low on HP, but the wave is massive on Winthrop's side, so only 35, and Cody Sun can't do much to push them back off of it. Be a small base reset here. Dragon has already spawned here at the 5-minute mark, but as we have seen, dragons haven't necessarily been a huge priority for teams to rip it right off the get-go unless you are just absolutely winning everything.
Yeah.
Camp respawns, especially these chickens, have been the #1 priority for junglers in this day and age.
That's right. You can even see Dardoch checking, getting the timer while going towards his next clear of the Gromp. But overall, things have been slowing down a bit. Now ultimates are starting to come online. You got to imagine we're going to see a little more skirmishing come through, especially when those grubs respawn in a couple more minutes. And I like that Kim Down is in the area. Not quite the engaged support meta that we are used to seeing this last little while, but still, as Karma or as Nami, you can still make something happen if someone oversteps.
It is Karma for all the engaged supports who have dominated the meta for so long, and now we are seemingly back in 2017 where it's not Art and Censor terror days, but it is Enchanter reigning supreme right now. Potential skirmish on this bottom side river. Dardoch is going to safely take his Raptor respawn once again. He might hit level 6 right here. If they flip this fight mid lane, it would be disastrous for Winthrop, but Wilson not going to go for it.
Yeah.
Might have read that, hey, you know what? If Paranoia is available, this is a bad play.
Yeah, and unless Wilson has ult, there's just no world, unless Ao Jun griefs it, that play is really going to work. So wisely backing off, going back to his clear, especially because you said it, Dardoch 6. Wilson needs to get there as well, just to make sure he's ready for whatever skirmish may come through. Maybe that second scuttle respawn there on the top side of the map. Either way, looking like it's going to end up being a dragon angle. Winthrop University just prioritizing this break. It is uncontested, so it's an easy time. Unless
Winthrop is first on this pit, but Dardoch might try and look for an angle to play for, retake after, and the pressure alone, without popping any spells, prompts Zach to just pop the Realm Warp and say, let's not give them an angle. And honestly, that is a small win that CCG can still take and now try to pressure the top side of the map here.
Yes, agreed. And speaking of pressure, ooh, he has to flash. But yeah, it is something to get that Realm Warp out of Zach. But overall, I think you're happy to spend that as Winthrop University to get that dragon with no casualties.
Yeah.
Now, Drake stacking, something that they could be playing towards in these next couple of minutes. It will cost them all 3 grubs. It does take them pretty quickly, and I don't see an angle where Winthrop wants to fight right now.
Yeah. Definitely not if they are down that Rise Realm Warp and needed to regain mid-control. But because Dardoch is on the top side of the map, there's an angle for Wilson to try and pressure the bot side of the map. Cody Sun and only 35 do not give them an angle at the cost of a few more minions dying under the tower. CCG playing pretty respectfully to wherever Wilson is on Summoner's Rift here. Looking for a red buff steal at the moment.
Only 35. I think he's going to spot it out with that ward drop. He's going to make his team aware of that position. But overall, it's just the red buff taken, no play being made. Well, naturally, see that lead building in the bot lane for mobility and Kim down. I think it's Cody Sun. You're playing something like the Corki. Being 10 CS down at this point isn't the worst. Got to make sure it doesn't get much higher than that, and you can just continue trying to reach those breakpoints and get stacks on your phone. Yeah. Yeah, otherwise, you're seeing a lot of vision pressure on the bottom side of the map there from Winthrop, riddled with wards both in the river and in CCG's blue side jungle. Really big for them just because they got that first Drake. They want to continue prioritizing this and build towards the soul. I mean, it's something we often see them go for in years past, and PG, we're going to go for him. Nice. Yeah, and I like that time they spent just making sure Ion passive can't get a single minion, so it does guarantee that minion should die under the turret, as Fiji doesn't have that teleport yet. So I'm going to deny some gold from him, allow Denethor to pick up some for himself, and allow this small lead Winthrop is going to just continue accruing, especially for Denethor on this Gnar that he's very comfortable and competent on. Getting this bit of a gold advantage will make him more impactful in these team fights. Oh, Wilson. Wow. I will say, I actually think that was a little over-aggressive from Dardoch. Charm was what secured the kill onto Wilson. There's no way that Paranoia turns into a kill. I would think they'd want to hold that as they set up for the next break. But now that's a pretty big tool CCG won't have in their tool belt. Actually, 3 of them when you consider the Spirit Rush and the Tidal Wave, of course. So I mean, with that in mind, Winthrop, despite a bit of a loss there, they should have a pretty easy time securing this Drake. So right now, I think that's pretty much the angle. Winthrop University, they have had that securing of vision on that bottom side of the map. You got to imagine, with the lack of resources, CCG are just going to let that one go. Dardoch's going to continue power farming and try to just increase and continue increasing this lead he has over Wilson. 20 CS at the moment, and I have a feeling it's only going to increase with time. Right now, Dragon secured. 2 more until Winthrop get the soul. It is going to be a Chemtech soul, which feels like a little bit of a low roll during the pressure and the amount of effort Winthrop putting into securing this dragon. But a buff is a buff, so at least it is something. And Mark, what do you think?
smooth beatdown.
Thank you.
Smoothing out some technical issues.
Smooth like gravel.
But, oh well, you know, this always feels like
including our PCs.
Well, yeah, PC's very nervous. It's like,
yes.
Oh my gosh, we're being used again. We're
It's been
broadcasting
6 months.
again.
Oh my God.
It's been 6 months. How do
kind of nervous.
Finger pointing emoji.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite yet at the 15-minute mark before the turf plates do drop, but we're just halfway point normally of the game where we start hitting that first item break point for a lot of these champions. Dardoch was thinking about an engage there on the top side. At least just looking for pressure right now. Rift Herald will be spawning in under a minute's time. 3rd dragon of the game, for another 3.5 minutes. As you called out, beatdown. The dragon stacking is going the way of the Eagles so far, and CCG at some point are going to have to decide whether they want to contest Winthrop on that 3rd or 4th dragon.
It really depends for me whether or not Cody's son is going to have that 2nd item built up. If he has access to that Muramana, then I think we could see an angle where CCG tries to force a play. We've already seen Dardoch and Aojun syncing up really nicely for some of these early skirmishes. You got to imagine they get one nice pick up in a team fight, especially getting someone like Zach or Mobility. That is a one fight, basically instantly.
Aojun might be caught here.
Oh!
In place. and does go down. Might be a turnaround from CCG looking for a counterplay. Mobility just dashed in. That might have been a little too bold. Tries to get to the wall, flashes to the safety of Wilson on the left side. Mobility now behind enemy lines, or his own team's lines. So he is escorted out safely. CCG cannot press the play forward, but Mobility now has no summoner spells.
Yeah, Winthrop also, though, forced to back off of the Rift Herald, not feeling confident in their ability to fight. Key members were chunked out. Dardoch still has some of the heals from the ebb and flow from only 35 as well, so it actually is going to be that objective win still for CCG. To be able to unlock that Herald could give them a pretty good opportunity to set up that third dragon and halt the strike stacking that Winthrop's going for.
Might be able to regain some map control that has been desperately needed. That will lead into what you talked about in trying to stop Winthrop from easily stacking up these Drakes. I don't think we're going to be hitting second items soon enough from anyone in particular, although Zach with his 2 kills is pretty darn close.
Right. That 2-item mark is going to be really important for any players on both sides of the Rift here today, Mark. So really, I think that's going to be a big factor for that third Drake. Of course, the Herald, again, that CCG have secured will also be a positive factor for them. Right now, things are slowing down a little bit more, and I think we won't see too much action until we see that Drake spawn in about 50 seconds here. So that's really where my eye is. If we're just looking at power, I think we're honestly pretty even across the board. Even the gold lead is only 500 in CCG's favor. So it really is just going to come down to that execution. CCG, of course, so much is on Dardoch and Aojun to find that initial play with the use of their ultimates and that movement. That charm lands. CCG have a good fight.
Is Cody's son... Oh, okay. Never punished.
Never
Cody's son with the Rift Herald charge. You can see that Wilson was ready to try and at least punish, but does not land the Vault Breaker. And no summoner spells were needed to be burned there. CCG now move into the bot side river, having most control of this entrance from the mid lane, but there are wards scattered throughout the entirety of CCG's red side jungle from Winthrop's side. Denethor is pushing on top. And he's getting a lot more gold for himself while Fiji is forced to stand guard here with the rest of CCG.
Honestly, I really like the decision from Winthrop University. Already getting pushed out of their own jungle, not in a position to really get the fight that they want for this Drake. So instead, they make the call to keep Denethor topside, keep on splitting. This Gnar is getting absolutely huge. We talked about it. This could be Denethor's year. This is the year of top lane in general with these quest changes. So with all this gold Denethor is stacking, he is going to be a monumental threat in these team fights later. The thing is, Mark, he has to be there. He hasn't been part of anything so far.
Denethor does have TP, but Dardoch turns out the lights, so he can't TP just yet, but he was able to channel it just before the ultimate went off. Zach gets shut down by Aojun, but it did come at the cost of his jungler falling. Is able to make his retreat before Denethor can get into the fray. You can see that the setup there from Winthrop, they had it planned beat down. They knew that Denethor was pushing out that top side early, and then because Fiji had to respond to it, that was their window and make that big play.
You gotta give some credit, though, to Dardoch and Aojun for being able to turn that into a 1-for-1. Even pulling the teleport for Denethor makes me think that, overall, I would call that positive for CCG. It took the attention of so much of Winthrop to make that play, and it cost quite a few resources, and you actually gave an opportunity for Fiji to farm unencumbered by Denethor. It was actually a big CS lead that Denethor had, and now it's actually been reduced quite a bit. Of course, Denethor is farming right now, but I still think overall CCG pretty happy with how that turned out.
I think the best case scenario for Winthrop is if Denethor is able to find an even bigger flank while in mega form, and you just win effectively the game right then and there, spiraling into a massive gold snowball. Greatly. The game is still for either of these two teams. It's only 1,000 gold advantage from Winthrop, and the dragon stacking was stopped, so Soul ain't coming for at least 10 or more minutes.
Yeah, and I'd be honestly at this point, I mean, with how slow the game is going, I was gonna say we won't get there, but we probably will. Getting really close to our marksmen getting their second items, and I think that's really when these fights are gonna break out. Mark, Mana for both sides.
They're engaging on a Dardock.
Oh, so dead.
Instantly pop. The full 5-man death squad from the Eagles take flight and instantly sink their talons into Dardock. No chance for any type of counterplay there. What can they do with it? Baron is up. Dragon isn't for another 2.5 minutes. Oh no, Fiji! Well, he's gonna go and take Winthrop for a ride and see how much time he can stall, but he is definitely not getting out of this one alive.
Unless, no, yeah, he's he's for sure, he's for sure done.
My God, he's surrounded by 3.
No. Okay, but if he gets the wave, Mark.
Oh, worth, 100% worth. Proxy that thing. Yeah, go.
Yeah.
Bam, bam.
Get him. You know what, for a Scion player, just business. Jokes aside, really nice play there from Winthrop. Something we've seen them do quite often these last couple of years, where they will play the map often, more often than not. But there are moments where they will give up pressure elsewhere, move as 5, try and see if they can catch somebody off guard, catch them lacking. And they caught Dardock. It got them a pretty good opportunity to get a second kill. And it was just a much-needed injection of gold, swinging things back into their favor by about 2,000. When it doesn't work, it feels pretty bad for the time used, but when it works, Mark, it feels great.
Yeah. If you are going to overload with all 5 of your members there, the play has to be fast and swift. You got to be able to get in and get out and resume map play so that your opponents are not getting too many resources in return. And on that play in particular, compared to the one where we saw where Denethor TP'd, that was a much better execution and a higher reward gain for the Eagles. It's still potentially possible for CCG to come back in this game. The gold lead isn't that disastrous to overcome, but now effectively staring at the face of 2-item power spikes for a majority of these players from Winthrop. If this next fight goes sour, that's barren in my eyes for Winthrop.
That's right. I think really for either team, I think both will take it at a decent pace, especially with Cody Sun on the Corki. A lot of DPS available when it comes to taking objectives. Rise is no slouch himself on the other side, so it is really this careful dance where one bad fight could really just lead to the collapse of your entire game, Mark. What these two teams are slowly trying to inch towards for their opponents. With Dragon coming up, that is going to be our next focus. And with that in mind, Wilson getting that first bit of pressure showing up in the river is pretty good here. Get themselves a little space.
Double control wards in that mid lane river brush, taken out by CCG. Wilson running up the fist. Not going to connect it onto anyone with the Vol Breaker. CCG are the first ones back into the river once again, but look, it's the same play. Denethor pressuring on the top side of the map and making CCG really have to answer. How fast are you willing to burn this dragon or answer me on the side lane? Denethor might just be able to take that tier 2 turret before they even finish.
Honestly, again, a really great call in my opinion from Winthrop. Honestly, again, Chemtech Soul, really not a big deal. And not only that, even from this point on, it's 10 minutes at the minimum before anybody can actually fight for that soul. They're here covering Denethor. He's hit level 16. He must be sitting on a good amount of gold. He's getting close to that third item. I'm telling you, he is going to be monstrous in these team fights as soon as he gets there. So I like how Winthrop are setting him up for success in this game. And just wisely playing the map so that he can collect as much gold as possible.
He is close to a 2-level lead on this Scion, or on this Gnar against the Scion now in the side lane because of how many times CCG have been forced to pull Fiji over to these objectives. And the fact that Winthrop got that early investment into the 2 dragons is, like you said, beatdown. Chemtech Soul doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but that overall soul pressure has forced CCG to stop Winthrop from stacking, and they've leveraged it beautifully into more map control with these turrets.
Yeah, I will say the one benefit to stacking Chemtech Drakes, of course, is the individual ones. I don't believe they've changed it, where it gives you more healing and shielding power. So feels really good when you have a Nami on the team. Otherwise, I still like what Winthrop are going for right now. They've gotten themselves up to that 4,000 gold lead, and I'm just kind of expecting now at this point, once we see that third item come through from Denethor, Winthrop will likely feel strong enough that they can try and start pressuring this Baron. We're at this point in the game where Denethor is very strong, approaching level 18 very soon. Is way ahead of GG, and is just in a point where if you can get CCG to come into you with that Mega Gnar timing, I think Denethor just clears.
I think I'm gonna agree with you, Beatdown. I don't know how you stop this Gnar at this point, unless you bring a lot of people. Which,
or unplug his keyboard.
Cody-san fading to the bottom side of the map, this is an interesting look here from CCG. Winthrop trying to play for the red buff. Dardoch would love if he doesn't have to give that up, but because numbers... Actually, they don't even have numbers here. Rise is on the other side of the map, but Winthrop is able to get in and get out with a quick little prize. And it's just further gold bleeding. And just like this, it seemed like it was only 3 minutes ago. The gold lead was only 2,000. But now it is ballooned to 4.3 thousand just off of all the successful turret takes that Winthrop have made.
Yeah, and I will say, too, the effectiveness of CCG's comp is diminishing in some ways when you think about Zach sitting on the Seekers. If they make him use it now, it would be good, but he's just going to be able to walk out with the Ghost, the Phase Rush, and honestly, not too big a loss. That would have been a huge pick for CCG, so I like the angle, but Zach is too quick.
Yeah. You can tell that CCG are realizing, guys, we need to start just making quick plays and upping our volatility a little bit because we're getting bled out across the entire map and they're not really giving us any safe angles. Aljun, oh, nice flash by Zach to dodge the charm. Would have stopped the Realm Warp from continuing the channel. He gets out. Is there any fast plays that CCG can make on the bottom side? Doesn't look like it.
No, not at the moment. I mean, the only real downside or big side thing there for Aljun is, I mean, trading ults with Rise is definitely worth it, especially when you're the one who has Malignance and your ult is Spirit Rush. Not only that, Zach did have to flash to live, so that will limit his survivability a little bit. He does have access to the stasis, but this could still set him up as a potential target in these next couple of minutes. And CCG, who have to try and get on top of somebody soon to make something happen, something that they need to be considering before that flash return.
Very true. Big fan of Cody-san picking up the Serpent's Fang. Anytime you are playing against Karma, someone's got to pick it up. Otherwise, those Mantra Inspire Shields are just too damn powerful to deal with. And it just really cuts down on all of the bursts that you're trying to effectively get down, or even the poke. Only 35, steps up for a brief moment. Escorted by the rest of CCG, taking a lot of poke on the way out, though.
Yeah, and look at what's happening topside. Wilson and Zach moving in there together, allowing Wilson to steal away a little bit of farm and allow Zach to farm uninhibited as well. Just slowly chipping away the resources of CCG, advancing their gold lead even further and getting control of this crucial top side of the map, setting up vision. They can make a play for this Baron. Now you're forcing the face check. CG, 2.5, 2 2/3 of an item is pretty tanky with the amount of poke you have in the range. Even he may struggle a little bit to face check.
Thankfully, he's got more than 5k HP in the bank, so he can take a lot. CCG are going to have to rely on that heavily. Aljun might be in trouble, forced to use the Spirit Rush. Wilson, Vault Breakers back over the wall. Aljun, all charges have now been expended. Winthrop have full control for the first time in 10 minutes of this bottom riverside. Seems like they should be able to secure the Dragon without any effective contest.
Gotta give credit to Winthrop. They've been playing the map really nicely so far this game. I really like the decisions they've been making, especially sacking the Dragons when they're not really a guaranteed play for them, and just sticking to the guaranteed goal. Now that they're in a position to take what they want, they go right back to the Drake stacking, and now are at that soul point. I mean, the longer this game goes, it feels the more favorable things are for Winthrop, especially now that Denethor has that Sterix gauge. He's impossible to deal with when he's in that Mega Gnar form. Even now, not at all afraid of the turret shots and the damage he's taking, especially with Wilson here. I mean, I was going to say, it's not anything, guys. Let's be real.
I will say, when Denethor is 3.5 items and effectively an item ahead of Fiji and still can't effectively put a dent in his health bar, I don't want to say it's like a sign of concern, but it just goes to show how powerful Fiji has still become despite being the target of a couple of kills and being set behind somewhat in the matchup. Sending it onto Denethor's Mini-Gnar form doesn't connect the Unstoppable Onslaught. He just sidesteps it. Sidesteps also the Decimating Smash.
Yeah.
Good movement by the Mini-Gnar there.
Yeah, I think right now, Fiji still does have that opportunity to have that impact. Just got to see how he actually plays things out in these team fights. We haven't really seen a full-on 5v5 just yet. You know, as a Scion, there's still a lot of opportunity for him to be able to have impact for his team. He needs to be eating up a lot of the poke and damage that Winthrop University are throwing at him. You said it, Mark. He's tanky, despite how the early mid-game went for him. So
they're sending it. They caught Wilson. He forced a flash over the wall. Can Dardoch pop the Paranoia? Needs vision first. Doesn't decide to send it just yet. Cody's son was not with them at the beginning of the fight. Paranoia now finally used, but Dardoch is not going to send it. Everyone is grouped up on that Karma, and Denethor is just laying waste to another turret. Zach now prompting a re-engage with the Realm Warp. Unstoppable Onslaught tries to clip them, but Wilson just dashes to the right side. Zach landed on a knockup, but Wilson with the cease and desist tries to go back in. Not quite the engage Winthrop we're looking for. Denethor is still pushing into the base at the same time. Winthrop are not going to get punished super heavily. Aljun recall is canceled by mobility. Denethor still not answered as Fiji is finally lumbering over, but the damage has been done.
Oh my god. We'll say, Wilson's death aside, still pretty good for Winthrop University, but now the TP, they're forcing it. Winthrop have overstayed.
There's no sign ultimate, so how effectively can they make this happen? Aljun has Spirit Rush, though, waits for the charm, doesn't even need to use it, just sends the Orbit Deception there. Fiji ensuring that they can try and push into this tier 1 turret. Fiji taking up many turret shots, but the wave was killed off. They can't do effective turret damage, only 35, blinking low on HP. Denethor now goes into Mega. Thinking about a re-engage, has Flash and Mega ulti available. He will not send it. Winthrop have been, for the most part, extremely patient, waiting for CCG to overstep their boundaries.
Yeah, I will say, this is a pretty good opportunity for Winthrop to try and force this Baron, because right now, a big wave is hitting bottom side. Someone needs to respond, and there are no TPs for CCG, but it's seeming like Winthrop, they're not recognizing this. We're not wanting to go for this without him down. There to help them. Wonder if that could have been an opportunity, but instead, they want to play this one slow and just go back to pushing out some of these waves for the moment. We're a minute 30 from the next Drake. Could be the soul for Winthrop, something that they do want to prioritize. Well, could be something they sacrifice to get, yet again, more gold across the map.
The mid-fight definitely looked a little bit funky, but I think this has been an exceptional game from Winthrop University so far. Just
been good.
Being able to constantly avoid CCG at their strong points and not really get capitalized by effective uses of Paranoia throughout this game so far. Yeah, the early jungle invade from Dardoch made things a little frustrating for Wilson, but there's no big punish there. There's no advantage leverage by CCG. They've definitely missed their window, and now they're just kind of relying on these fast picks and Fiji to be an enormous tank that hopefully in 5v5s, if Winthrop ever gives it to them, then CCG can try and turn things around, but this gold advantage is quite huge to overcome.
It is. Really, the upside you have for CCG is that Cody Sun himself hasn't fallen too far behind, and I will say a majority, basically the entire gold lead, is there in Denethor's hand. So if he's not around,
great charm onto Zach. Doesn't have time to pop the Zhonya's Hourglass. Big shutdown over to CCG. Lights have been turned out, and Wilson lights are also going out. Decimating Smash on the ready. Looks for the knockup. Doesn't time it quite right. Wilson's GA, it comes in after the knockups were being sought for. CCG will turn to the Dragon, try and deny the Chemtech Soul, but Winthrop might just pull a Hail Mary and try to bait CCG into face-checking Baron side as they send it with the cease and desist onto Aljun. He flashes away the charm onto Wilson. No GA to save him this time. Dardoch is flashing forward onto Kim down, tethers in with the fear. Now it's all up to Denethor and mobility to save this game from collapsing, but CCG have made a heroic comeback.
And Mark, Winthrop had everything going for them this game. They had the gold lead. They're the ones ripping the map to shreds. on CCG's side of the map. And yet, this one team fight has turned it all around. One misstep and some really nice plays from the members, especially the mid jungle of CCG, have really looks like this is the beginning of this turnaround. They get the Drake. It isn't Soul, but they've cut this gold leaf that Winthrop have in half. And they expended some key resources on Winthrop's side in the process. The GA is gone. Some flashes were blown. And you still have time to set up around the Baron because of the members who are down.
Go look back at the replay one more time. It was an overforce from Winthrop.
Yes. I think Wilson got a little too far ahead of his team there. And that's really what hurt him, Mark. Just because of the fact that he got in there with the cease and desist and no real follow-up damage was there because the team was too far. And CCG, you're going to use this opportunity. They're just going to go straight for the Baron. They're ripping it apart.
Paranoia turns out the lights there, making it hard for Winthrop to know where the Baron is at. Dardoch secures the objective. Clean pull out by CCG. And for the rest of Winthrop University, they are scrambling to see if they can catch any stragglers here, but if they are able to redeploy without any mistakes, this is a great spot for CCG to try and turn this game around.
Yeah, one consolation, mid-tier 2 turret, so another chunk of change in their back pockets. The problem is CCG, they might be down 3,000 gold mark, but there are still several turrets left on the map that they haven't touched. Full plate on all the tier 2 turrets. Inhibitor turrets are completely untouched as well. So there is a lot of standing gold available for CCG to be able to earn those dives.
Okay.
Oh.
I was so scared for Denethor right there. That blast cone was almost an imposter move by it there. But CCG don't get a chance to punish Denethor. A quick reminder to what you said, beat down. Denethor has a majority of the gold advantage for Winthrop. Aljun glancing forward with that Spirit Rush was looking for someone there. Quick flash out of Kim down ensures that he gets out.
Yeah, I will say I like that now we're using Zac to split and push. Rise, of course, wave clear is immense at this point, and like we were saying, Denethor, you can see how much damage he's putting out in these team fights, and the fact that he is this entire gold lead, he needs to be there for everything now, especially when his teleport is down. CCG, he's away, can take these opportunities to win these team fights, but for the moment, they're just going to use their Baron to knock down these structures, just continue bringing down this gold deficit, and I feel like we're going to see them in a gold lead very soon.
CCG just using their Baron empowered cannon minions to try and slowly siege while taking away any resources in this bottom jungle. Gold lead is starting to evaporate. CCG clawing their way back into this game after a successful punish just a few minutes ago. This tier 2 turret, not going to be long for this world. The siege is successful.
Yeah, and honestly, it does feel pretty bad. I've been watching Winthrop for a while because it does feel like this is something we see from them pretty often in games that they lose, where they're really good in that early mid game. They play the map smart. They find they're very decisive. They manage to find a lot of substantial advantages in the team fight at the end of the game are where things fall apart for them. And it's got to feel really bad in a game where you were leading so hard, a game where you had so much control of the map, you were winning out on all the objectives, you were dictating the pace, and now they are clinging to life by their fingernails, Mark, as this Baron buff is starting to expire.
An overall Baron gold advantage of 1,600 that was gained back into CCG's pockets. You can see that while Denethor still has technically the gold advantage over his lane opponent in Fiji, everyone else on CCG is starting to pull ahead of their counterparts here, with Cody's son having a sizable gold advantage right now, almost full build on this Corki, while Mobility is still working towards what is his second to last item of the game.
Yep, those Mystic shots, that True Shot Barrage, is going to do a lot, but only if he doesn't get caught. Now you're seeing that value that Fiji has on this Scion, even though he had fallen behind. Oh, hold on.
I mean,
Yeah, like he's so tanky. Like, guys, you're not. This was just never gonna work. I don't know.
Well, they burned his ultimate, but now there's a counterplay in the mid lane. Dardoch sends it immediately on the Kim down, knowing that there's no flash on the Karma. Denethor with the Mega Nard scoops Dardoch into the tower range, but it's not enough damage to look for a 1-for-1. Rise and Wilson still trying to push on the top side against Fiji, who might have overplayed his hand. I mean, Fiji eventually can go down, but he pops another Soul Furnace shield. Finally, the job gets done by Wilson and Zach. But the rest of CCG can look for Dragon Soul, and Winthrop University have to decide, do they commit to this turret push? Aljun is there for a response.
Yeah, I mean, Aljun can't stop the turret from going down. It is going to be an in-hit for that Dragon Soul, but now...
Codyson is sending it. Denethor is forced to hop away. Mobility, flash, and arcane shift. Dardoch flashing forward. Mobility is the first one to fall in this skirmish. Denethor is able to run away, and they buy enough time for Wilson and Zach to at least take out the topside inhibitor. Realm Warp.
Oh, mid lane.
Gonna escort them out. Now they're turning around, but Paranoia has turned out the lights again. They can't find him. Dardoch sends it. Cease and desist. Pops the GA. Zach tries to get into the fight. Denethor is about to go mini form and lose all of his power. Only 35 separated and isolated. But Aljun comes in with the Spirit Rush, and Charm picks off Zach. Denethor is relying on the stair escape to keep him alive, but Dardoch with the fear prevents Denethor from getting to the blast cone. Big shutdown goes into Codyson's pockets, and all of the gold that Winthrop have done so well to accumulate has finally fallen back into CCG.
And this is just looking like the death throes here of Winthrop University. That was one of the closest fights we've seen from them, and you know, pour one out for Denethor. His Mega Nard just expired before he could use that ultimate. Could have made that fight look really different, and we could have been having a very different conversation right now. But instead, 41 minutes in the game, gold lead Winthrop built up all game long is down to nothing, and CCG are winning every fight in front of them.
And Codyson is massive now, beat. He is full build. Remember, this is the role quest meta where 8 carries can finally have 6 items in their build as we take a look back at the replay.
Oh, he wants that he wants that Gnarled so badly. Unfortunately, couldn't get close enough in time before it expired. And that just means this fight was pretty easy win here. And nice fear from Dardoch, but overall, one of the best looks Winthrop have had the last 15 minutes. Unfortunately, doesn't pan out. That's why we see it live. CCG get the second Baron of the game.
You know, Beatdown, if you told me that we would have that 42-minute banger where 7 dragons have been taken before Elder for our first game of the season, I wouldn't be surprised, but I am still happy that we have arrived to this result at the end of the day. It's a great way to be welcome back.
Yes, a super banger. And, oh, Dennis.
I mean, Wilson can at least intercept some of the engage, but Codyson is right behind him. And when you have a super strong AD carry behind a super strong tank, that is a tale as old as time formula for League of Legends, and it has worked to great success in the second half of this game for CCG. Fiji is forced to respond to Zach, who is pushing into the base on the bottom side of the map. Looks like a flash was expended by Fiji.
Killing him?
And as an ult as well, Zach is getting quite low. We have no idea if he's using spells or not. But top lane is pushing heavily. I can understand it's 4 Baron empowered cannon minions, but Zach is critically low in HP, and Fiji hasn't even taken a dent in his health bar. Zach is being prevented from joining the rest of his team. CCG, they can just play a slow siege game. They're looking after Nexus Turret 1, second Nexus Turret about to fall after. If these Baron empowered cannon minions can continue pushing, Zach gets slain by Fiji in the side lane, and Fiji still has teleport. They can just win the game off of this push.
Welcome to the NACL, Fiji, the last play from Winthrop.
Cease and desist used by Wilson to no effect. Denethor goes flaccid at the end of it as the Mega Nard pops out just before Winthrop can try and turn this fight around. CCG endure the storm, and they're the ones that slay the Eagles right out of the sky. CCG gonna pad their KDAs a little bit more. Kim Down can't do anything about his fallen Nexus. GG, well played. CCG take game 1.
Now about 44 minutes to start the split off, everybody. What a banger from both of these teams. And what an exciting back and forth match there. I really had different opinions on who was going to win at different points of the game. So I was on my toes. I'm sure Mark was on his toes. And I hope the audience were on your toes as well. I mean, if you're Winthrop fan, you're not feeling very good right now. But it's a best of 3, so they have a chance.
It was one of those moments, Beatdown, where I was like back here.
Yeah.
And then as soon as that turnaround mid-fight happened, I was
you were like up here.
Yep.
Facing the monitor.
I was like, I'm locked in.
Yeah. It's
Like this
it's
game
like
just
that
got
image
interesting.
where you're playing the controller, like sitting back, one leg over the other, leans forward.
Yep, exactly that. Wow. I can't even. Yeah, I can't even. Just fathom the fact that CCG were able to hold on to that point, and it is definitely a bit of a shame for Winthrop because they played the map for the first half of the game so effectively well, using Denethor's split push advantage and constantly pressuring those outside turrets while CCG were forced to stop Winthrop from continuously Drake stacking. But then all it takes is one sequence to not go Winthrop's way and for CCG to regain control of the game.
Yeah, it's a really sad gold graph for Winthrop University. They were in the lead for essentially 40 minutes straight almost. But, while they did play the early and mid game really nicely, I love the objective control, the macro decisions they were making, deciding what to do and when to do it. They couldn't close things out in the end. And this has been a bit of a historic issue for them at times over the years. It's great for CCG and Winthrop. You're kicking yourself for that one.
Well, we'll see how well Winthrop can try and bounce back going into game 2, or if CCG will look for a sweep when we come back from break. So make sure y'all are staying tuned.
Trip. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trip. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
All you need.
back, y'all. We are getting ready for game number 2 between CCG and Winthrop University. If you are just tuning in, well, you guys missed out on a 45-minute banger where Winthrop had the lead early beat down. They were playing an effective map game.
Yeah.
But all it takes is one fight sequence, and CCG wrangle control back into their own grasp, and they're the ones taking the first win.
Yeah, I got to give a lot of credit to Dardoch and Aojun. Especially Aojun, I think landing some really nice charms on the Ari. A player who, I mean, this is his second year in the NACL, was a rookie last year, showed some steady growth, and it's nice to see that he is at least somewhat continuing to trend upward here, especially now that he's reunited with Dardoch in the jungle.
Yep. One of our 4 rookie mids that made their debut in NACL last year in the 2025 season, and he was definitely on the upper end of the ones we were super excited about and impressed with by the end of the season. And like you said, that synergy with Dardoch definitely paid off in the end once they were able to start making really strong punishes off of Winthrop's mistakes towards the second half of the game. But looking forward, going into the second draft, there was a lot of jungle bans in that game, especially towards the second round. Xin, Pan taken off the table. So effectively, those 2 champions are still back up on the board. I'm still very much a fan that Dardoch opened this game with Nocturne, because now it still brings those top skirmishers, as well as the Jarvan, which was another ban, still available for the second game.
Provided not banned, but yes, I agree. It will be really interesting. Maybe he sees fit to bring out that window that he's so comfortable on as well. But it does bring that question for ban. I'm picking ban going into the second game. We talked about it earlier on into that pre-show, Mark. This is a new patch. So while a lot of things are probably carrying over from first stand and leagues around the world in previous patches, really it's going to be the players who are setting the tone for us here this weekend and, you know, going forward, just to see what they're prioritizing and will things really be like they were in the previous patch.
Very true. So Winthrop, last time around, banned things like the Orianna and the Azir from CCG, trying to diminish the effective control mage pool. And we didn't get a mid lane matchup locked in until the second phase of the draft. Curious if that is going to be changing going into the second game, now that Wu are not only first pick, but they're also on the blue side.
Yeah, again, more of that Seraphine focus there. Over to Aojun. Again, just removing those mage picks from him in that mid lane. Yeah, I'm pretty curious on how Winthrop's going to prioritize their picks this time around. Even on red side, they do often blind pick for Denethor, or they do have him blind pick. This time around, wouldn't be surprised again to see a very early top pick for him, especially when you consider, one of his signature champs, Camille, while not too popular, still is up and available right now.
Gwen taken off the board. Usually a nice pick into something like a Cassante, so curious if CCG are just trying to set that up for Fiji going into this first round, maybe on third pick of the draft. Woo, you have plenty of control mages at your disposal. Do you go for one of those and just let them do the handshake? They actually go for the Jarvan, noticing that, hey, that jungler was not banned by CCG this time around.
Yeah, so it gives you a really easy engage option there for Wilson. Good at skirmishing, as you mentioned. But is this going to be that jungle pick for him? And what's the answer going to be from Dardoch? They banned Xin. That was not available. No, Wukong would be pretty good. Do we like it?
I can understand if you're worried about getting trapped in Cataclysm as Pantheon, since you don't really have a natural escape unless a target is outside of the ultimate and you can W to them or something. But Wukong, you can escape with your clone or your E.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
And at least this gives Dardoch kind of a scaling threat for his own self if the game continues playing out later and later. And that was a 45-minute banger. So CCG might just make the read after that first game saying, you know what, we're confident that Winthrop cannot close games early, so we're just going to play for the later stages of the game.
I mean, Yunara is perfectly playing into that one as well, Mark. So another hyperscaling champion there in the bot lane for Cody Sun. He had a really good performance on the Corki. didn't fall too far behind in a disadvantaged lane matchup and was able to catch back up once we got out of the lane phase. So I think it's going to end up being a good look as long as the rest of the map is able to have impact earlier on in the game.
Winthrop end up going for the Orianna. Shockwave on top of targets that cannot flash out of the Cataclysm. Good combo, in my opinion. I do like the Lulu, denying that as a common pairing from the Yunara, as she would have been quite deadly to deal with in those Omega team fights where Cody Sun did start thriving a bit once he got to that stage in that first game.
Yeah, and it's really nice too because something we've seen Aojun play and an answer we could see that's popping up is the Akali. The Lulu feels really bad to play it into that. Even it's going to feel bad for the Wukong just because of the way that Wild Goat can disrupt your engages. But only 35, still going to go for that engage route instead. Going to lock in that Rakan.
B-Down, I just want you to give me one word on your reaction anytime you go in as Akali and you get polymorphed. One word.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I could describe. No, I'm not even gonna say that.
I thought that was it.
I
thought that was.
I wasn't even thinking of the. Yeah, I know. Okay, if I'm being honest, that's literally what it was.
It's just pain. It's just
damn
pain.
Yeah, it's tough. So we'll see. We could still go down that route because now there are many engage options here for CCG already. So there are a lot of targets for the Wild Growth knockup, the polymorph, things like that. So we can still see Aojun go there.
Remember some of the bans that Winthrop had thrown against Fiji in the first game, the Yorick, as well as one of the things that we also mentioned that might be in his back pocket is that Singed. Not sure if we're going to be seeing it be pulled out today. The bot lane has been secured already, so CCG have to make a choice. Either they blind top, despite knowing what the mid lane matchup is, or they do effectively save counterpick for Fiji and go ahead and lock in their choice for Aojun.
I think the answer is very clear. You do lock in for Aojun here. I really like the Gragas ban because that is another signature champion there for Fiji and already really good in a situation where you have not so mobile champions. So, okay, we're going the burst damage angle, but instead of the Akali, we're going a different angle here for Aojun. And now it's just going to be about what's this bot lane. Tristana has definitely seen, some looks in those last couple of patches. Might not be in the greatest of positions here. There's a lot of angles that mobility is kind of cycling through.
Low-key, I would be excited to see Kog'Maw, one of the most infamous pairings in League history with Lulu.
That's true. That's true.
I think I can understand the hesitation
the desire
to lock
to do
it
damage in the late game. Yes, I agree.
Yes, well, you have to deal with Wukong, Aurora, and Rakan. So no matter what AD carry you're picking, you are going to be focused as a threat. So at least you can grant your team a lot of utility with that on the hunt movement speed boost. So I think that's just mobility saying, I'm going to be wave clear duty for us. I'm going to give you guys speed boost. Hopefully you guys can win the fight without them effectively killing me. Now, CCG with Aurora technically is a flex pick. I would be surprised if Fiji has an Aurora, and I'm expecting
it would be pretty sick.
A top lane pick here instead.
Oh, that would be fun. I mean, we did talk about Fiji. Again, as the more neutralizing top lane player plays more into these tanks. I mean, we talked about the Gragas that's banned, the Singed. So this time he's going Ornn. We are going all in on this late game mark. So really, it feels kind of similar to a situation we were seeing in game one, where it's that, that mid game is really going to be about Dardoch and Aojun. They're the ones who are going to be doing this heavy lifting, only 35 as well, with some of those play setups, and really just enabling Fiji to come online and help the team scale, allowing Cody Sun to scale and get to that monstrous position Yunara gets to.
Wilson at least has the agency on this Jarvan to look for more proactive plays even before level 6. You can make a lot of things happen and flag and drag as early as level 2. I would love to see just try and blow the game wide open before the late game scaling comes online for CCG. That being said, it's not like Winthrop are in trouble if the game goes late either. Jax is going to be huge later the game goes on.
True.
Lulu utility value is going to go up for the Sivir. Sivir, 6-game item Sivir. I mean, shout out to Teddy on generic Green Wings. I mean, that's all you need to know. And you should feel somewhat secure if this game is another 40-minute plus banger.
Yes. The real concern for me on that front is just that while the utility from the ultimate there from the Sivir is going to be really impactful, your only real ways to get these big fight starts is either Zach putting the ball on Denethor and Wilson or Wilson's Cataclysm. So really, they need to be on point to be able to set up mobility and even Denethor to be able to do those big damage moments in those later stages of the game. And when you're facing down something like an Ornn, your comp can get disrupted quite a bit. So really for me, Winthrop, we've seen what they've been able to do in that early to mid game. We've seen it today. We've seen it in years past. It really is just about finding success in the team fights later on to ensure they can take that lead to a win.
Let's see how it all plays out. We're already a minute into our second game of our first series. If you're just tuning in, we've got 2 more best of 3s right after this. So make sure you are catching all of the action here on NACL, whether you're watching on Twitch, on YouTube, or you're watching one of our very lovely partner co-streamers throughout the... I think we have a mix of not only other broadcast talents who are not scheduled today who are co-streaming, we also have many other awesome community faces of multiple languages as well. So, muchas gracias a todo para apoyar NACL. And shout out to everyone else that is tuning in and giving love back to the scene and putting eyes on this awesome community and league. So far, beatdown. Mid lane is actually kind of volatile. Zach is pressuring Aljun for the level 2 all-in. Good flash by Aljun, answered by Zach. Yep. Good communication from the jungle mid duo of CCG. Dardock saying, listen, I can't do anything. I'm going to continue farming. Just be careful on that side. If you get hit by EQ Flash, it's your fault, not mine. Just making it plain. And with that, Dardock is technically 1 camp ahead now of the pace just because of the pit stop Wilson took. So he should be able to maybe look for... definitely one of these crabs. Bot crab might be difficult, even though Wilson is finishing his clear somewhat late. But the push from Winthrop bot lane, oh, it's not in time.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Cody Sun's back is not interrupted, which is what's important. And Dardock does get to have that slightly better back. He does leave with a little more farm, having gotten that Scuttle Crab. So we'll see if he wants to use that gold and try and make something happen early. But I think for the most part, what we've seen from him today and in the past is just that. So he does his first couple clears a little quietly unless there's an enormous opportunity for him to get a gank off. And I don't really see one right now.
Barely 100 HP for only 35 on this Rakan. Slowly losing out on the push war, forced to pop the summoner heal as the harass from Kim down was putting him on the brink. CCG. Oh, flash from Kim
nice.
down! First blood picked up for the battle Lulu here in the bot lane.
Yeah, again, like this is just that meta of double range bot lanes and enchanters. So only 35, sacrificing lane pressure for the ability to start fights later on. But when you're doing that, you got to be careful. You can't let things like that happen. And just a kill that didn't need to go over, even if Kim Down is the one to get it, just adds more pressure onto Cody Sun.
The cope that only 35 can have is saying, all right, come bot. Kim Down has no flash. Get this guy.
True.
Right now.
Kill this guy.
Fast.
Real. Yeah, we'll see. The communication is definitely there. But is that a play that they can actually make at the moment? I don't know if that's actually the case. Aojun, though, having a little bit of fun. It is a nice cover from only 35 off that back to ensure his mid laner can play things out relatively safely. My eyes are really on this first dragon. I think it's going to be like last game. Not an immediate take from either side. It's going to be about who leaves it open and who takes the opportunity to get it.
We'll see if Winthrop try and go for a dragon stacking win condition like they did in the first game. Like we saw before, it wasn't an immediate priority, only one where no other objectives or camps were readily available. Good ward, though, by Winthrop's bot lane. He's going to spot out Dorado trying to look for a lane gank. Wilson is here for a counter. But at the end of the day, looks like Dorado is just making sure that they can get this wave fully pushed out and crash so that they can look for a reset.
It's looking like they'll get it. No danger of a gank, as they knew from Vision. As long as this recall finishes, right, guys? Oh.
Well, Kim down stops the base. Is it going to
Cody
punish
Sun's
him?
gonna die,
Cody
no?
Sun flashing forward. He gets the kill on the Kim down, but now Mobility has the opportunity to pick up one for himself.
I'm not sure. I guess you're trying to make the best of a tough situation. Getting the back cancel for Cody Sun sucks, but at the end of the day, now only 35. I don't know if he'll be able to hold that wave. Mobility is going to be able to crash quite a lot of minions, and at the end of it, Cody Sun's going to end up falling further behind because of that. And Mark, he has no summoner spells. He threw it all so he could secure that kill.
Yeah, if I'm Wilson, I'm like, oh, there's no summoner spells on an 80 carry? Guys, what if I swing bot and just ult this?
Yeah.
Ult this guy, you know?
What are you doing in a minute 30, guys? How are we feeling?
The only way Cody Sun can escape it is if he pops ulti and then immediately dashes, but I'm not sure if it will be enough to escape the wrath of a Prince of Demacia in that period of time.
Yeah, Prince? All this time I thought he was the king.
Well, his dad was the king, and his dad got
I know he has that
killed.
line, but his dad's dead. Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not sure where we are technically in the lore. The lore
we'll find
is
out
one
when
of
the next arcane comes out.
True. We need a Demacia arcane side. Although
isn't that the one they're doing? Didn't they say that?
It's either that or Noxus, or I guess it would be Demacia versus Noxus. Anyway, we'll let the arcane creators figure that one out, and we'll just try and happily consume whatever they give us here. As 20 seconds from Grubs. That is not the focus, though, for this upcoming fight. As we called out before, Wilson knows Cody Sun, no summoner spells, wants to be able to use it.
Shockwave.
Shockwave was on to Aljun. Dardock flash forward. The Cyclone onto Wilson and Zach.
Wow.
That's the first guy to fall, and CCG are the first ones making this play happen. Aljun flashing away from Wilson. He survives! The health pot's ticking, and the shield coming in clutch from only 35's Battle Dance allows CCG to make the big play.
Yeah, really nice play from Winthrop University. Got to give credit to Aljun as well for how he played that one post Shockwave. And I think him down walks away from this one. Maybe not. Maybe? No, okay. Yeah, we're walking away. The thing that was so crazy for me about that play, Mark, is I was really just building up to this point where Winthrop did a pretty good advantage in this first dragon fight because the Shockwave and Cataclysm are so powerful. And then right before I could, Zach uses it before a death, so big resource lost, cost you a kill, cost you the Drake. They're going to get some plates in return, but overall, CCG, you're very happy with that.
Quite on the same page, or unless the idea was chunk Aurora out so that he can't join the fight. Still had the confidence to go for it anyway after, so plan did not go accordingly for the Eagles here. And while they're still technically ahead in gold, CCG are not even that far behind. Cody Sun still down a flash, but the barrier is available, so Wilson just taking a pit stop on this bot side of the map, allowing Kim down in mobility to continue to crash these waves and put Cody Sun further behind.
And this is quite a big deficit that he is facing, especially with his jungler on the other side of the map. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do for the moment. It is for a worthy cause, though. Grubs have been secured, all three of them. A bit of turret damage is going to be nice, and a kill would be great, too.
Only 35 setting it up on the Kim down, but pops the flash and the wild growth to get out alive. So good trade of tools there from CCG's bot lane. while Darda continues to take up resources here on the top side of the map.
Oh, really big from only 35 too. Stopping the back from Kim down is going to give a little more breathing room for Cody Sun to get that wave in. Potentially would be able to even get a plate. Kim down is only just getting his back off now. But to choose to back and spend some of his gold. Either way.
Little fade sidestep from Dardoch. We'll talk about it later as Aljun and Dardoch are able to pounce onto Zach before Wilson can effectively counterplay. And unfortunately for Zach, he's going to lose out on the minion wave.
Yeah, again, nice play coming through here from the mid jungle of CCG. We talked about in draft how important it was for them to be the playmakers in this early mid game, and so far they are delivering, especially Aljun's Aurora. Good as schmoovin'. Oh, does it? No. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Denethor has the flash. It's all going to be about whether or not Fiji can flash that counter-strike. And the Denethor is going to be looking for. Wilson might be trying to set him up. Okay, maybe it's just a cover. Just to make sure that Wilson or only 35 don't show up. Yeah. Oh, there it is. And I think you highlighted Jax and how strong he is, especially in this meta. I think he also got a buff with this patch, right? Where level 19, his passive improves again. So he's going to be... I think it's like each stack gives him like 1.5% at 19. It's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. Ooh. Good look so far. Gonna get that pressure to allow the invade here from Wilson. See if that turns into a skirmish. Oh,
between worlds, Cyclone still connects. Actually, I don't even know if Cyclone went off or not, but the shockwave unfortunately did not pull Dardoch away in time. Yeah, it looks like he still has it. So wow, that feels bad for Zach. Not even being able to burn more than one ultimate there from Aljun and Dardoch.
Yeah, I gotta say, Aljun, Dardoch, again, like, they're kind of smurfing so far, the way they're playing together on this duo. And it's allowing them to be the one to get that early gold lead, where last game it was Winthrop, who were finding themselves a pretty big gold advantage here. And really, as long as they're able to keep this part up, and, you know, they can alleviate the pressure Cody Sun is dealing with, this is exactly what their comp wants to be doing. Yeah, Winthrop have scaling elements, but like I really enjoy things like the Yunara late game, the Ornn, of course. I think paired with the Rakan, you have so much engage, disengage potential here to be working with. Your team fight it's just too good for CCG later on.
Very true. CCG feeling confident that maybe they can look for a wraparound onto Winthrop. They are using their bot lane entrance as the way in, but the Dragon resets. CCG on what position? Dardoch still has his ulti available. Looks for the backline while Wilson went for Aljun's face instead. The wild growth only stops one knockup, but the second knockup from only 35 guarantees that the bot lane from Winthrop fall in a swift fashion. CCG hand-feeding Cody Sun 3 more kills with that Kraken Slayer online already, and this is a massive snowball in the works for CCG.
Yeah, remember, Mark, when I said Dardoch and Aljun trying to alleviate some of that pressure, help Cody Sun get back in the game? Yes, I don't care. 3 kills for the Yunara, who was falling behind. Like, go next play. Oh my god. That is brutal. Another good team fight coming through from CCG. And yeah, you give away that shutdown to Denethor. It makes him a little more difficult to decide. But otherwise, you're getting everything you want, man. What else is there?
Just insane decision-making from Dardoch. As soon as he sees Wilson goes forward, he knows that the backline is completely exposed for the counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, really comes with that experience, recognition of such key moments like this where you only have a fraction of a second to be able to make these decisions. And Dorado is pretty good at making them. He's shown us time and time again this year and years past. So now, gold lead shot up to 2,000 in favor of CCG. Rift Herald is up. You gotta imagine that is just the next thing in the sights of CCG.
CCG now lead the game with the 2,000 gold advantage. Not necessarily one that Winthrop cannot recover from. They have scaling late game insurances on their side.
Yeah.
It's going to be up to them if they can try and stabilize the game, mainly through Denethor, who does have this Jax for the side lane split push threat. And for the Eagles, they need to be able to replicate a lot of the successful formulas that was going well for them in maintaining the map control from that first game.
It's hard, though, because part of what they were doing so well in Game 1 was using their agency that they had from the early skirmishes they were winning to pretty much maximize the gold they were able to generate on the map. Right now, they don't have too much agency at the moment here. Really, Wilson and Zach still are in a position where they can have impact if they just find the right play with their ultimates. They just haven't been able to find them yet. Dardoch and Aojun have just been so much faster, so much cleaner.
About 3 minutes before the third dragon of the game, CCG are the ones that have the dragon stacking this time on their side and with the grubs as well. So Dardoch has successfully maintained full 100% objective control. Zach is seen on a ward, only 35, decides to send it, but Dardoch was already walking away. Bit of a misunderstanding of how far to push that one, and it comes at the cost of only 35's ultimate.
Result in a play mid, or at least a little pressure. Dardoch's here. Oh my god.
Mobility getting chunked. I mean, Cody's son has 2 items, by the way.
Down.
Kraken Slayer plus Fiend Hunter Bolts is a hell of a feeling. And Mobility cannot really endure. Thankfully, was able to hold off of using his barrier and just pops the ultimate to get away.
Yeah, so not gonna result in a kill. But you do force Mobility away. Putting some pressure on him, allowing Cody to catch up and farm. Of course, in kills, far exceeded Mobility, at least for the moment. And now we got another play.
Double knock-up onto Wilson from the Cyclone and only 35's grand entrance, but he makes it out alive. Aojun chunked by Zach. CCG cannot continue the play, but this was a solid window. They still have another 1 minute and 40 seconds before the third dragon spawns, so all of their ultimate cooldown should be back up in time.
Yeah, so there's an opportunity there. Certainly. Right now, again, Rift Herald, only objective to look for, but this time it's a Mountain Soul we're playing for, Mark. You got to imagine that's the priority for both of these teams, especially CCG. They're the ones with Drake control this game. It's going to be their Mountain Soul point if they're able to earn it. And Mountain Dragons for Ornn, what we like to see, Mark. What we like to see. He's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah, I'm curious if Denethor can actually push Fiji around in this side lane effectively. He's able to get the first turret.
Probably.
And he has Kim down, backing him up so that he gets away safely.
He's able to get that wave in. He doesn't quite have teleport yet, so I don't actually think this is quite an angle for Winthrop to do Herald. But given that it's going to be difficult for them to fight Drake, they might be waiting till it's closer to Drake spawning to see if they can actually rush this objective. Or maybe they might put all their eggs in this dragon basket because they can feel Game 2 slipping away from them, excuse me.
"15 seconds before this third dragon spawn beats down VG, looking for, I think he's upgrading either the Kraken Slayer or the Fiend Hunter Bolt, one of these 2 items. But Cody's son might have told him, hey, just let me get my third item if he is working towards potentially an Infinity Edge. So Fiji will probably upgrade someone else's item. It looks like he got this under Sky for Dardoch. Wilson trying to look for Aljun. Cataclysm. Aljun uses the ultimate to get out of harm's way. Decent use of the ultimate there. It does force Aljun away. Doesn't have TP. So this is a good timer for CCG or Winthrop to try and stop the dragon stacking unless Dardoch wants to flip.
could. There's going to be that 50-50 Dardox here. Might be looking for
1400
the
smite
fight.
on both. Dardock, are you kidding me? Pops the Cyclone. I
Wow.
don't know if he gets out of this one alive. Still has Flash. Walks out to safety on the right side. Thank you for the leash. CCG are now on Soul Point.
Oh, it feels bad. As long as you can walk away, because Denethor is trying to stop people, but I think this fight is actually going to work. You got to let this one go. Maybe you could take this turret as Winthrop University, so it is that small consolation to be able to get some gold back. But you said it, Mountain Soul Point. Now Winthrop are hard on the clock. Less than 5 minutes before CCG gets a massive buff.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating for Winthrop there. They had the numbers advantage. It was an effective, like, predetermined play to force Aljun out, so you are able to have a 5-on-4, and Dardock still wins the smite fight. Only 35, trying to pass his former jungler and say, hey, nothing to see here. Just getting some vision down. Don't mind me. Baron now available on Summoner's Rift, while the rest of Winthrop try and recuperate their losses and see if they can continue looking for proactive plays.
Now, things have slowed down just a little bit. I think if Winthrop want to try and make something happen, you're probably looking towards Denethor, who, I mean, despite the deficit, he has a pretty big advantage over EG there, similar to the last game. So if they're able to especially get him to his second item and find PG on his own, that could be a way for them to kind of generate gold the way they were in that last game, through side lane, through Denethor, and sometimes Zach split pushing.
And we haven't really seen a massive advantage pull ahead. Denethor does have a 1.5 thousand gold lead at the moment. Good look from Dardock. Immediately pops the ultimate from mobility, so he's safe for now, but now down a very useful tool. Wilson waiting in the shadows. Tries to look for Dardock, clips him with the knockup. Cataclysm available. Dardock forced to use the Cyclone. Denethor is here for the play for the first time. Fiji sends in massive call. The Forge God onto 2. Forces Wilson to flash over the wall. Denethor caught by the knockup, but is able to use the leap strike to get back to safety. CCG are able to safely escort their jungler, and Winthrop don't find a single man in the play.
A lot of resources consumed, though, on both sides of the map. Only the mid laners who weren't there hold on to their ultimates. Taking stock, I mean, Fiji is flashless. Could be something that they're able to take advantage of on the side of Winthrop. Again, like we were saying, playing towards Denethor in that side lane. They kill this Ornn. That could be a really good opportunity for them to try and grab the Baron, really get themselves back into this game here.
Effective one at that. We're now under 2 minutes from this Mountain Soul. The gold lead is still overcomable, very easily overcomable for Winthrop University. Yeah. So CCG cannot be content just yet. Don't want to get complacent and give Winthrop an edge to get back in this game. Only 35, forced to flash as he took a dangerous path, and nicely done by Wilson and Denethor to punish his route back to the top side.
Yeah, could be, or rather is, a big tool. Not available for those flash charm engages. He's going to give Wilson the chance to leash the chickens there for Dardock. Little emote.
I've never seen that
into
one.
His head.
It's like a little shrimp. It's shrimp.
Have you not?
No, that's awesome though.
Oh. Yeah.
All right, well, Smite was used for the chickens, so Wilson says, fine, I'll take your red buff instead. And maybe not the most mutual exchange was completed, but a trade deal definitely did take place. Winthrop will take the lead from the top side as they now have to shift their vision priority over to the bot side. Aljun looking for an all-in onto Zach. Flash still available on the Orianna, finally uses it from the weirding cast. Aljun successfully applying pressure, and now Cody Sun on the hunt, looking for Zach before he can get out of range. The W does connect, but they can't get in range for a final blow. Cody Sun able to dash out of the Cataclysm. Denethor flashing over the counter-strike stun. Mobility was the first one to collapse, able to cut off his retreat path. Only 35 falls next, and Fiji TP'd just a little too late, and now this Ornn is on the wrong side of the tracks. CCG have completely lost 3 of their members. Unless no one goes for Fiji, they don't even care. They're just getting ready for this dragon take on spawn.
Yeah, that couldn't have come at a better time here. This could have been CCG's soul, but they overstepped. I kind of hope we can look back and see exactly whether or not Sun and Only 35 didn't know they were getting collapsed on, but it seemed like such a big risk to take before this dragon, and now the soul stacking has stopped, and Winthrop have started some stacking of their own.
Not sure if we're gonna get a replay of that, but it is definitely super punishing that it did happen for Sun because he burned both summoner spells to make that play happen, then realizing the overstepping of the boundaries that had occurred from CCG, and then trying to make up for it. And unfortunately, it goes from bad to worse. This is a massive opportunity for Winthrop to try and capitalize on a summonerless AD carry.
Dardock, though, oh my god.
Finds the Cyclone mobility instantly, tries to get away with the call on the hunt there. Well, Flash was expended, it did not matter. CCG are able to punish their AD carry before Winthrop are able to punish CCG's. Baron now up on the table. They might just force this.
Yeah, I mean, what are you scared of? You still have a few ultimates to play with here. You have a lot of damage with that Infinity Edge coming through for Sun. Imagine this Baron's going to go down pretty easily, especially with members of CCG playing a little defense in Wilson's side of the jungle here. So, you know, CCG give it, CCG take it away. That one misstep came through, and now they have the Baron.
Denethor is pushing on this bottom tier 2 turret. Should be able to get it. Fiji is not going to threaten him anytime soon, so at least Winthrop gets some extra gold into their pockets, and it's now extended to a 2,000 gold advantage. So Denethor is very close to having a solid 3 to 2 item advantage over Fiji.
Yeah.
It's going to be up to him, though, to try and leverage it in these team fights.
Yeah, I will add also, even though that's true, Fiji, what he does have going for them, of course, at level 16 is a couple of those ornaments. You can see his Underneath Despair is upgraded, of course, the Sundered Sky for Dardock as well. And, I mean, the more time goes on, the more power he's going to be able to give his teammates. So it really does feel like Winthrop need to be able to find something before, I think, Yunara gets that Infinity Edge upgraded. That's going to be real.
With the Smite secures the red buff steal over Wilson. Aljun gets away from the other pack of Winthrop members there on the other side of the wall. Fiji with the Call of the Forge God doesn't find anyone. Just forces Wilson to back off of his own jungle quadrant. But it gives them full control of this bottom tier 2 turret. And it's quickly getting destroyed fast by CCG.
And really, not much of a response. Maybe a mid-tier 2, but this is a Baron you're pushing against here, so recalls need to happen right now. Otherwise, you're going to lose more of your base than you bargained for, especially with Aljun trying to just play defense, clear waves in that mid lane. For sure, an inhibitor is going down.
Yeah, Aljun is keeping tabs on mobility in the mid lane. Mobility can't really even look for a tier 2 turret because Aurora's wave clear is able to match that of Sivir's. CCG effectively eliminate one entire lane of structures through the bottom side.
Whew.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage from Dardock. Trinity Force, Sunder Sky, and Black Cleaver. That that Q is going to do a lot. That Shockwave didn't do any damage. What the heck? Oh, man. Well, that's not a good sign for Zach on this Orianna, who is really expected to bring a lot of that magic burst into these team fights.
Yeah, especially going with what looks like that Sork shoes that got upgraded to that tier 3, just giving that extra pen as well.
Only 35. Flash onto the back line, finds Zach, and the rest will fall. CCG in one sequence eliminate 3, and Winthrop are now down to their last 2 members, and I'm not sure if Kim Down and Denethor are going to be, frankly, enough to defend this base from falling.
I don't think so either. We're looking at 6K ahead. The Baron is still here, and Winthrop have no ult to speak of. CCG, unless Denethor can give a miracle.
He flashes into the backline, pops the Grandmaster's Might into the Zonias for the full combo, but it's still not enough damage to really kill the minion wave off. Sun and the rest of the crew are just pounding away at the Nexus turrets. Kim Down is forced off and using the ultimate just to keep himself alive, but there's no Nexus turrets in sight anymore. Denethor falls, and CCG have nothing left to overcome. The 2-0 sweep comes through, and CCG take out Winthrop.
There we go. And in a much more decisive fashion than game one, that was 44 minutes mark. Now we're looking at sub 30 minutes and a really clean performance there from the side of CCG. Again, got to give a lot of credit to both Aojun and Dardoch. I think syncing up so well together, picking people off in these isolated 2v1s, and just outplaying situations that you weren't quite sure were going to go their way.
And if you wanted a no more perfect way of summing up that series win for CCG in a facial reaction, it was definitely only 35. It was content, but also kind of a little bit of smugness. It's like, yeah, we just took down my former team. That felt good.
Yeah.
That felt awesome.
That's got to feel great. And you can see it here. Again, gold, this time mostly in favor of CCG, who were able to find a pretty big advantage in that early to mid game. And tough for Denethor. He was able to do almost the most damage in the game, but ultimately wasn't enough to make up for Winthrop's inability to team fight in some of these skirmishes.
Yeah, game one definitely was going Winthrop's way for the first half of the game before CCG turned around. And as you said, this second game was a better example of what happens when CCG are the first ones in the driver's seat in that first half of the game. And they do not so easily give over mistakes for Winthrop to punish. I think the only one was just the overextension trying to play for Zach on the bottom side. And CCG immediately course corrected, got mobility, turned the Baron, and then just one fight push is all they needed. Really impressive stuff from CCG as Winthrop, while boasting 2 new members from their 2025 roster, I think you could see that the overall synergy and at least coordination seemed a lot more solid and sound from Winthrop's side. This, at least based off of what we saw from the first game and the planning they had, whereas CCG, they were kind of figuring things out later on, but the experience that some of these members have can always trump some of the coordination that you get from these teams that have been together longer. And you have players like Dardoch and Cody Sun there for a reason, right? They can help be a lot of the mentors that the younger guys need. But that is our first series wrapped in the books. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's our second series on the docket, queued up, ready to go between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming.
Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
We're getting for our second series. But before we do, we actually have a post-match interview with our MVP from that first series. Now let's go ahead and see who the MVP was. Only 35, the former support of Winthrop, alongside the rest of
Yeah, good performance, especially on that Rakan, able to find a lot of good engages. So makes a lot of sense here, and we will be talking to him very soon. It's got to feel good for him, get his opinion on how it feels to be able to beat his former team in such a way.
Let's go ahead and cue that up with only 35, your MVP for the first series. First of all, welcome. He even still has the Winthrop.
Dude, you gotta flex.
That is, for the match, but oh wait, what did you just show? I
His phone case, yeah.
It's nice. Still repping. Well, only 35. First question I want to come at you with is what is the dynamic change having played for Winthrop in 2025 and now playing with CCG with this squad here in 2020?
Morgan and take less time to get used to each other, just be your teammate make out all the time, make out all the time.
Right.
Even that. And yeah, for CCG it's kind of hard to adapt to after first week. I mean before first. It's virtually so. I like to think, man, it's first.
Oh, fair. Must be a tough growing pain, but it's looking like you guys are making it work. So I gotta ask you. Well, you beat your former team, first match of the split. Of course, we got a long way to go before the split ends. But does it feel good? I see. Obviously, you're repping the merch. Are you having some friendly banter with your previous teammates about like, hey guys, what's up? Get owned.
Room because they are screaming and it was really sad.
Yeah.
They kicked me like group chat.
Wow.
But
Group chat kick.
yeah, I mean, I can rejoin. Because
True.
Oh yeah, I can only face.
that I can hang out with my friends now, and
That's good.
I have to still hang out. Forward to this season overall with 2026, and or at least just for Spring Split with CCG. How is it? Has had a lot of experience, not just strength level, but just like what he wants versus what you and Mobility would do, and what Mobility wants in lane.
I mean, I think that
They're pretty similar. And because they
fight really well.
Fight really well, and they both want to win lane no matter what.
And I mean, it's kind of mechanic mixed gap maybe, but I can't tell the difference. Yeah. Talks more in game.
But this one is a little bit quieter, but
Whenever he sees angle, of course, it
Face Winthrop. You guys are friends again because you won't see them until potentially playoffs. Is there another team? Is there another team? Is there another a support player that you really want to beat that you're looking at for the rest of the league?
from Ariana, not the support, because he's one of my close friends. Was really unremarkable. Ariana's glasses while we are waiting on the metro. Yeah, so I am
Wait, how to
expecting to.
break them?
Okay.
We
But
gotta know.
wanted the Ariana like slide over,
Mhm.
like a little
Oh my, like a backhand while he's sliding?
Yeah, yeah.
Or... Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. A fun little story. Only 3 to 5. It season, and before we let you go, is there any other special words you would like to share with us, or any shout outs that you want to make today?
Yeah, I want to say older brother, dedicate this win to him, and I wish I love you. I didn't expect this would be like that, but yeah, just hug your friends and family while you can. Yeah, I've been expecting this all my career. I lost this day, and first time I win and get a chance to interview.
Big hug right now. Energy, and you were in an amazing personality. And I'm sure your brother is looking down on you with a lot of pride and a lot of love. Again, thank you for your words, and thank you for our second series. Welcome back, gamers. Thank you so much for your patience. Just getting through some technical difficulties on our end, but hopefully should be smooth sailing. Crossing our fingers on this one. Before we get into our second best of 3 of the day, we actually have another pre-match coach interview, this time with DeAndre from Blue Otter. So let's go ahead and cue him in. Presented by Phillips and Norelco OneBlade. Hello, DeAndre. Welcome to the interview desk. I'm going to throw some quick questions your way. Can you hear us? I don't think he can hear us.
He can hear you, so just give it a moment. Give it 1 minute.
Hello, hello.
Right, we can hear you.
Hello, DeAndre.
Hey.
Welcome. I'm going to throw a couple of rapid fire questions, one for me and one for Beatdown, and then we'll let you get some quick shout outs in before we let you go and get ready for this epic best of 3. What was your philosophy in putting this roster together for Blue Otter 2026?
I just tried to make sure it would have like a good roster, and then like players' weaknesses and like strengths would match to each other, you know. So like in the end, I think we have like a pretty balanced roster, and yeah, I think I'm happy with how this team was built, you know.
Nice.
Is there community sentiment, because you know roster leaks, things like that? Is there a player you think on your team is not getting talked about enough? Someone we should be really looking out for, underrated, something like that?
I saw the tier list. I think that all of them are pretty close, but I would say that I think Samikin and Munchin are really being underrated by community overall. I think Samikin is by far the second best mid laner in the tournament, and Munchy has just a lot of potential. You know, like the same thing that I saw when I said when I saw Krada first time. I see with Munchy, you know. It's not a matter of if him and Samikin will make LCS, it's just a matter of when, you know. So I'm pretty sure that people are underestimating both of them. They are like just insane players, and I mean it's just great to work with them, you know.
I love to hear that confidence about Munchie and Samikin, and I mean, Tier 2 fans know Samikin for a long time now, and Munchie finally making his NACL debut, very exciting as well. Before we let you go, DeAndre, any other last words you would like to have before you get ready?
No, I just want to shout out to like Blue as an org. You know, I think they're all amazing staff that work with me, and like even like the ones who work behind the scenes, they are all great. They are like all good person, all good human beings, and they really work hard for the whole T2 environment. I think that Blue is really doing a lot for the scene and doing a lot for us. So it's really an honor to work with them. And of course my players, right? They are just like the best player ever, and I really hope they have fun. I'm really focusing on the second split, to be honest. I think our project is a really long-term project. So I just see like all of these matches as a stage streams, to be honest. So I just want them to have fun, and we're gonna fix our mistakes. We're gonna like see the good things we did, and that's it. So I just want them to have fun and to always be successful, either in their lives and in game, you know. So yeah.
Excellent to hear, DeAndre. Thank you so much for your time.
You're
Go
welcome.
ahead and get ready for your epic best of 3 against Dorado Gaming. Best of
Thank
luck,
you very
and
much.
we'll see you next time.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
I like the transparency that DeAndre gave us there on the interview. Not only is saying like, hey, we're more focused for Summer Split long term, because this is the road to LCS at the end of the day. You know, there's a huge win in being one of the top 2 finishing teams for Spring Split and determining your group draft for second split. But at the end of the day, if you make the run, regardless of where you started from, as long as you're not getting relegated, you can still make all of the finishing touches and polishes and peak at the right time, which would be towards the end of Summer Split, where you get into that promotion tournament and then try to eventually take out all the other competing teams, as well as Disguised, who currently are defending that guest spot in LCS.
That's right. So it's really cool to hear that confidence in players like Munchie and Samikin as well, and a player that we've seen some good things from over the first couple of years, but to just definitively say on broadcast that he is the second best mid in the league, in a league with Spyrax and Insanity, I love that, and I really hope we can see some of that from Samykin, not today, throughout the rest of the split, because he is a player that we want to see some growth from, because he could be making that push to LCS if we saw a little bit more.
This is definitely the year where Samykin can make a push to define himself as one of the best mids here in NACL. And speaking of which, he, alongside Munchie, the new face on Blue Otter and in the scene, alongside new face to the org, but not new face to the scene in Ariana, who is now joining this roster alongside Rovex and Spawn. Rovex and Samykin, obviously the tenured members on this roster from last year. Spawn coming in after Array was previously on this roster, but brings a pretty nice amount of experience just from his time bouncing around Tier 2 and a brief stint in Tier 1 with Dignitas. So, Blue Otter as a whole, it's an exciting project, and on the flip side, you look at Dorado Gaming, who is their opponents on the other side of Summoner's Rift. There is not only a mix of some faces that we saw for the first time last year in various teams, but also new face Redemption, who a lot of our broadcast colleagues are saying is the most exciting part of this roster.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you've seen a couple of familiar faces. I know LoJazz, of course, started in this league with Blue Otter. Of course, we saw Adam and Hub playing for Polestar last year as well. And yeah, Redemption, really the only tape we have on him, from what I understand, is him subbing last year for the Ducky Getters and had a great performance then. So it does make you excited to see what he's going to be able to do going into this split here on this team. So he's definitely somebody to be watching out for.
Going to try to make the best out of an awesome opportunity of being able to play in NACL for the first time, and a majority of these players were kind of faced with a similar sentiment when they first made their debut last year. They weren't necessarily on super strong competitive rosters, so it's just playing for the experience of being here against some of the best that Tier 2 has to offer. It seems like we're going to be taking a short break before we get ready for our second series of the match, so no break. Yes, break.
Sounds like we're good, Mark.
Okay. So we will be back as soon as possible. Welcome back, y'all. Getting ready for our second best of 3 between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming. First thing to queue up, we have our face-to-face match-off in the support role this time, as we were already hearing a lot of good things about Redemption coming in and making his NACL debut, whereas when he's playing against Rovex, this guy is quite the NACL journeyman and tier 2 overall. He has played not only in multiple rosters as a support, but he's also had experience as a mid laner before transitioning to this new role.
Yeah, Rovex is definitely a player. While he has shown us some highs and some lows, some of his best performances have directly led to the success of teams like Blue Otter. And he's just had some great performances, even going back years to when we were still having proving grounds and things like that. You called him a journeyman, Mark, and I think that is very accurate. So will be really interesting for Redemption, who just joining the league, playing his first match, has quite a matchup ahead of him.
Both of these two supports going to be trying to make their gameplay as sharp as possible. Shout outs to Phillips, Norelco OneBlade, as we get ready for the draft phase in just a few moments here between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming. I think one of the important things about this roster for Blue Otter in particular is that Munchie, someone who also is making their NACL debut this year, I've heard around the block that he has made significant improvements in the past couple of months. And I think when you have someone like Rovex, who is a very experienced voice, it can help Munchie establish that leadership prowess and voice that he needs when you are playing jungle in competitive.
Yeah, something he's going to need to definitely work on to help kind of fill that gap that he is here in Blue Otter. And talking about the picks and bans, I mean, if you're watching NACL or just Blue Otter for the first time, that Zoe and that Mel ban, that's for Samikin. He is a problem on those champions, and those are two champions he almost never gets to play. So nice advantage in pick ban to have to get those taken away all the time.
Yep. And then when we look deeper into the champion pool, if you are really interested in like some spicy picks, then you'll see things like the Lux from Samikin or even a Vex. But that will only happen if the matchup calls for it. We'll see if Samikin plays something a little bit more standard. Orianna Azir taken off the table from Adam, as well as the Karma. We already saw how powerful Karma can be with those mantra-inspired shields. So a lot of junglers are available, but you know what is available, Beatdown? We haven't seen it yet, but Seraphine was banned in both series, and that is a common pairing with this Ashe that just got first picked.
Yeah, very likely something, even though she is popular in support. Samikin actually does play a fair amount of Seraphine himself. So it could be something they're angling for, just to take away that pairing immediately. Could work pretty nicely with the Nocturne, if that's a route you want to go. There's also the Nico that's available too, but of course, again, you risk giving up the Seraphine in the process, so it may not be ideal.
We'll see what route Blue Otter wants to go for. Low-key, I like either prospect, if you take the Seraphine for yourself or the Nico, because both of those ultimates can be better masked now by this Nocturne paranoia that was locked in for Munchie. But Blue Otter gonna keep their cards hidden for now, thinking about maybe just locking in their AD carry of choice for spawn in this Ezreal. And while he's not gonna have the Karma common pairing with him on this rotation since it was banned, Blue Otter can always look to another support to pair with Sim.
Yeah, fair enough. And there it is. You get the Xin, and you also have the Seraphine, gonna synergize very nicely with fighters in general. And of course, the pairing with Ashe is very powerful as well. So there is that Nico option. You have that Nocturne Nico combination, which is very powerful. You turn out the lights, you make it harder to dodge that Pop Blossom, and you're able to do a lot of work here. So it's a big wombo combo that Blue Otter have kind of set themselves up for. And we're going to find out whether or not it's Samikin or Rovex, probably Rovex, who are playing that one.
Sure. So far, it seems like Blue Otter are more favored for that early mid-game spike with things like this Nocturne and the Nico, not necessarily scaling as hard once the game goes later and later on, unless you do have that natural gold advantage. Ezreal can kind of hold his own, but if Dorado ever decide to go a tank in the top side for decoy, Ezreal tends to suffer in trying to take down big meat sticks later game.
Yeah, I mean, luckily there is an option for Orianna, of course, to go a more damage-oriented top laner. I mean, Jax being a #1 option that does come to mind there. So a couple of options for Blue to be able to play this one out, and we'll see what Dorado Gaming want to round out this composition with as well. Like, what's Adam going to be playing when we get to that point in the draft? I know the Ahri is a big one for him. That's a pretty big takeaway.
Mbessa also banned away. It would have been a nice champion for Orianna to have to use as a carry threat, as you mentioned. Yeah. Can deal with tanks later on in the game, thanks to the fact that she gets scaling armor penetration from ranks in her ultimate. Another classic pick for Samikin.
Of course.
Anything in the long-range artillery department is the way, and definitely one that is not too untraditional when you think of like meta champions. It's definitely not something that not a lot of mid laners are picking these days, but it's not one that we haven't seen before. So Blue Otter really not showing anything too surprising from the get-go.
No, definitely not. And it still works too, because you're playing into this kind of range identity poke, wanting to outrange your opponents, especially this way where you can get a lot of damage done later on into that game from very far with those severing bolts. So it is that tank route, as you mentioned, Cassante there in the top side. So it does mean that, you know, not a whole lot of tank busting capability here from Blue Otter. Does mean that they're going to need to be careful about letting this game go on for too long here. And Ariana, he's having a little fun with us with these hovers.
Ends up going for the Gnar instead. I did like the Aurora ban, as not only both Samikin would have been able to play it, but good top lane flex, as Orianna, for those that don't know, was a former mid laner before committing to top lane here in NACL. So it always has that versatility of champion depth in, at least maybe for later games here in a Fearless world. But getting one final look at both of these compositions beat down, you already noted it before, it's a strong poke comp identity from Blue Otter before trying to then commit for the finisher on Nocturne Nico Pop Blossom combos, right? Dorado looks like they're just trying to 5-man death ball you here.
And it's a pretty good death ball, Mark. It's really just going to be about can Low Jazz kind of get his team through that early game. Xin, very well-known skirmisher, very well-known at being good, at being active in those early games. So he's going to need to be doing that and playing through some of his strong lanes, like that Ashe Seraphine, and using the advantage that they will naturally be able to get to try and get his team to that position where they want to win. Blue Otter, they're looking for mid-game. Post-level 6, they need to get that ball going immediately and make use of that Nico Nocturne combo, make use of Gnar as best you can. And you want to snowball yourself that way, because there's going to get to a point where the death ball is going to be too hard to face.
Yeah, and because Blue Water don't have a natural tank in this lineup here, the closest you're going to get is once Gnar goes Mega. Normally, compositions that have Ashe sometimes can run into a problem of not doing enough damage, but I feel like this constant sustain from the Seraphine and the tools that Dorado have to control the space in these fights will allow them to win extended skirmishes and long drawn out battles once we get post 20-25 minutes. So I'm definitely with you that Blue Otter, the imperative is on them to make sure that when this mid-game stride happens, they hit it hard and they never let go.
That's exactly right. A little bit of fighting already. Anakin, I don't think that's quite orthodox on the way, but either way, you're playing into Victor, so it's going to be a lot of poking, but mostly farming. And that isn't exactly where I'm expecting much of the action to happen. I say this, but Samikin, he's getting walked down. Just looking at the little medallions there.
So far, seems like Adam has been able to cleanly take a majority of the wave on that first push. Both of the junglers starting here on the top side of the map, which makes sense if they want to play towards this bot side. Not necessarily a ton of reliable setup for either jungler from their supports, but anytime you have Ashe on your team, you always have to be conscious of the fact that, hey, if they get them slowed and they've already overextended, we can at least try to burn summoner spells here.
I mean, especially if you land the, what is it, the beat drop for Seraphine? 'Cause if
Yep.
they're already slowed by the autos, they're just auto-rooted. Definitely, yeah, so definitely a play angle there. Something that Blue Otter are definitely going to need to be aware of. And that's why it's going to be really important to know where Low Jazz is going to be.
Nocturne, once again, a little faster on the clear versus some of his counterparts in the current meta. We'll see if that advantage can be leveraged by Munchie here, while Low Jazz is right behind him in terms of tempo. Ariana having a pretty solid laning phase so far, chunking Decoy below 50% of his HP. We'll see if Decoy will be forced to take an early base into TP anytime soon. Crab is going to be spawning in about 12 seconds here.
And of course, as you highlighted, Munchie likely going to be able to get out there first. Rovex positioning himself for a little interference. Gives both teams the information that, yep, the junglers are both in the area, but Daylight, Ward, and Munchie getting there first is going to guarantee that Scuttle Crab goes through. In fact, yeah, Low Jazz is kind of just killing time here. Trying to, oh, does he want to go for the, I mean, you bro, you're not getting it, please. Be real. Be so for real. What?
The thumbs up emote was all we needed to be said from Blue Otter there. And while Munchie did use Smite in front of Low Jazz and just kind of forced to use it preemptively, because Samick had already pushed in the wave, there was no chance that Adam would be able to contest and help get that push. So I will say, yes, Munchie's going to get a little bit of extra gold and a little bit of extra experience towards that level 6. Low Jazz is the first one back out on the map. So if there is a window to try and make an impact, it's now.
For sure, something the laners of Blue Otter need to be aware of. But it is good. If they can dodge ganks and not really fall to a play that Low Jazz might be making, this is really great to be 2 camps up for Munchie and just continue farming without any real concern. It's going to get you to that level 6 faster, like you said, Mark. And that level 6, paired with Rovex's ultimate as well when he gets there, is really that deadly combination that Blue Otter are looking to leverage here. So the sooner they get there, the better.
And we saw that Low Jazz was trying to take a peek into Munchie's jungle to see if his Raptor respawn was the first thing that came up, but didn't get a chance to catch it in time since Munchie did go red Krug's Raptors before going to his bottom side of the map. So advantage is still to Munchie, who is ahead by 2 camps pace so far, already level 5, while Low Jazz is about to hit it. Munchie now going to move in with Rovex to force Low Jazz off of these Raptor camps. Both have Smite. And it goes to Munchie.
That's brutal. The 3rd camp up. Well, he goes to collect his Gromp and Wolves. Again, Munchie just continues to accelerate himself to help some of his teammates. And it's just making that gap widen that much more. Getting closer to level 6. The fact that nothing else has really happened elsewhere, pretty good for Blue Otter right now. Of course, we highlighted Dorado Gaming. Scaled very nicely, so nothing game state is pretty great for them too. Accelerated Nocturne, on the other hand, not so great. Oh my god, he's going to hit level 6 on this camp.
Yeah. Being able to get 2 Scuttle Crabs and then a enemy Raptor camp spawn, he doesn't even have to fight for the bottom Scuttle Crab. He'll have level 6 available. I like this timer, though, from Low Jazz, making a punish onto bot lane as soon as possible before Paranoia is available.
Wow,
but it's now been hit, and Spawn and Rovex maintain most of their summoner spells. Here comes the Paranoia from Munchie. Burns the flash out of 2 carries there from Redemption and Hub. Low Jazz stands his ground, does not burn anything, but Blue Otter able to get more than what they were willing to give.
Talk about having your cake and eat it too. Munchie gets to finish his clear before joining in that play to blow up 2 flashes, and he gets that 2nd Scuttle Crab as well. Hey, first Paranoia, even though it didn't result in any kills, still a lot of value generated there, and that is only the beginning, Mark. There's still so much more that he's going to be able to do if they keep this up.
Yeah, and looking forward for Blue Otter, you've now burned all the summoner spells on Hub and Redemption. This now sets up a devastating level 6 all-in from Spawn and Rovex if Low Jazz or Adam is not there. You just going with Pop Blossom, they can't do anything about it.
No, they really can't. There's there's no response to be had. So a lot of safety needs to be considered here for Hub and Redemption and how they play these next couple of minutes, and probably some help from their jungler as well. Lojaz is starting to approach that level 6 mark in a couple of camps. But otherwise, Blue Otter pretty happy with how things are going right now. I think Dorado Gaming, even though you have scaling elements, there is that little bit of sweating happening right now. You do want to be able to get some kind of work done here with a champion like Xin Zhao.
As you mentioned during the draft, Xin Zhao will still do fine with the Seraphine behind him.
Oh,
so
yeah.
he will get a lot of utility out of it, but Munchie is going to have a lot of agency now that we are past the level 6 mark and just casting Paranoia off cooldown. Decent all-in from Ariana, just trying to force a health advantage in this top side. Doesn't look like any junglers are going to be running interference as into a quick pause, or hopefully a quick pause.
Hopefully a quick pause. I'm going to just assume you're right and say it's a quick pause because that's what I want.
Me too.
Right? So far, all things are a little slow, not too much action. We have seen some activity from both sides here. You can see the players just catching a breath right now, taking sips of water, whatever they can with the time they have. And at the moment, the big thing I'm watching right now, Mark, is two things. I'm watching Rovex's experience bar, and I'm watching the ult timer on Munchie's ultimate. It's coming up. Both are coming up very, very soon.
Yeah. I thought you were about to talk about Rovex's hair, because the profile picture we got...
I was thinking about it. I really almost brought it up. I can't lie.
No, it looks cool. He must have gotten it bleached recently, but he's got the anime protagonist look going on for him right now, which, to be fair, even though it's been Munchie that has gotten a majority of the lead this game, I think he and Rovex have been working hand in hand to push those leads together. You saw that enemy Raptor respawn was supported by Rovex right behind him so that he was moving first. And the fact that I'm not sure if Redemption has secretly done more roaming than Rovex is, but somehow Rovex is ahead of the experience curve right now. And yet I feel like Rovex has been a lot more proactive on the map compared to Redemption so far.
And you know what, Mark? That's called picking your timers. Rovex, of course, being that experienced player we know him to be, knows the angles where he's not going to be losing out on too much. You combine that with the fact that Hub and Redemption forced the flash and back in a not so great moment.
True.
Did force them to lose out a little bit in that XP department. So it makes a lot of sense. But it really is a credit to Rovex that he's able to have that impact while not only keeping up, but maintaining an XP advantage. And that's going to serve Blue Otter very well once he has that Pop Blossom. It's like the XP bar is basically touching. Like, he has more experience than Spawn right now. He might as well be level 6.
Yeah. He's just on the tip of it right now.
Yeah. It's like when you say, I'm this close to freaking out right now. My fingers are touching. See how close I am, guys? Any second now. They said
you just need one more thing to push you over the edge.
See?
Yeah, it's just...
I'm this close, guys. Same thing.
I'm just thinking of the 100 Thieves of Kali emote that we used to have.
Dude, Sniper's the GOAT, man.
Sniper is the GOAT for that. What an iconic moment, and I can't wait to see him play later today over on Conviction. But we still got Blue Otter and Dorado as we're taking a brief pause. Seems like there is some network issues over on one of the team's sides, so we're just trying to let them figure things out, and hopefully the network will stabilize. If we have to pause for longer, then we'll send to a short break. But honestly, Beatdown, I'm kind of chilling right now. So let's podcast it up.
All right.
So far,
talk about?
let's talk a little bit more about Munchie and give a little bit more context for anyone watching him. So the funny thing is, going into this season, I know nothing about Munchie. And first impressions, I'm told that, like, when he was first coming up, he wasn't necessarily that much of a leader. He had strong, like, carry mechanics and carry identity, but he wasn't that much of a talker. But recently, from sources, I have been able to ascertain that Munchie is talking a lot more, and he's been working on his comms, and he is trying to step into that more vocal role. And I think when you have someone like Rovex, who is so experienced and is so good at being able to guide younger players and younger voices, as he's done so for the past couple years of his career, I think this is a great pairing. And from what Dion Ray said confidently about what I see in Munchie, I saw on Kryra. And that's crazy. That's exciting, because we know how exciting Kryra was last year, and even some of the looks he got this year on Disguise when they made their debut LCS performances.
100%. You gotta give some credit to Munchie. He's come a long way since the third-party days, where he played with, of course, Zamudo, also in this league, and resident mid-lane GOAT, Alec.
True.
The fact that he's working on such crucial elements, I mean, really shows at least somewhat immediately the faith that their coach has in him kind of justified. And we'll see if he's going to be able to continue that one. Playing something like the Nocturne, I mean, Mark, you're a jungle player. You'd know better too that you got to be playing for yourself a little more. That involves talking. That involves saying, hey, I need this. Hey, we have to play for that because this is the best for me right now.
Assert yourself.
Yeah.
Type beat. Yeah.
Type beat.
Type beat. Can't say the other thing.
Yeah.
Munchie so far with a 4-5 camp lead over Lojaz at this point in time, demonstrated in the level difference. Yeah, and they're so far 100% in objective secure. However, Lojaz is taking this timer to recognize that, hey, Munchie wants to farm out his top side of the map, so I'm going to go for these grubs. Not sure if he'll be able to get all three, but he's been able to secure one, so has Smite for the second. He's going to take it, and yep, he's done his due diligence.
Yeah, it's still something. It's too bad he's not able to get all three, because I think even then, he's not going to be able to... I think Dorado overall not going to get that as much value, I think, out of the grubs. I mean, you have... We called it the death ball composition for a reason. They're really going to be playing to stick together.
Yeah.
So also getting only 2 out of 3 grubs. It really does feel bad, but you're denying it from Blue Otter, which is what is important here.
Not sure what I'm looking at, but what I will say is that the damage coming out already. We're a few hundred gold away from hitting first item spikes for some of these carries here, especially on Blue Otter, who are ahead of the curve. I guess Hub is somewhat even with Spawn. All out from Decoy on the top side. Ariana already used the Mega Gnar, forced to flash away. Decoy able to stand up for himself and hold his own here.
Yeah, going all out, doing nice work. If he stops the recall, okay, that would have been pretty crazy. Instead, Oriana's going to be able to get away, and that's the Ashe. You know, I can't believe we didn't mention that part.
Woo! Lojaz with the finisher. Wind becomes lightning flash. That guarantees first blood for Dorado.
Yeah, you can't get caught lacking when Ashe is in the game. You are not safe. Even if the enemy jungler isn't nearby, you never know when that arrow is going to come by and hit you. Nice play there from Hub.
Yep. It's a team effort. Adam lays down majority of the burst damage after the arrow, and then Lojaz with the finisher. I know somewhere in the world right now, Shibby is popping off for his boy. Munchie, first one to finish his role quest, or at least in the jungle, since Ariana did complete his role quest as well on the top side, having the Unleashed teleport. But this is a very accelerated Nocturne. Paranoia off cooldown, looking for the bottom lane play. Flashing over the Encore! Munchie just munched the crap out of Dorado Gaming's bot lane!
Munchie took a nice bite out of Dorado Gaming, because, wow, what an angle there. Played out so nicely by him, just mechanically. And great follow-up from Spawn and Rovex as well. This is the power of that Paranoia. This is the lead Munchie's earned for himself. He's using it well.
Beat down, it might be early, but I'm starting to become sold on Munchie. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
Oh, that was awesome. Oh, and we get the precision play replay. Let's go. Oh, it's on the mid lane. Okay, Blue Otter fans, avert your eyes. This is not the one you were hoping for.
Yeah, if we can watch the Nocturne again, that'd be cool too. But I think Munchie played that one out really nicely. Overall, well executed from Blue Otter. He's gotten them up to this 2,000 gold lead. The pressure they're putting on this bot lane is really bearing fruit. Woo! Okay, we get to see it again. And my favorite part about this really was that he flashed the Encore, was able to use the spell shield to basically tank the slow. So he could keep his move speed, he could walk his way back, so the fear forced a redemption away from his turret. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Precise mechanics for the precision play.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phillips and Ruffle One Blade. Blue Otter continuing the snowball. 1.7k overall in the bank for the team as a whole. Second dragon spawning just now on the Rift. And Paranoia is coming back up in the next 2 seconds, thanks to not only that Hex Plate, but just a great timer from Blue Otter overall. And Dorado Gaming are going to have to be a little careful about contesting this one. Low Jazz is strong, but he did burn Flash to guarantee the kill in mid lane just a couple minutes ago, so needs to make sure that he's not overextending himself.
Yeah, right now, a lot of ultimates. Yeah, go for it.
They turn out the lights. Pop Blossom still at the ready. Everyone is forced to back off for now. Low Jazz, whoa, Spawn going face forward, takes the Ash Arrow, using the cleanse, and it's the Severing Bolt to finish off Hub behind enemy lines. Blue Otter demonstrating their prowess here in game 1.
Oh, and it is looking so good, Mark. They gotten themselves another Drake. Second one of the game. And they're just continuing to advance this gold lead. It's also going to be a Hex Tech Soul. So that is a lot of power on the table if they're able to secure these next couple of dragons here. And great thing, too, Spawn gets that third plate. And overall, they're just able to stack so much gold here as Blue Otter. Genuinely, if I'm remembering that fight correctly, this damage graph might not even be a bug. I actually think Dorado didn't do any damage in that fight.
Damn.
That doesn't seem possible, but also considering the fact that I just watched them all flash and run, it's believable. You know what I mean, Mark?
Yeah, honestly, I'm willing to roll with that narrative.
Yeah.
And now Blue Otter, 2 dragons to their name, stacking the Drakes at a reasonable pace. Hub and Redemption, no flashes available, have to be careful about overstepping their boundaries. Rovex does clear out the control ward on that top side line brush. Samakin might get pressured for a dive. Flash available. Oh, he's trying to teleport out. It forces Low Jazz to flash ulti to knock him back and cancel the TP, but here comes another one from Ariana to bail out his mid laner from getting dove. And at least his mid laner will survive.
I will say, the fact that Low Jazz is able to walk away from that one alongside Adam, that is a lot of resources you get out. 2 teleports. It just sucks that, the Rift Herald was up and you lost it in exchange for this one, but still, there's an opportunity for another group play like that, and the fact is no one's going to be able to respond if they're not nearby. No team.
Can Dorado find a cross-map play to take advantage of that TP advantage? We will we'll only find out once the time comes for it. 3 minutes before our third dragon of the game, and then 3.5 minutes before Baron does spawn, as this is a curious look on my spectate screen. Adam and Ariana are in freeze frame? Not quite freeze frame. What am I looking at, Beatdown? Okay, well...
Okay, I don't know.
Well,
but
Adam must have died.
Happens.
And Paranoia was just cast, so I'm assuming Nocturne came bot with the ulti, and now Samakin's under fire. Flashing away from a couple of the spells there, but Decoy alongside Low Jazz and Redemption should be able to get this dive successfully done. Oh, the burn, the minions auto attack, and the Blackfire Torch burn is enough that Samakin makes a trade 1-for-1. Rovex now looking for an isolated hub in the mid lane turret, sets it up for Spawn to claim.
A great play from Samakin to turn that one into a 1-for-1. Best you could have hoped for. Really nicely done by him. It allows his team to get plays across the map as well. So it's all coming up Blue Otter after this sequence of events that just took place. And you're feeling more and more desperation, I bet, as Dorado Gaming. The fact that you're falling further and further behind, we're 145 away from what's going to be Blue Otter's soul point here for a Hextech Soul. So this is a lot of pressure that they're dealing with. And the more plays fall apart, the pressure only increases because when you're behind, soul point, it's really hard to come back from.
Yeah. We'll see if Dorado Gaming have it in them to try and stabilize the map from falling further apart. But right now, I am feeling very confident that Blue Otter have the mid-game advantage. They want to try and snowball this into a large enough advantage that they can close the game out successfully with. I think this third dragon will give us a strong precursor what the result is going to be like. Samikin was getting hovered by the bot side, but Paranoia used on mid, forcing Hub to flash back to safety. Does manage to get out alive, but that guarantees the tier 1 turret falling in favor of Blue Otter.
Yeah, so first brick going through. More gold for them. And another charge, probably not going to come through for this Herald. At least Dorado will be able to do that. But still, breaks open the map quite a bit, taking down that tier 1 turret. And Ariana getting this pressure too on the tier 1 turret is going to make it easier for him to go ahead and move and join.
Looks like Spawn just found a window where Hub overstepped his welcome, and Spawn shifted in. Didn't even need the flash, and his cleanse is off cooldown, so must have tanked the arrow, and I don't know, Captain Jen
shrugged it off.
Cleansed it, or yeah, just like, yeah, what about it? I'll trade this any day. Come at me, bro.
Man, really nicely done. Now, we have another fight going on here.
Samikin used ultimate. Rovix with the flash. Protobelt over the wall. Allows for a 1-for-1 so far, since Ariana did get shut down by Adam. Lojaz trying to go all out, or I should say decoy. Not able to do so. Adam now caught in the crossfire. It is Samikin's ultimate that is expended, and another Paranoia from Munchie will find redemption. Spawn picks up the double, and I think this one is looking pretty wrapped up.
Yep. The pity prizes, as you so lovingly called them, Mark, are available here for Dorado Gaming. And lordy lord, do they need them. 7,000 gold at 20 minutes. Dragon is up, but there's no way Dorado Gaming can take it. And I like that Blue Otter are focusing elsewhere because they know they have opportunities to just squeeze more gold out of their opponents. They can take this dragon whenever they want, man. At their leisure.
Yeah. This is quite a strong showing from Blue Otter in their first game of the season. I know that a lot of community sentiment had Dorado Gaming towards the lower end of the power rankings for teams, but still want to give praise and credit to where Blue Otter is due, because there's a lot of skepticism and questions about how the newer pieces of Blue Otter would function going into the 2026 rebuild. And I mean, we said it a few minutes ago, Beatdown. I'm sold on Munchie right now. Just the way he is communicating with his team and making plays around them right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm for sure feeling it. Blue Otter, overall, looking like a well-oiled machine so far. And I think it would be a great start to the split for them to be able to secure this win here. I kind of get that confidence to start things off well. And really just proving, again, the faith that the coach clearly had in this mid and this jungle. We asked him, who should we be looking at? And he said mid and jungle. And so far, they have not disappointed.
Samikin's definitely been focused a bit this game, but he is still making do on not only his farm and resources, and he's still paying off with a lot of the damage follow-up whenever he's able to sync up with his team. And if he gets camped a couple times, so what? He's still ahead in gold. Yeah.
Oof, and speaking of ahead, Mark, we're looking at 8,000 now. This is a substantial advantage here. I mean, we're looking
that's not the right spawn.
That's so funny. That has to be intentional. That's amazing. It is spawn. The stats are spawn. He's playing great. But we're looking at a different spawn. You know,
that spawn
AD.
Did coach spawn AD at one point, exactly. But that's coach spawn.
Spawn coach spawn. So that's why coach spawn is also represented when we look at spawn.
Decoy might be in trouble, forced to flash away, but Ariana's got a hop and a skip and a jump and a couple boomerang tosses, sending it towards his way for the eventual rundown. Blue Otter, meanwhile, dodging out on an enchanted crystal arrow engage as it goes wide. Be down, watch out for your fridge. It might hit you in a couple seconds here.
It's okay. I'm ready to move it. Okay, I think we're good.
Nice.
It passed right by me. It was close.
Oh, good. Good. I don't think your fridge needs to be frozen any further.
Yeah, honestly, real. In fact, I might need to turn it up.
That would be the interesting trajectory to go all the way past Toronto towards the southwest here in Utah. It's like
Yeah, I don't know. Earth's magnetic pull, something, this, that. I'm not a scientist.
Not true. We don't talk numbers and we don't talk science. We just talk
good
League
Lord.
of Legends.
That's right. Not at all science, thankfully.
2.5 minutes until Hextech Soul spawns on the Rift here for Blue Otter. 9,000 gold advantage. They're pretty much fishing for one last good fight that allows them to unlock the base. And then if it's good enough, might be just time to wrap this game up and close out the game. But Dorado Gaming are still banking on the fact that their 5v5 should, in theory, be incredibly strong. The question is it strong enough to overcome this massive gold deficit?
Maybe? I mean, honestly, no. It's going to be pretty hard. This is the kind of moment where, you know, you're hoping for throws, Mark. There's no two ways about it. You are hoping your opponent lobs you a freebie, and then you got to capitalize on it. But the way Blue Otter are playing, I don't see any freebies. They don't look like a charity at the moment here. And you can see the damage that they've been doing. Now both sides are represented, and yeah, it's looking pretty Blue Otter favored.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, I miss Steve.
I do too.
The way you said it reminded me of a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Yep, it's a lot of damage. I mean, both of those conditions are technically true here, because Blue Otter have a lot of money right now.
Yeah.
9,000.
Nice segue.
It's not the what was the full thing? $1 million in a briefcase.
I give you $1 million. In cash, untaxed. A lot
right
of money.
now. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Kangas. Blue Otter are, as we've said before, massive advantage point. A good third of that advantage is in Spawn's gold right now, since he has a full item differential over Hub. And Beatdown, how familiar are you with the new item Endless Hunger?
I've seen and read all of them. Endless Hunger is the one that gives you AD, gives you haste. Isn't that the item I was like, oh, that's gonna be good on Olaf? Am I crazy?
I don't remember you saying that, but
right?
Yeah. But that is a good item for Olaf, because it's the one that Spawn has currently right now in his inventory. And this item on Ezreal is disgusting. It is filthy, bro, because the way that you get ability haste from this item, it scales with a percentage of your AD. I don't remember if it's total AD or bonus AD.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds.
I see the vision.
Yep. And your Omnivamp not only goes from 5% to 20% once you are involved in a takedown, so kind of like a reset mechanic, but this item also gives you 20% tenacity.
Yeah, that's a little disturbing.
What the hell?
I can't lie. Especially in this game, it is a very good purchase from Spawn. Gotta give him that.
Yep.
Okay, we're back. Players client
We're so Daybach.
We're so Daybach. True. Oh my god, I think my girlfriend's watching. She's gonna be like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
Why are you just randomly throwing out Koreans? Like, listen, man, when you're taking Korean classes,
I'll explain the joke to her. It's okay.
There you go. 1 minute away from Hextech Soul. 1 minute away from Blue Otter, seemingly closing out this game, and potentially one final stand from Dorado. Third items probably are not coming online anytime soon for the carries here of Dorado, so they're going to try to bank on not only the best executed 5-on-5 fight they can find, but hopefully some mistakes from Blue Otter as well.
Now that's the big question. It isn't quite the way Dorado Gaming wanted it to happen. But here is the death ball. They are grouping as 5. Try and get some kind of setup before the Drake.
Arrow finds Samakin, but the Encore's a little too late. Gets a big whiff. Ariana now full on frontlining and just pushing Dorado Gaming away while in mini Gnar form. And the rest of Blue Otter are just taking up position in the choke point in the mid lane entrance to River. And when it comes to Otters, you do not want to mess with them in their home territory. Munchie already having the Dragon at 6,000 HP. Wind becomes lightning, does not connect onto Samakin, and the rest of Dorado do not even dare to face check. But at what point will you throw it for the game, try to send it? Paranoia just used to make sure they can't get in, and Rolex with the 3-man pop blossom flash into the back line. Front line completely eviscerated by the Otters, and they're ready to sink their fangs into more. The rest of Dorado managed to escape, but they lost 3 in such swift fashion, and Blue Otter can now look to the Baron.
Right, I like the call. Ignore the tier 2 and secure the big purple worm. Blue Otter have officially destroyed this game. Now they have everything they need to close it, take us to the game 2, and become one step closer to their first win so far in the league.
Very, very strong look from Munchie in his first game in the NACL so far. Regardless of strength of opponent, this is always nice to have just in terms of confidence and momentum building for the rest of the season, especially considering how much praise Dion Ray had for this guy going into this match.
Right now, Blue Otter aggressively taking the Hex portals, as they know Dorado Gaming have to respect the power that their opponents are dealing with, or holding on to right now. And you can see them doing this 4-1 here, just to ensure that they can break open the base. And you got to imagine with this advantage they have, they are certainly going to succeed. And all it takes is one fight. And for Blue Otter, not even have to think about the Elder. Just end the game right here and now.
Yep. Unfortunately for Dorado, they're sending Decoy just to pick up some objective bounties to get some extra gold back in their pockets, maybe get a 3rd item spike on some of these carries and force a fight on the defense of their base. But Blue Otter are so damn strong. An astounding 12,000 gold advantage. That is usually past the breaking point of no return in a lot of these games here.
Yeah, it really is. Now you can see it. Empowered Cannon Minion doing work while they wait for the next wave. And nobody is there to answer Orianna, and he's Mega Nard, by the way. He can just come from the back. Set up a crazy play with that ultimate.
I can appreciate the restraint from Blue Otter, not to just fully send it. It would have been so epic, though. Just turn out the lights and then suddenly flash 5-man Gnar ultimate, but have to pay respect. Want to make sure that the closing of this game is executed well. Blue Otter looking for Lojaz with the Samakin ultimate. He dashes out of the way. Severing Bolt almost finishes him off. And Decoy trying to frontline for his team. Force the flash. Severing Bolt will not connect. Quick heal from his team. And the siege continues from Blue Otter.
When they're getting it, man, their damage from range, that poke is unbelievable. Now they got to send it.
Good flash from Samakin, gets out. Rovex with the Pop Blossom onto the front line. They're trying to hold the door as long as possible, but they're gonna blast on through. Triple kill for Spawn, maybe a quadra, but Munchie will put an end to any Penta Dreams in this first game. Blue Otter, in dominating manner, will take down Dorado Gaming in game 1.
Okay, what a great start here for the boys in blue. Be able to finish this in sub 30-minute fashion. A great look for this team so far to open up the series.
What more can we say, Beatdown? I mean, that was an impressive debut from Munchie. Still has at least one more game to play against Dorado to complete his series debut. And hopefully it is just as clean and as dominating as that one. We'll take a quick look over at the post-game stats. But honestly, Beatdown, I have nothing but praise and now really high expectations and excitement for this roster. I know that there's still an entire series to play out, but I'm ready to see how Blue Otter will play against other teams for the rest of the split too.
Yeah, me too. If they can keep this up, they will be an exciting team to watch going forward. But you're right, for now, we got to finish out the series and see if they can do this all over again. Got to give a quick shout out too to Rovex. I think that Nico was insane, and something that I think going forward teams may not want to allow him to have. And the fact that he's able to impact the early game so effectively and just do so much more than his opponent was huge. And I think a really big part of why Munchie had such a substantial lead.
Yeah. Yeah, and we talked about that experience. Understanding your timers is so crucial and can be all the difference in a lane matchup like that. But it's time for a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2 between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things.
for game number 2 between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming. A massive stomp by the Otters over their opponents in that first one. So they are now one game away from winning the series and then proceeding to our final series of the day between Conviction and Maryville University, which is definitely, I would imagine, either the match of the week or pretty damn close to one of the hypest matches of the weeks.
Yeah, definitely a great match to end our first day on as well. So it'll be really exciting when we get there. But for now, we're going to see if Dorado Gaming can maybe delay that match a little longer, Mark. Maybe show us something different. Show us game 3. The thing all casters love to see. Or game 5 in best of 5. You get it.
True. A series going the distance. Or a series on our hands.
Ah,
as
yes.
some might say.
The famous ism.
The classic. The classic. Going into draft 2, like we talked about in draft 1 for Blue Otter, they haven't really shown anything that is a big surprise for us here so far. A lot of their comfort picks were banned by Dorado, respectively, towards Samakin, as you noted, the Mel and the Zoe taken away, but still got to Rocket on the way. And there's many control majors that are still up for grabs going into the second game.
Yeah, again, that draft advantage cannot be understated when you have these pocket picks that you always succeed on, to the point where, you know, you have to use bans that cannot be used for more popular meta champions. It feels really difficult to draft around as a team. And now that Aurora might be something that Samikin's looking towards, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw all 3 bans go his way, because that's another champion that he is great at.
Definitely see how it all pans out as we are kicking things off hot for the second draft of the series. Rise and Azir both eliminated by Blue Otter from the draft. Zoe and Karma. So not an immediate Mel ban, but if we think about what the draft was from Dorado in that first game, Ashe Seraphine, makes sense why they prioritized the Mel right away as a ban.
Yeah. I mean, it's still possible that they could ban that there on 3. J4 being taken out there. Wow, so they're going to focus on the Orianna. So it means the Samikin does have an opportunity, can go for the Mel, could be angling forward with the J4 ban if he wants to play something a little less mobile, because he punishes that really well. But for now, it's Pantheon, surprising no one. Wait, what am I?
I think Blue... No. So we're in something called first selection beatdown.
Oh,
so,
that's right.
Yeah, where sometimes teams, even if they're red side, they get first pick. And I'm assuming that Dorado should always have like first pick of like what they want. I'm assuming Dorado probably picked, we want blue side, and therefore Blue Otter said we want first pick. We're not sure, but Dorado are second pick, but blue side, and Blue Otter are first pick and red side. So Yunara, is this just a Yunara Lulu slam right out the get-go?
I mean, it would be good. You could pick Vi on 3 if you really want her, and it would be fine. But maybe they're not really sold on what they want to put Redemption on just yet. And of course, it gives that opportunity for a denial from Robex. We'll see if he actually wants to go that route. Could set up Spawn for a hyper carry of his own.
This tells me that Redemption has an answer into the Lulu support, because you're not in threat of losing Vi to Blue Otter if they've already locked Pantheon, unless you think Pantheon top or Pantheon support has suddenly become a thing. I mean, not saying that Pantheon support isn't a thing. We've seen some instances of it, but Pantheon jungle is so strong in this meta right now. But Dorado, they've given over the Lulu. They pair it with a Sivir. So now Redemption has his choice of the matter. There's a lot of fun hovers here that I'm seeing, but as we learn to beat down, we're going to wait until the very end to see what they want to round it up with. I will say that they can always still go with another enchanter. They don't necessarily need engage or diving support, because you already have the Vi, but you don't want to leave the Vi isolated by yourself if you're not going to plan to dive with any of your solo laners. So 2 diving forces in the Alistar and the Vi combined for Dorado.
Yeah, and it does indicate to me that Decoy probably isn't going the more engaged tank route. They maybe want to set him up for. They maybe want to set him up since he's going to have that potential counter pick on 5 for maybe something he can use to kind of get a win up on Orianna and try and carry a little bit more in the side lane and in those team fights.
I'm almost about to beat down. What are the bans from Dorado and Blue Otter? Did I stun lock you?
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, Mark, but no hablo español.
Oh, well, don't worry. We'll teach you, brother.
Oh, yeah? I don't know if I can handle a third language right now.
Come on, flex that polyglot abilities.
Yeah.
Lock in, bro. Yeah, well, to be a polyglot is to speak multiple languages, yeah. Or at least more than 2.
Cool. Yeah,
but Mel taken away from Samakin. Talia as a counter ban response towards Adam would have been a great combo with Vi. Just curious to see if they're going to target more mid laners or if they're going to start looking towards the top lane.
Yeah, right now, it's going to be interesting to see what Samikin is going to be pulling out. And because you have Lulu Sivir there in the bot lane, I am still kind of wondering if we're going to see that Aurora. Because they might pick for Orianna here, just expecting that it's going to be a... They might pick for Orianna just expecting that it's going to be last pick top lane there on the side of Dorado Gaming. But we'll have to see.
There's the Aurora.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they took it. Honestly, respect. It's a good combo. I think it would have been good with Pantheon, and I actually think you wouldn't want to let it go. So,
Nice. As you called, flex for Adam and Decoy potentially. So Blue Otter don't get to have a guaranteed counter pick in either lane. So just a good draft maneuver here for a fourth pick from Dorado.
Okay, but like, is this just not... I think picking Rumble here is a little crazy because do we not just pick a different mid laner for Adam like Ari? We just put Aurora in the top lane? That's a really good...
On paper, yeah.
Oh. Ari's banned, but still. Then, yeah, I mean, is that not what they're going to do?
Hear me out, Beatdown. It would be crazy if Decoy does have a pocket Aurora and plays it top, and then Adam plays whatever mid lane.
This is literally what I was thinking. This is literally what I was saying. Like, pick an AD mid. Yeah. Get walked. Like, Blue Otter said, you're not like that.
Okay.
Adam said, watch me.
So, if memory serves correctly, Adam did have not a pop-off Vayne game, but he had a pop-off Tristana game during his NACL debut over on Polestar, that's right. And he looked pretty damn competent and proficient, and he was like solo killing Spyrax in the Tristana versus Azir matchup. So Adam throwing down a lot of confidence here, saying, you know what? We've successfully gotten not only a counter pick for our top lane, Aurora versus Rumble, but also Vayne into Galio. I mean, this is the cap special. Dylan, we must go Vayne here. Trust. And Adam saying the same thing to his coach, although I think the coach name should be Swamp, because Dion Ray was the coach for Blue Otter, and Bobby, we must go Vayne mid here. And you know what? Beat down when the game 1 draft and the execution and the result turned out the way it did. I'm down for Dorado just kind of sending it with a more unorthodox draft here.
Yeah, this is more of a draft we'd probably see like last year, since we're really big on enchanters right now for the support players. But I mean, it makes sense given how we ended things in this draft for Dorado Gaming. Vi needs a buddy to be able to do anything in this early mid game, because now, Vayne, you should have an advantage against the Galio, but you're not gonna be doing much until you get some items. Yunara, you're not expecting much until you get some items. So while on paper lane matchups are good, the execution, there's gonna be a lot of onus here on Dorado Gaming to make sure they can keep this early mid game steady and not get their crucial carries caught out in the lane phase.
Very true. We'll see how it all unfolds as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2 between Dorado and Blue Otter. And I'm very excited to just see how the mid lane matchup pans out. Samakin, I don't know how many Vayne mids you've played in your career or your lifetime, but get ready to not have a fun time, friend. This is
I mean, Samakin's been playing. He knows this sucks, and he's I'm sure he's not excited about it. So we'll just it's really just going to be about whether or not Munchie can punish him, because of course it's the Pantheon. So there's a lot of gank potential. Adam's going to need to be very cognizant of that. You see it running the Ghost too.
Yeah.
A little extra move speed.
I mean, this Summoner Spell is going to scale so well in later team fights when he can just pop it and try and navigate around a lot of the threats that Blue Otter have. The one thing that's going to be annoying for Adam is Munchie on Pantheon has a point-and-click stun. There's also a point-and-click polymorph from Rovex. So there's not so much you can do other than just hope that you're faster and you can kite insanely well while mitigating any chance for them to lock you down for an extended period of time. But because Lojaz has 2 winning solo lane matchups, I would not be surprised if later on Lojaz starts to try and call for his laners to either move with him to invade into Munchie's topside jungle, or even just empowering dives later on.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we know of Lojaz, where he really is more of a facilitator. Props his team up pretty well. You don't see much of him asking for resources himself. This is a scenario where he could ask a little more of his laners because of the advantages that they haven't been in top. Oh!
Close to a solo kill. Orianna burning
Pleasure
flash
shot,
for flash
yeah.
against Decoy, and not able to extend the all-in, but it is Summoner Spell for Summoner Spell, and the wave is on Ariana's side, so Decoy is going to be forced to recall and TP back.
You know, I appreciate that restraint from Orianna. Gotta imagine there is the chance the Q comes back online, and more importantly, see, I don't think there was any information on where Lojaz started and where he was. So if he was pathing top, that is a timer where he'd show up. So gotta love that respect paid.
But what if he just sent it? What if he said, I don't care if Lojaz is here.
I mean, I would feel
Wouldn't it be
amazing
funny?
watching it. Is it the correct thing? No.
Good restraint. We love calculated reserve play. Even if we have the benefit of God vision, yep, and we know where Lojaz and the enemy jungler is at all times, these players don't. And in these moments where you're operating with potentially higher tension and nerves on kind of like fully activated, depending on how like some of the younger players can adjust to playing on stage pressure versus how it is in scrims. Gotta make sure that you are fully tapped in, that you are aware of everything that is going on and not giving over any easy to punish mistakes. So far though, decent CS advantage for Decoy on this Aurora matchup into the Rumble, despite almost losing out on a all-in. And Adam definitely making sure that Samakin is not having a fun time still in this mid lane.
Yeah, that's right. Question still remains, Mark. What's Lojaz going to do with it? Getting closer to level 6? Haven't seen many ganks come through yet. But no, I would like to hopefully see something soon once he has access to that cease and desist. Just getting kills onto Adam, onto Decoy, especially, would be so huge here for Dorado Gaming. Because again, you have a good amount of scaling here on both sides. I think Dorado Gaming, it is more of a balancing act because of the vulnerabilities you're facing in lane phase, like this. Good job, Adam.
Yeah. Playing towards the top side of the river, knowing that there are no reinforcements from Blue Otter side that can cut off his retreat path. So he is able to not only continue playing out this laning phase unaffected, but also wasting some time from both Munchie and Rovex trying to help alleviate some pressure from Samakin in the mid lane.
Right now, Dragon's up, but he is just going for it. Not a whole lot of interaction going on so far. This opportunity. Ping came through that Lojaz was going top, but I like this decision again. You have Vayne Prio. If you can add some pressure here in that bot side. No TPs from top laners, so they'd have to walk straight if they want to join. But looking like Dorado Gaming is just stopping the Dragon take.
Yeah. And good restraint from Dorado. It's just one look, not even a full commit, just making it very inefficient for Blue Otter to take the Dragon, and also effectively wasting their time because now they can no longer commit because the bot wave was pushed in, so Spawn and Rovex have to move back, which means that they don't have numbers advantage on that Dragon fight anymore. So this is overall a better early game from Dorado's side, and we'll see if Lojaz can try and inflict some pain into Munchie's topside jungle, but Hub and Redemption might be in trouble. There's two fights going on. Hub forced to flash and pop the barrier. Meanwhile, Lojaz... Oh my god! Rovik still got first blood! And Lojaz is forced to flash as he went way too deep, trying to inflict some counter jungling into Munchie.
Yeah, I either call decoy sooner or just don't do that. That was definitely a flash that did not need to be blown. Level 6 was secured. Lojaz perhaps was able to steal away the Krug camp, but at the end of it, it did cost him his flash, which pretty important resource there. So I don't know if I would exactly call that worth, especially because Munchie's hit level 6 now as well. Not too much gain there.
We'll see if Munchie can find a look on the map with that Grand Starfall relatively soon. I think Samikin hasn't gotten a chance to base ever since an early TP. Has been sitting on this amplifying tome for quite some time, but finally is able to shove a wave in, and hopefully we'll get some good item components for himself. I don't even know what you build first into Vayne of all things. It looks like he knows that there's no point in trying to build defensive because Vayne does true damage as like percentage max HP, so I might as well just try to build some damage and hope that me alongside someone else can one-shot her.
Yeah. I agree. Orianna ulting for the wave. Grubs are up, so we could see an objective trade here, both sides of the map. What Matt in Dorado want to take this opportunity to go for this dragon. Now you have Adam, who's level 8, hasn't quite gotten a full item yet. He got some pretty decent damage, has Ghost, has ult. You can see Redemption and Hub angling as well just to cover their jungler, but Munchie is here, so I think we're going to see a fight for this dragon.
Munchie currently on blue buff, and the rest of Dorado take up space in this river. Samikin tries to face check. Redemption holds the line for now. Munchie tries to go in, immediately punted back by Redemption. Lojaz starts to turn the fight. Dragon still at 1600 HP. D sees a desist, he dies! Who's gonna secure the dragon now from Dorado? They can't! The dragon resets, Munchie goes back in, Redemption forced to flash away. Hub and Adam trying to hold the line now, but they don't have a front line anymore, and the Comet Spear fade away from Munchie finds its target. Adam forced to flash over the wall, even popping the Ghost for that play, and it all goes sour for Dorado.
Yeah, that is brutal. This comp, you know, a couple more items in the back pocket mark. That fight looks great for Dorado Gaming, but they're not there yet. They haven't hit the breakpoints that they need, so you're just seeing Adam is... Yeah, that's really bad. That's... Oh, my day. Yeah, Mark, that's bad. It's not a good look. As much as, yeah. It feels really bad to lose a fight like that as Dorado Gaming, because you're hoping to play this tightrope kind of early game because you're dealing with champions like Pantheon and Galio. So trying to fight them like that, pretty difficult, and they pay for it. Now, they lost whatever advantages they were gaining. They're down 2k gold, and they have nothing to show for it, Mark.
Yeah. Not sure if we'll get a replay, but if we do, I just want to watch what... Dorado fans definitely don't want to see that one again, for sure. But if we do, I think the thing we have to look at is trying to see if Dorado just had a misunderstanding of what the condition and the goal of the fight was. Whether, are we playing to burn the dragon? Are we playing to turn? Who's supposed to do what? Whose job is who? Because I thought that the rest of Dorado are holding that choke point while Lojaz burns the dragon. Yeah. And then when I saw Lojaz sent it while it was 1600 HP, like 600 HP away from being able to smite it. Yeah. I was confused. I was aghast.
I would say I concur, Mark, because I was also expecting, yeah, I mean, their attention on this dragon for another second probably gets them the secure. I think the problem, you know, benefit of the doubt, this fight happens this way, whether they take the dragon or not. So maybe the concern here is that, okay, we have an angle, let's get the drop on them, and if we succeed in this fight, we can have it both ways. We can win this fight, and we can secure the dragon. So it was a risky play for what they must have seen as a better outcome. It's just tough because the way their comp works, that's very difficult to make work.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, regardless of what the game plan was, the execution fell flat for Dorado and Blue Otter with a massive punish, despite a solid start in just from the laning prowess and the laning setups that the draft had set up for them at the beginning of this game, because now Samakin can pressure Adam easily. Thankfully, Redemption is here behind him to make sure that Samakin cannot get much more out of it. There's no flash on this Galio, so that sets up a nice shutdown for Adam's Vayne, but Munchy's coming in with a movement speed off the empowered Aegis, but Low Jazz blocks the engage. Pulverize from Redemption, and they get the kill onto Rovix. Low just punching through Munchy's body. They might be able to get one more auto attack. Adam using the passive from Vayne. Redemption willing to tank the turret. You know, ideally it would have been on Adam, but you know what? They got the gold. They got the gold at the end of the day.
They did, and you know, that's fine. That's good. I would have liked it more if they went straight for grubs, because it was a pretty beefy timer there for Munchy, but I guess Low Jazz not liking his chances, and of course he had the Sundered Sky ready to go. But that's a play that feels good if you're Dorado Gaming. I really didn't believe in it, I can't lie, Mark. But the fact that it worked, get some gold back into their pockets, especially in the hands of Adam and Low Jazz, that's where you want it to go. I am ignoring the gold that went on to Redemption. I'm ignoring it. It didn't happen. So don't bring it up.
At least he has a locket. It's
yes, nice. He does. He earned that by himself through the support quest and assists.
Yep. Checks notes. Looks good. All right. Next objective. Next objective. The grubs have yet to be taken by either jungler here, and they're only going to be up for another minute and a half before the Rift Herald spawns. So time's a ticking. Where's my white rabbit with the clock picture?
True.
This the little stopwatch from Alice in Wonderland is like, I don't know if you can hear this.
Oh, no, I can't.
No, dang. I'm like tapping my wristwatch right now just to symbolize it, but
I'm picturing it. If that helps.
Thank you. Thank you. 2.5 minutes before second dragon of the game. Dragon stacking a little bit slower this game, as we already saw the first dragon was successfully stalled by Dorado when Blue Otter went for it originally. Then the second dragon, not so great from Dorado, and Blue Otter eventually took it for their first dragon of the game. And now, first items are coming in for a majority of these champions, and Adam with the experimental Hex Plate Rush. I'm a fan.
Oh, yeah. I like that too. It's a good look.
I think this is what, if I'm trying to think, when I first saw Vayne mid in LCS, like last year or 2024, it was between Insanity and JoJo. I just don't remember if it was JoJo playing Vayne or if it was Insanity playing Vayne. Because one was playing Sion and the other was playing...
It was Insanity playing Sion and JoJo played Vayne, I remember.
That's, yeah. I think he also went Hexplate. Just the ultimate ability haste and the extra durability stats from the HP and and you also get a ton of movement speed and attack speed upon first casting your ultimate, which is it's really nice, and it makes it so that Vayne does not easily get one shot in these mid game fights.
Yeah, something Adam is very much hoping he can do. Right now, minute till the next dragon coming through. Big break, so it won't be a Hextech Soul. Looking at current strength, I mean, realistically, Dorado Gaming, still tough. You're waiting for that second item, this Vayne and Yunara, but you know, if they find an angle similar to what they found in the mid lane, where LoJazz can get it set up with that cease and desist. All it takes is a pick on a key target, like Spawn, like Munchie. You take them out, next dragon's yours.
Yeah. It's that simple. Coach by beatdown.
I don't know if anyone wants that.
Might be a good fragrance idea, though. Oh, I think Coach is already a well-known brand, now that I think about it.
No, but we'll that's the brand. We'll call it the scent. They can't, I think they can own that. Okay? I don't know.
Not sure. Only time will tell. We'll have to look in that after the broadcast. But for now...
Only Jensen didn't take Bodied. Bodied by Beatdown would have gone crazy.
Dude, Bodied by Beatdown goes so hard, man. That's like up there with Sauvage by Dior. I think that's
wow,
like,
thank you. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm really hyping you up right there.
I
Anyway,
know.
fight for Hextech Dragon between Dorado and Blue Otter. Wait a minute. LoJazz already sending it on to Munchie. Not a lot of follow-up. Punt away. Okay, well, red carpet is laid down on the exit route from Dorado, and they take some damage. Looking to re-engage off of LoJazz's Vault Breaker, but they just push them back behind this wall. Adam starting up the dragon. LoJazz tries to turn it again. Redemption sends it. Pops the ultimate from the Alistar. Not really everyone is following up, though. Ariana has a flank angle. Adam tries to press forward and pops the ultimate. Does burn down Munchie, so they don't have to deal with Comet Spear Smite anymore. This dragon belongs to Dorado.
And this is the fight that they were expecting when going for that first Drake. We have good health bars on Blue Otter side, though. They can force.
Whoa, Ariana did flash and force the flash out of Hub.
Wow.
Decoy Dove finds a straggler in spawn. Rovex forced to flee. Samakin comes in with the flash taunt and the knockup with the Justice Punch. Trades it back on to Adam for a big shutdown. Does come at the cost of his own life, and Ariana can't really follow and clean up the play here. The rest of Dorado have sectioned him off, and he is completely isolated unless he can get to this blast cone in time. But Redemption, nice flash by LoJazz. Pops the blast cone before Ariana can get farther. Finds a shutdown onto Decoy's Aurora, and this game is insanely bloody here.
It is, and it's looking like Blue Otter are the ones shedding a lot of blood. Now you can see Dorado not only catching up, they've gotten a pretty sizable gold lead there, and you can see it, the value here, as long as LoJazz and Redemption especially, when he has that Unbreakable Will up, is able to soak up damage, you just keep these fights going longer. And that's not only great for Redemption, he can use more spells, but the more time, the more damage both Adam and Hub are going to do, making use of their respective passive. The LoJazz and Redemption, got to give them props, keeping these fights as long as possible to make that happen.
Boom. Precise flash frame from LoJazz to make sure that Ariana was not going to get out alive. Where does that leave the gold lead? Dorado now ahead by 2,000 in this second game.
Looking good. Right now things have slowed back down a little. Only objective to really fight for is the Rift Herald. Actually, it may not even be... Will they have enough time? Ooh.
Munchie sends it with the Grand Starfall, tries to stun up Decoy, but Between Worlds allows him to escape. Still ends up being a turret 1 gained for Blue Otter in that push. But everyone else from Dorado is pushing their efforts on the top side and taking up space. Rift Herald also should be secured here by LoJazz shortly.
Yeah, we'll call that a win. As long as it doesn't time out, which I don't think it will. That should be a great way for them to also set themselves up for the next Drake. Get them their second one and continue Drake stacking here. So while there was a hiccup around that first Dragon fight for Dorado Gaming, I think so far it's been kind of solid. Again, the Vayne pick was a little unexpected, but in a way, Blue Otter did set themselves up for it in draft. I didn't think Dorado Gaming would capitalize.
Yeah, I would have to go back and check to see if Adam has ever played a competitive game of Vayne mid, whether here in Tier 2 or in any of the Tier 3 tournaments that go on in between the off seasons. But so far, it has led to him at least getting a solid gold advantage in lane. And the 1 or 2 fights that he's unleashed his ultimate has definitely gotten a lot of value. We'll see if Blue Otter can recalibrate to this new threat and see if they can find a way to come back, or if this will be Dorado slowly bleeding out Blue Otter and pushing us to a game 3.
That's the question. Again, time, I would argue, is on Dorado Gaming's side. They have a lot of scaling in their favor, so the longer this game goes and the longer they hold on a lead, I really am liking their chances to take us to a third game. The Blue Otter, the pressure is really on them to be able to find successful angles. They tried it with that bot lane dive. They have a lot of global ultimates to be able to make plays. The last one didn't work, but they'll have the chance to make more. That's really what it's going to take at the moment, Mark. Or if you're able to get a stun onto somebody like Adam or Hub, you don't have an enchanter on your side the way Blue Otter and Balulu. There's a chance.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Bye-bye.
Well, what we talked about before, LoJazz being a prime facilitator and known in his career so far here in the Tier 3, Tier 2 scene as one trying to play to his laners and get them rolling and snowballing. That's exactly what is happening with this Vayne Vi setup. Just whatever side lane Adam is on, if someone is overextended, it's an immediate kill setup. And 30 seconds before the third dragon of the game spawns, they won't have a cease and desist available right on spawn, but I think Vayne's ultimate will be back up in time. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. I think if they stall long enough, LoJazz will probably get his ult soon. Harold's definitely going to help with that. Should be able to get them another turret and more kills if Blue Otter aren't careful. Redemption, he has the flash ready to go. He has the unbreakable will, so you know he's efficient. Sniffing one. Anyone close to me? Anybody too close? I'll get him.
It's on them to try and be the steady ones in making those pick engages because they got to be quick. Dorado pushing off Blue Otter away from the dragon. Are they? No way, they're pinging the Baron. I was about to say.
No. Come on, no.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah, it would have been crazy. Even 2 items, I don't know. Baron's pretty beefy nowadays.
Yep.
Ooh.
Lovic's in trouble.
Oh
my goodness. Adam is pumping with damage off of that Essence Reaver and Hexplay 2-item spike.
Yeah. All right. It's a good look there for Adam. You know, Mark, we were talking about new items earlier. What is there an angle for, what was it, Hex Optic?
I don't know about Hex Optics, but
the one that
maybe
gives you range on takedown.
Oh, that is Hex Optics. Or hang on, I think that's Hex Optics. Yeah. I have no idea.
World.
I was looking at Vayne common builds, and it is already betrayed by what Adam built as his first 2 items. So I don't know what to trust anymore or what to look to.
Yeah, already in uncharted territory.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know if there's any reason to build both Hexplate and Fiend Hunter bolts because both give ultimate ability haste, but if it is good, that would be insane uptime on this final hour.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Adam will show us. He'll take us on this journey.
We're just here for the ride. Yeah.
Exactly.
Even though Adam has definitely been the flashiest one with this Vayne mid pick, I want to give credit over to Decoy, who does have a 2,000 gold advantage over his counterpart against Ariana's Rumble. And we know that this is an Aurora favored matchup. Ariana almost had a solo kill onto Decoy early on in the game, for those that don't remember, but unfortunately, they never got a chance to leverage it, and the couple times that Ariana was picked off in the side lane has given Decoy a lot of free time to just make that advantage happen for himself.
Yeah, and again, remember, Blue Otter, they opened this up in draft. Aurora was showing. Dorado hadn't actually picked their top laner yet, and Blue Otter picked the Rumble right into them. So they really kind of did this to themselves. Can't stress that enough. And yeah, I agree. Decoy's been playing this one out really nicely. Has been a very stable pillar for his team in that side lane with how much gold he's been able to earn. And it's going to reflect in the team fights with the damage he's going to be able to do.
Overall, Dorado's setup is looking pretty strong here. You have a burst mage, you have 2 marksmen that can kind of pop off in these fights, and then not just 1, but 2 reliable ways of engaging and starting off a fight. And because now they have the gold lead, I think you can, I don't want to say be careless, but you can feel more confident about about the engages that you're picking, as long as your marksmen are right behind you. Your damage dealers can immediately follow up on any picks that you look for.
Right. Honestly, I honestly agree. I mean, you have really great engage ultimates. Again, low jazz redemption. Can't be understated, the engage power they have here on this My Alistar. So it's really just about whatever angle they feel like they can try. They should just go for it. And there's honestly an angle with double marksman. Just a reminder, because we don't see this one very often. You take Baron very quickly.
Yeah.
Like Dorado Gaming, if Blue Otter aren't careful, they could just take that before they even know it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the vision situation was like in Blue Otter's Blue Quadrant Jungle where Munchie was, but if they knew, they could have just ripped it right then and there.
Yeah, for sure. I think the fact that Robex was even checking, really to his credit, just clearly recognizing that, like, yeah, we could lose this any second now.
Yeah, because it's not just any double marksman, it's freaking Vayne as one of them, who just will shred that thing insanely fast, even if Yunara's not there. And if you have both Adam and Hub hitting it, that's Blue Otter are gonna always have to be wary of that potential threat. And because these side laners are now so insanely strong, it's hard for Munchie to commit to either one of these laners because you don't really know for certain who is protecting them.
Yeah. Right now, things are slowing down quite a bit, but Dorado Gaming still having that pressure on the map. Oh my god. Cool, man. I mean, no MR, so feels good. That's just the damage that Decoy is putting up right now.
Definitely not feels good for Munchie, who will try to jungle privilege his way back to full HP. Another dragon has spawned. This would be the third one for Dorado. Low jazz. Cool. Quick vault breaker forward. Doesn't really go for anything else. It's a fake.
Confidence mark. That's what it is. Just dashing in there saying, that's right. I can press R on you at any moment. Respect that.
I like this from Dorado. They have Decoy pushing up on the top side while Blue Otter are pinned, forced to play for this dragon. Decoy getting a lot more gold for himself. Dorado do not have the full send it until Decoy makes his way over. Redemption forced to pop the ultimate on the Alistar. It's now an engaged cease and desist with Decoy, but Munchie was able to make his way onto the other side of the map, and he gets out from the engage pick. Samakin has to be the one that lands another look for Blue Otter to engage on. Adam already popped the ultimate, and somehow Blue Otter have burned a lot of the cooldowns from Dorado. So now it's going to be a battle of inches. Flash from Samakin, looks for Decoy, but a quick flash away. Munchie goes in. Oh, nice try, but it's Low Jazz that gets the smite secure, puts Dorado at soul point, but now they need to make their retreat. Orianna flashing forward, looking for Decoy. Still no flash on this Aurora. Grand Starfall will cut off his retreat path and ensure that Low Jazz cannot bail him out. Decoy just trying to run to the top side of the map, but should be run down eventually. I don't think he's getting out of this one.
It does look like they're okay. They are still chasing him. Oh, he might be able to execute. No?
Has it been enough time since he last got hit?
Nope. Nah, it doesn't matter. So okay. That is actually a little unfortunate with how much time he took. Just because now he's a little desynced from the rest of his team for 45 seconds. I mean, this could be an opportunity for Blue to try and push and go for Baron if they want, especially with Adam showing bot side with no teleport. So that, plus the fact that that fight didn't really go the way of Dorado Gaming, is a little concerning, but it's looking like Blue Otter don't want to actually try for it yet.
Definitely going to be grateful if you are a Dorado fan that Low Jazz did win the smite fight. So ensures that
that's huge.
You can now force Blue Otter to contest you for Mountain Soul about 3.5 minutes from now. GA has been acquired from Low Jazz, like the purchase. You are probably going on a one-way trip the next time you send it on the ultimate if Flash is also used to extend the engage range. Hub, gotta be careful, has both summoner spells available. Rest of Blue Otter taking up space here on the entrance to Baron from mid.
Yeah, Hub feeling confident. Most of his team is with him, so he's okay to step up and defend this tier 1 turret. Adam, split pushing again. Some care needs to be taken here by Dorado and how they play this out. Blue Otter, though, big power spike there for Spawn, who has that Infinity Edge. So now he can put up damage with the best of them. It's going to help Blue Otter in some of these longer fights as they play them how they play that Drake.
Yeah, both of the marksmen from Dorado at 3 items. Storm Razor picked up for Adam, so he's going to have even more movement speed every time the charge is fully available on the next auto attack, so it just gives him stronger kite ability, stronger chase down potential. This Vayne is going to be schmoovin'. We're still 2 minutes away from this Dragon Point, and Blue Otter are trying to heavily group on mid-wave because Samacan can't take it by himself. Oh, Lojaz misses the Q flash, but still sends it with the cease and desist on the Spawn, trying to get protected by the Lulu. Massive knockup follow-up by Redemption, and Adam's the one that puts Spawn into the dirt. Adam's now sectioning off Ariana, pushing him to the left side, and Dorado are singling out threats one after another. The Otters are completely dried out. A flash from Adam looking for a 4th kill onto Rovex, pins Ariana on the wall with the condemn. Lojaz is there for the follow-up, and Dorado Gaming are howling to the moon. Dorado, can they look for the end beatdown?
I think they can. We got long spawn timers, Mark, and I think Dorado Gaming are ready to take us to a game 3. They fell apart in less than 30 minutes in game 1, but look at them come back in almost the same amount of time.
Impressive turnaround from Dorado in the middle of this series off of an impressive draft and very creative out of the box. Dorado Gaming sending this one to game 3.
There you go. Doesn't feel good for Blue Otter after winning game 1 so handedly, but a really nice comeback and a great response. Got to give a shout out to the solo laners of Dorado Gaming. In particular, Adam and Decoy playing their matchups really well, playing these team fights really well, and were instrumental in securing this win here and keeping the series alive.
Love that we get to see such a stark contrast of what happens when the solo laners are set up for success here on Dorado's composition, specifically Adam on this Vayne mid. I mean, we knew that he had marksman in his pool, or at least the Tristana, but the Vayne, that was an awesome angle that they found, and now things are going to get insanely close for game number 3, and I think it puts a bigger microscope on where these draft advantages are going to be won and lost here for either teams.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. So interesting to see what both teams are going to be bringing up towards that 3rd and final game. You can see here, too, that moment where things really turned around for Dorado Gaming around that 15-minute mark. And for a while, it seemed like things were pretty tough, especially after and the way they lost that first dragon. But props to Dorado Gaming. They kept the cool head, and they just let their scaling do the talking for them.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like things could have been dark for them, but they now get to send us to a game 3. So for us, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be ready for game 3 right after this.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim.
Y'all, we're getting ready for game number 3 between Blue Otter and Dorado Gaming. And if you only watched the first game and tuned out, I understand, because that was such a dominating win from Blue Otter that I was expecting a 2-0 sweep. But Dorado have proved us all wrong, and they are going the distance here after a fantastic Vayne angle from Adam in the mid lane. And now I'm just really excited to see how this all comes to a conclusion between these two teams.
Yeah, and now you're kicking yourself for that one if you're Blue Otter with how that draft played out and how difficult the game ended up being for them as a result. So now going into game 3, you got to imagine they're locking in and they're going to try and focus on getting the best draft they can once again. And for Dorado Gaming, I mean, this is if we were just looking at these rosters and, you know, what we were talking about when we all met as a team, this isn't a matchup that we thought would be particularly difficult for Blue Otter. So the fact that Dorado Gaming take it this far is definitely a credit to them, and does open up that question: can they actually win the series as well?
Time will tell, right? And the other question is, for both of these teams, what are some of the bans are they going to let through going into this game 3? Because there's been a constant ban of Zoe, as it always seems like whenever you are playing it into Samakin, because you never ever want to give him the chance to get that champion into his own hands. But Azir has been constantly taken away from Adam. Looks like Blue Otter will be taking blue side, but they are getting second pick for themselves, so counter pick will come up to them. We flew through the bans, and Karma is currently being hovered for first pick by Dorado.
Yeah, no Ezreal available. Maybe, I mean, there are other options that we could see paired with for Hub. Karma, again, one of the most powerful enchanters, most popular for sure at the moment. So we'll see what Blue Otter are going to be responding with. As you called out, Mark, no Mel, no Orianna. So it's looking like Corki would probably be good.
Slam.
Because Corki Karma is probably pretty good, so you don't want to allow that. And there you go.
Corki Nami has been kind of like our staple, I want to win bot lane guaranteed. And Corki early damage in the laning phase, insanely oppressive. Then Nami poke and sustain, insanely impressive. So you're guaranteeing push here for Blue Otter. And I think they're recognizing, like, hey, Dorado had a really strong lane setup for almost all of their lanes, and there's not much that Munchie could do early. So we want to empower him a bit more. But curious look from Lojaz going for the Wukong, because as you called it out before, Lojaz tends to be more of a facilitator jungler. Wukong kind of requires you to be more selfish and say, hey, I'm not going for this play. I'm going to make sure I'm getting resources and gold for myself.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be paired up with Adam's Ahri champion. He's very, he's got a lot of experience on, very comfortable on, and some of his best games last year were on. So you got to imagine they're going to be working together and trying to set up potentially these big plays to lead to a charm to take down a marksman. We could see Lojaz look to play more for himself this time around, and it's tough too because I think this wasn't the game for J4 for Dorado either. So not many options left.
Yeah, both Wukong and Ahri can easily escape the Cataclysm, and if you pick the Jarvan too early, and then Hub goes for another marksman or carry that can easily escape it, then you feel pretty sad, because you don't want to just be expending ulti just for a Karma. At that point, I feel like you've already lost the plot.
True. And I like the angle here too for the Scion. You see Wukong Ahri, not the most amount of tank busting really ever. So now they're comfortable picking Scion. They're going to ban Gwen. Wouldn't be surprised if they ban something like Camille, something Decoy actually has a fair bit of time on over these past couple of years. And at that point, in that situation, it would just force Hub to have to play something with a lot of scaling into that late game.
If Hub wants to play something that can shred a tank, then probably doesn't have a lot of mobility or a lot of range at its disposal. So they're at least trying to set it up with this Jarvan ban so that the Cataclysm cannot completely ruin his day. One more bans in the chamber for both Blue Otter and Dorado. Remember, Blue Otter are going to get last pick. So it will go to Blue Otter first for the 4th pick of their draft, and then Dorado will round out their final composition with the last 2 picks.
Fair. Yeah, it's the York band, which ends up being kind of similar.
The Vex.
So,
really respecting Samikin's champion pool here.
Yeah, I mean, with all the movement that they're working with here, I kind of like that angle. Honestly, so far, Mark, I'm really feeling Camille for decoy. Especially with how mobile some of the carries on Blue Otter are looking to be. Being able to lock them down with that Hextech ultimatum is really good. And level 20 Camille sounds very scary.
All these comfort picks banned away from Samikin, but he still has a Talia available. And while it may be a discussion whether he is as proficient on Talia as these other champions, it's still a strong champion in its own right. I will say there's no guaranteed lockdown for this Talia from the jungle role so far, because Vi, Xin, Pantheon are all gone. Oh, whoa, Cho'Gath has hit the rift. Okay, that's a pretty nice way to at least deal with a tank on the other side of the lane.
Uh-oh. Mark, I don't think we're done yet. Is that going to happen? That actually, I think, would be kind of good. Just because, okay, Hub picked the Varus, which, you're going the on-hit build, will give you that DPS you need to get through some of these tanks. But if he's your main source of DPS, 2 beefy boys might be a little bit too much for him.
I think it also forces Dorado to basically say either you get to be at safe range and deal no damage with the poke variant, or you have to risk it all being in relatively short range against us and in order to burst down the tanks, which it's a pretty cool gambit that is being taken place by both of these teams. We'll find out whether Hub goes the poke variant or the on-hit build, but
surely not. I mean, lethality is pretty good right now, but it's tough. If he's going that poke build, he's basically committing to a timer where he's like, all right, I'm gonna win this game in 25 minutes. And to be fair, once he hits 1-2 items, he will be insane. But it does put himself on a clock.
Yeah.
So, I see.
Dorado have a strong mid-game spike. I think either whether it's the Varus poke build or the on-hit build, because Ahri and Wukong, that first item for themselves, Malignance and Trinity Force, is going to be insane on the side lane setups. You have a lot of mobility, you have a lot of fast play potential in trying to either shut down this Corki from snowballing or try and get into Munchie's jungle and put him behind. That being said, Munchie does clear the jungle insanely fast, and Wukong isn't one of the junglers that can not necessarily like not be aggressive, but he's not like Pantheon levels of oppressive when it comes to early invades.
So the thing, you're right. So he is playing against a Mundo, so I think it could present an opportunity since Mundo, not so strong early, wants to farm. And I think really only under certain circumstances is he going to be able to like skirmish particularly well. So if Low Jazz is able to take advantage, get himself some early advantages, I think that would work out for him pretty nicely. And also, kind of have to, because even though Hub is going the on-hit Varus, I still feel like you're on a timer as this team. On-hit Varus just gives you a chance to punch a little harder in those later stages of the game. You got to make plays.
Seeing what happens as this bot laning phase pans out. As you mentioned, lethal tempo is the start, so on-hit build. Hub understands the assignment. He's going to be tasked with bringing down these meat sticks in Scion and Mundo later in the game. Both of these junglers are pathing towards the bottom side of the map, as top lane is just a noodle fight between 2 tanks, so not a lot of investment that is going to feel worth or not a lot of payoff that will be worth the investment. So just making it so that playing towards your bot lane and seeing if there's any advantages or any relief that needs to be arranged, they'll be there.
Right now, again, I think let's just be hyped about this series, Mark. The fact that we ended up going to that third game really didn't seem like we would with how much Blue Otter dominated game 1. Dorado Gaming managed to show us something in game 2 as well, taking us to this point where, you know, we're already in game 3, digging deeper into these champion pools, pulling out some exciting stuff. And we'll see who's going to come out on top. Remember at the beginning, we were talking about Munchie and Sammykin, how much the coach praised them before the broadcast started when we interviewed him.
Oh, Munchie got the smite on Lojaz's Grump. Oh, that's
he got
huge. Yeah. The fast clear speed of Mundo, even though your skirmishing might not be like insanely strong, you clear so fast, and he gets the bot lane priority from Rovex, walks in. Didn't get the chance to see it on screen, but the CS does not lie beatdown. Munchie now has both the Gromp stolen as well as that bottom crab, takes the base. It's going to be the first one to redeploy back on the map. He can get his Gromp. I mean, he's accelerated already against Lojaz once again.
Just such a bad position to be in, like when you're playing against the Mundo. Like, you want to be getting to that level 6. You want to be getting to these key breakpoints. But the fact that you're getting outpaced by Mundo, who's going to outscale you, that's really concerning. Especially now, Munchie, he just has an excellent gank angle. Oh!
Doesn't find the first cleaver, but he's going to slow him down with auto attacks from this red buff, and I think Decoy...
He's just... Yeah, it's just easy.
Okay, beatdown. I thought that Decoy was, if he didn't flash immediately, then he was just going to accept that he is dead and not burn the flash. But then to burn the flash after, I guess he was trying to skill check Munchie to see, oh, there's no way that if I flash behind these minions that he can get me. And Munchie still gets him in the end. So skill check, Munchie wins it. And he's not really decelerated on the clear either, because Lojaz just got a chance to redeploy on the map and still ahead of the curve here on this Mundo.
Yeah, it's tough. So falling behind already as Dorado Gaming when you're on a timer really doesn't feel good. Delaying that crucial first item in level 6 that we highlighted as a big breakpoint for Dorado Gaming also isn't good. This is more of kind of what we were seeing from Blue Otter in game 1. Pressuring Dorado Gaming into a pretty unfavorable position. Still, once Lojaz and Adam hit that level 6, we do need to see them try and make plays, get some gold into their team's pocket. And right now, Orianna wants some gold.
Oh, unfortunately for Ariana, is not able to combo his ultimate into his Q in time. Decoy able to at least break down the chain with his own rupture. Lojaz manages to get the smite off his own Grump, but Munchie is level 6, and Lojaz has to give space over. Blue Otter does control this quadrant for now.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure too will give Spawn and Rovex a chance to just shove this wave in, get a nice back. And everyone's going to be able to spend that gold they've been farming up. But really, just you couldn't ask for much of a better opening here for the side of Blue Otter. Long as Rovex walks away from this one. And you know what? He is. Sorry for doubting you, Kate.
Some nasty poke, but Rovex is pulling the wave so that it all aggroes that first minion, so it should push into Spawn for him to collect very easily. W support. AD carries definitely appreciate maneuvers like that one. And gold lead hasn't broken open completely. Most of it is just really through Munchie and the small advantages as he's been able to find through counter jungling, as well as the one gank timer onto top lane. Dragon has been on the Rift for about a minute and a half so far. We got Grubs coming up in a minute and a half's time as well. We'll see where the priorities are for both of these teams on terms of which objectives they want to rush down. Oh, well, there you go.
Asked and answered. There you go.
For some reason, my mini-map betrayed me. I don't know. I swear I thought Munchie was on the top side, but he was on the bottom side taking Dragon this entire time.
Hey, you know what, Mark? It happens to the best of us.
Hmm.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Thank
Or
you.
I guess I should say I forgive the minimap, because it was obviously the minimap's fault. So it's okay. Worth noting, though, Grubs should be coming up very, very soon. Oh, that was rude. Low Jazz has hit level 6. I think that's the most interesting thing right now. He has the Cyclone. Adam has had access to his ultimate. Oh, hold on.
Oh, nice all in from Hub and Redemption. Spawn, no chance to flash away. The Chain of Corruptions tagged him for long enough. And the damage came through right on time. Rovex does have the health advantage on both of these characters, but nice Mantra Q pokes him down. Rovex now in a world of trouble, still has flash available. He needs to flash the piercing arrow. There it is.
Yeah, well played for Rovex to be able to live, but it was a great all in there from the bot lane of Dorado Gaming. This is what we need. This is what they need to be doing here, because yeah, it is on hit bars. You do scale, but you're still perpetually running out of time. So whatever advantages you can get are a big deal. Cannot be stressed enough.
That's really on Dorado's laners to try and find these advantages, because it has been quite the advantage for Munchie, who is making his way towards that Heartsteel rush. He's going to be a beefy boy quite fast into this game already. I do like the Blade of the Ruin King rush, though, from Hub, as this... If the lethal tempo wasn't enough confirmation, this definitely, you know, puts any doubt aside that this will be the on-hit build and allow him to try and burst down these tanks. Adam flicked away, as Rovex might still be the target here.
Yeah,
really nicely done by Dorado, just understanding, hey, there's no flash on this Ahri. Let's look for a pick. Oh, Charm connects. Flash by Cyclone on Low Jazz. Zamakin flashing over the wall. Low Jazz gets the movement speed and gets another Nimbus strike for the dash. Dorado back-to-back punishes.
Yeah, very nice stuff. Again, just making use of these timers where your champions are strong. You love to see it. This is exactly what their win condition is. And it's necessary because Munchie been farming this entire time and secured every grub in the process. So you need to be getting at least this much for these trades to be worth it. And the gold is hitting all the champions that you want to hit. Once the Trinity Force and Malignant's coming through, plays are going to be even more potent.
Dorado definitely need this gold lead as fast as possible. Even though the Varus will give you some late game insurance when it comes to shredding tanks, I still favor Blue Otter just in kind of compositional theory of 2 late game tanks versus only 1 from the side of Dorado, and the overall burst damage from Adam is going to pale in comparison when he's trying to look for targets that are not the squishy backline members here.
Yeah. Well, for now, minute 20 until this next dragon comes up. Blue Otter got the first one. Now Dorado in a position where they can start contesting Drakes of their own. I really think that they should, just to ensure that you don't give this Blue Otter team that's going to scale really nicely, you know, any more dragons than you can afford to. Getting closer to a Drake Soul, you really just slow down the time in which you can end the game, because another thing Dorado Gaming will need is that Dragon Soul.
Yeah. Ariana starting to proxy the wave now. This is going to put Dorado in a bit of a conflict. Do they want to just let Ariana do the boss thing and just get all this gold for free? Or are they going to try to punish? Looks like they have to focus here on the bottom side of the map for this dragon. So Ariana is going to get to live between 2 towers here as Munchie. First one with a overall item spike. Heartsteel fully bought. And this guy is a menace.
Oh, he will be. He's working on it. And now it's looking like we're angling for this Drake. Both top laners have TP. You recognize the value here, how both teams in a way really want this dragon. It's looking like we are walking our way towards it. That's a big dodge.
Good look. Oh, Spawn might be in trouble, though. Flashes the Cyclone first cast, but gets knocked up by the escape route. Okay, 1-for-1 so
No
far.
dragon, or no
Teleport from
jungle.
Ariana. No one's going for the dragon yet. They're playing for the retreating members of Dorado. Redemption caught by the tidal wave. Flash from Munchie.
Whoa.
Sends a briefcase for the slow. Big double kill coming in for the man on campus. Munchie is going to make a few calls and say, corporate, put that in my tax reports. I'm taking all these kills.
Yep. Really nice play there from Blue Otter. Really unfortunate for Dorado Gaming. Low Jazz dying in that exchange immediately just destroys any chance of going for this dragon. And this dangerous scenario that Dorado don't want to be in is unfortunately here, Mark. We're 2 Drakes in at 12 minutes, and Blue Otter are the team who looks so good in that late game.
All the times that we saw Dardoch play Mundo last year on CCG should be kind of like precedence enough to understand when a Mundo gets accelerated, there are bad times coming for the enemy team as we look at the replay of the dive first.
A nice dodge of the Chains of Corruption, but at the end of the day, there's just too much being thrown at you. So best Spawn really could have done was get that 1-for-1. And again, Lojas dying here really ruins your chances at Dragon. You're just trying to run, but there really is nowhere to run. So it ends up being that, 3-for-1.
Yeah. And Blue Otter will take that trade any day, especially considering that they had a bit of a not a blunder, but it was a good pick off from Dorado earlier in the game where they found Rovex with his flash down as well as getting Samakin off the mid lane. This stabilizes the gold advantage that Dorado were trying to push forward for a little bit. As we look forward, Rift Herald spawning in 1 minute and 15 seconds time. Next Dragon not spawning for another 3.5 minutes here. Big thing to note, there's some flashes that are off cooldown right now, especially looking at Spawn, Redemption, and Munchie right now.
Yeah, right now, seeing some more completions of lane quests. Pretty much across the board, everybody's almost done. These things are really just slowing down right now. A poke from Hub, but ultimately, not the place he wants to be right now. So with these first items coming through, it is the Blackfire Torch. Adam going for a little more damage instead of the utility, which I can understand, given how this early game has gone and the situation they're in via scaling. So again, when those ults are off cooldown, I need these guys to be fishing. I want to see it, Mark.
Low Jazz is angling for it. But doesn't have Adam quite here on mid lane wave either. Has to push out top wave first. Make sure that Samakin cannot move faster than he can. And Weaver's Wall will always give you that advantage, even with 3 charges of that Spirit Rush. Herald has spawned now at the 15-minute mark. Dorado just making sure that Hub is protected on mid-wave.
Ooh. Creating damage. It's tough to do for Dorado, Mark, because they don't have many target options. I think all-inning on Ariana is going to be hard. Not sure they do enough damage, even at this state of the game. Also, Samakin playing really safe, so not the greatest target either. Whoa, they're just going in.
They're looking for the engage onto Munchie. He has the ultimate still available, but they burst out Hub because
Hub's gone,
Ariana
that's
had
it.
a backline access pass, and no one could protect Hub from getting popped. Munchie picks up a double, and Dorado are getting completely demoralized in this fight. Decoy forced to walk away, as Samakin cannot find one more rock to pelt right in his behind, and Dorado gonna take a massive loss there in the topside river.
Yeah, massive is right, Mark. 3-0. And of course, the Rift Herald also going to go down, giving Blue Otter more access to gold and a chance to set themselves up as best they can for the next raid. Mark, you didn't get a chance to talk about the soul. And I know you see the symbol there in the top left of your screen. And I know you know how disgusting terrible it is to be facing Blue Otter's composition. And of course, they're soon going to be 1 dragon away from an Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just means that when Munchie picks up this Spirit Visage, he's going to be damn near unkillable.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Like, where do we even come back from here? You can feel this desperation there for Dorado, forcing this situation, thinking they can all in this Mundo. And to their credit, they're kind of close, but you said it during the play mark. Nobody's looking at him. Nobody's really helping him. He's the main source of DPS. If he is the first to go down, Dorado will never win a fight.
Someone's got to block that Scion train so that he doesn't get a chance to just ram hub straight on. And what a sequence of CC. I mean, it was Rovek's tidal wave, that first clipped hub, and he had no chance to flash the unstoppable onslaught after. Picture perfect CC from Blue Otter with the chain. And now, third dragon has spawned. We are now about 2.5 minutes away before Baron spawns as well. And Dorado, I don't know how they can enter the fight successfully. Ariana sends it with the ultimate. Provides space. Decoy a little too far for comfort, and no flash from the previous fight means that this guy is going down. Shogath will not be feasting in this one. Low Jazz, looking for the flank of all time, is deep behind enemy lines.
No pings. They don't know, but there's a pink ward, so they will know very soon about whether or not they can find something successful. As soon as they know, though, they're going to jump on hub. Needs to be really careful about not being spotted. Okay, this is the angle.
Low Jazz finds spawn.
Oh,
it's flash
you're
for
joking.
flash. Low Jazz not getting a second Cyclone, using the decoy to get over the Weaver's wall. Munchie now popping the ultimate, tries to go forward, has to respect the damage out of hub, gets the flash out of Varus. The heal from the Mantra shield will at least give him some space. But Adam on the other side tries to threaten a flank, pushed off by Samikin. Munchie steps up forward once again. At least the collapse from Dorado forcing the flash out of spawn means that there's no more dragon contest possible for Blue Otter.
Nope. That is really the small silver lining here for Dorado in that fight. It was looking really brutal. Now they are going to be able to secure that easily with the help of the Feast. And honestly, that needed to happen. If that soul point came through for Blue Otter, I really fear for their chances, but this is just a band-aid solution. At the end of the day, this doesn't change the fact that Blue Otter are winning a lot of these fights. And I think we're seeing, a couple of mechanical missteps in some of these fights. In that last one, Low Jazz, he had the best flank, man. Like, that was the best you could have hoped for, but we missed the Chain of Corruptions, which is really tough for Hub. These are the spells that need to land, and, there's a lot of pressure, him being that sole source of DPS on the team, but it is what it is, man. You gotta hit the spells. You gotta hit the attacks. You gotta space as best you can, because it's all on you this game to be able to rip through these tanks that are getting tankier by the literal second.
Yeah, Munchie is getting closer and closer to that Spirit Visage. Like, by the time he finishes his third item, Low Jazz might not even be able to finish his second item if he's taking a pit stop for tier 2 boots. Adam forced to use the Spirit Rush. Decoy is insanely low on HP. Munchie is thinking about the dive. Has the Rift Herald. Cleaver! Oh my god! Mundo is so awesome, guys. I'm telling you, this champion, when he gets ahead, there's no other champion that could really deal with him. And he just walks around. He owns everything on the top side.
We just gotta start playing push. Somebody call Alois, man. Munchie is crushing. He's crushing it this game. He's 1,000 gold bounty for good reason, and you can see the damage he did in that. Oh my god, man.
Mundo is so awesome, and it's one of those junglers. Oh boy. Yeah, there was no flash on the Varus. Just really good look from Ariana, understanding the assignment there. It's like, hey, we can make a quick punish here. They have desync death timers.
Yep.
Might be a Baron angle to start up. Munchie's already walking over to the top side. They're going to force it.
Okay, I will say, while this is fine, they have to acknowledge the Smite and Feast that Dorado Gaming are working with. There is a really good chance for a steal here. It would be huge for Dorado. So they either need to space them away from this Baron so Decoy can't flash ult, or they need to turn and fight and kill them before this can happen. Either way, You can't just rip this 100-0. No way.
And there's no Weaver's Wall. Okay, I like the turn angle. Looking for Adam.
Yeah.
Wow, he sidestepped so many abilities, and the Mantra-inspired shield keeps him alive. Adam bought so much time, but Blue Otter never dropped the Baron, so it's still at 5,000 HP, despite most of the members trying to look for a quick flank. Hub has respawned. Munchie is taking up a lot of Baron shots here, but it's going to let it reset back to full. They've already got what they came for, and unfortunately for them, it only comes at the cost of burning one ultimate from Adam.
Yeah. At the end of it, Blue, they don't really lose much for trying for that one, and I got to give them props for not forcing that. That could have been a really disastrous play, because if Dorado Gaming want to come back, snagging a Baron would be a great step towards that goal. So instead, they don't give them the chance. They back off. They know they're going to get another opportunity. And with Dragon in 1 minute, they want to focus on that next because they need their soul play.
Yeah.
I guess they want it. They're already.
Spawning in about a minute's time. This would put Blue Otter at soul point, whereas Dorado just giving more health and mana regen would be nice to have. Once she has not been spotted, immediately Adam face checks and gets hit by a thick briefcase and forced to flash away since Spirit Rush was still on cooldown.
Yeah, but it's back now. So there's an opportunity for a play if Dorado want to go for it. This is the time that they want to be fishing. 30 seconds for the next Drake. Catch somebody during the setup. Who is overextended is ideal. A lot of flashes up. The play has to be picture perfect. You want to secure that kill.
Munchie, the largest tank on campus right now. We'll see how well he can soak the damage and give space to the rest of the team. Lojaz does have a flank angle. Gonna try to approach, but the engage from Blue Otter happens so fast. By the time Lojaz makes the Cyclone happen, it's too late. The fight has been lost unless Adam can turn around with Decoy. Still 2 charges of the Spirit Rush, gets 1 off of the reset, but Munchie is still large and in charge, and these briefcases hurt. Decoy cannot escape the power of taxes, and Munchie is giving it to him dirty.
And that is just another big fight for Blue Otter. They're going to secure the kills, get multiple turret plates, probably this whole tier 2 turret, and of course, Ocean Soul Point is coming through as well. What bright spots of light we saw from Dorado Gaming are snuffed out almost as soon as we saw them.
Munchie will be able to secure the 3rd Dragon overall for Blue Otter. This puts them at Soul Point. And like you said, beat down even with the Visage and before the Ocean Soul has even been completed. Munchie is approaching Thanos levels of unkillable in this game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, Mark. He is. Honestly, the way that last fight went, I think he's kind of already there, if I'm being honest. I think Thanos is going to... Yeah, it's not looking good. We're still waiting for that 3rd item here for Hub. He's able to complete that one for that extra magic damage. Might do him some good with regards to tank busting because of that W passive, but still.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot to be in for Dorado. 8k down, and you're looking at Corki, you're looking at Mundo, Scion. Oh.
Dorado, they're just going to send it with Adam at his side. Lojaz tries to go over the wall, immediately interrupted by Ariana and sent back to the fountain. Dorado no longer have a jungler. Baron is up on the table. It would have to come to a miracle feast steal from Decoy, but I don't know if he's even going to be given the chance to walk into this topside river.
No vision and so much damage. The angle is really just go for the mid-tier 1 as we're seeing happen right now. Tough, but really all you can hope for.
Decoy
is use his body.
Yeah, he's soaking decent amount of damage. Samakin is not doing the most against this guy through the shields, through the health bar, but the objective was secured, and now Decoy finds himself overextended. Dorado do secure the tier 1 turret, but at the cost of their top laner's life. Low Jazz is coming back onto the Rift. There's no objectives for another 3 minutes at the very minimum, but Blue Otter with an 8,000 whopping gold advantage, half of it in their jungler's pockets. You got to feel beatdown that we are one good fight away from this game being over.
Oh, I don't just feel it, Mark. I know it. Baron buff in tow, 8k gold lead. We might see another sub 30-minute finish here from Blue Otter. It's looking like this game is on its last legs. Gotta see if Dorado Gaming have anything else to show us here, but it's looking very bleak. Dorado Gaming, they have all that they need. 3 items on Corky, 3 items on Munchie, and soon to be 3 on Oriana. Like, this is exactly where you want all this economy to be. Now you have the Baron buff in your hands as well.
It is pretty darn tough for Dorado to come back from this one. They have not been successful in bringing down Munchie, even when they brought him to critically low levels on that health bar. Either he saps it all up, or he's not even close. Low Jazz, once again, looking for a flank angle over the wall. No flash available, and good awareness by Munchie, as he did spot him with that ward over the wall, so Low Jazz had no chance of being able to pull it off successfully. Samikin pushing in through the mid lane, and Blue Otter are making the siege slowly do its work for themselves through the minions.
That's right. I don't even know if I'd call it slow at this point. They are already knocking the doors of the inhibitor turret. And you can see the range damage from those Corky rockets are just doing work. It's only a matter of time now to really chip away at these turrets. And they're going to force something from Dorado Gaming. Last couple of fights, I mean, Low Jazz is just sending it straight forward. No subtlety.
I love the Weaver's Wall.
Maybe this time it'll work.
Yeah, nice use of the ultimate from Samikin. Cuts off Dorado from being able to defend the turret from collapsing. He gets the turret in the mid lane free by himself. Ariana soaks up some damage. Munchie still at full. This bot inhibitor falls. The middle inhibitor will fall as well. Blue Otter now making one last push as Dorado are trying to have their last stand right here, right now. Decoy forced to flash backwards. Munchie, look at all the HP. He's soaking back up without even the Ocean Soul in his back pocket. Dorado trying to do what they can against the big CEO, who is just taking names and writing down business expenses to write off later on. Blue Otter are going to push in for one final push into the Nexus. Low Jazz, a Hail Mary into the backline, can't even get through the Mundo, and the rest of Dorado's backline will get eviscerated one after another. GG, well played, and an excellent debut from Munchie, making his name here in NACL.
That's right. Welcome to Challengers League, Munchie, and congrats to Blue Otter on their first win of the split. This is a team, honestly, when we were looking at it, Mark, going into today as a team, we saw potential.
Yeah.
We appreciated the pieces we knew. We gave the benefit of the doubt to the players like Munchie, who we weren't sure about how they would perform at the beginning of the split. And let me tell you, Mark, what a pleasure it is to be wrong, because Munchie is my MVP, bro. Like, let us talk to this guy, because what a great performance on his debut match.
The first game, Nocturne, getting that level advantage and being able to cast Paranoia pretty much off cooldown to great success. And then this Mundo game was probably just another huge example of what happens when Munchie is able to get a camp advantage in terms of tempo, in terms of overall experience, and he is able to just balloon it out of proportion. He had over half of the gold advantage by himself. This guy was close to 2.5 items over Low Jazz's Wukong by the end of the game. Complete decimation in the matchup.
I mean, bro, look at your screen, Mark. He almost tied for most damage in the game alongside Samikin. Like, he crushed it today. And honestly, really bodes well for Blue Otter, who we were expecting to be a team to, you know, pick it up as the split goes on. Nope. They're starting the split off hot, and they are hitting the ground running very clearly. So now, my excitement for Blue Otter, which was already existent, mind you, has skyrocketed.
Yeah. I think if anyone had questions about Munchie and who he was going to be, Well, now you have a pretty clear picture of what he looks like at his best. And even in this series where the second game did not go Blue Otter's way, I don't think there was anything wrong that Munchie did, but you can tell how devastating it can be when you don't have winning lanes for you as a jungler, and that's probably going to be the next step of how to navigate a scenario where your solo laners desperately need you to bail them out, and how you kind of problem solve that in real time. But like DeAndre said, this is a roster that he is hoping to polish by the summer split, and for now, just have fun. Enjoy playing the best League of Legends you can and having a great time balling out here on the NACL stage. And especially for new face to the scene, Munchie, and new face to the org, Ariana, just get adjusted to the team and see how you guys adjust and acclimate to the overall vibes of the team. And right now, I mean, this is a nice way to kick things off for the season.
Yeah, 100%. Really a great look to see. And really just kind of, like you said, when we talked to DeAndre at the beginning of the day, what a great follow-up to his confident words. Saying Sammy Kid, second best mid in the league, saying him and Munchie are the players to watch, and then they just smashed the whole series.
I mean, DeAndre basically said that this guy is going to be the next Cryra, and that is huge praise to say, especially Munchie, given the success that we were well excited and hyped for Cryra when he was first pushing through tier 2 and has already gotten a pretty respectable debut on LCS in the first split. And I know a lot of the LCS fans who were unfamiliar with Cryra before now are looking forward to seeing how his split 2 is going to look in just a couple of weeks. But for us here on the desk, we are getting ready for an interview for our MVP, which we will reveal in a short amount of time. But until then, Beatdown, we get to reminisce more on some of the highlights from this game. I mean, it all started off Munchie not only getting that Gromp steal from Low Jazz, so he is a level ahead, and then just paying himself forward with the gank on the top side and just getting even more money for himself throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Sammy Kid, really good performance as well on the Talia. Good looks top to bottom there from Blue Otter, and really just more of what we expected after Game 1. Not quite what we saw in Game 2. But you know what? Bad drafts happen. A little unlucky at times. The fact that they bounced back as well as they did and played such a clean Game 3, those show you the kind of team. That says more about the kind of team that we expect them to be.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the damage chart at the end, Beatdown, and how Mundo had almost tied for most damage in the game. I mean, if there are any carry junglers out there watching and uncertain of how strong Mundo is, dude, this champion is just nuts in the right angles. And I think every jungler should look to pick up a Mundo in their pocket. I know Dardoch was the first one on that train last year, and then Skewmon later popularized it internationally from G2 Esports, but we've been on this Mundo train for a while, Beatdown. We know how.
We have been. And, I mean, Dardoch already made me a Mundo believer, but somehow I'm more of a Mundo believer.
I mean, this is a world where Mundo jungle got nerfed, by the way. Like,
which is hilarious.
Yeah. What nerfs?
Yeah, like, what? I just feel like, you watch 7 Deadly Sins, Mark?
Yeah. Oh, well,
yeah.
No,
Did you watch a little bit of it? You watched enough, early.
It's the one with the pig, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. If you're saying like that, then you didn't watch enough.
No, unfortunately, I did not.
It's not important.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'll show you some clips later, and then we can make this joke next time. Next time we're.
Does it involve gluttony at all?
No, it involves pride. My goat, Escanor.
Oh, okay.
You've heard the voice. He's literally the guy who's like, my attacks have no effect on you. Who decided that?
I have heard of that. Okay. Yep.
Everyone loves it.
That checks out. I can see what you're cooking up there, Beatdown.
Why don't you know pop culture, Mark? You disappoint me.
Well, listen, Beatdown. Just a few years ago, I first started watching anime. I'm slowly catching up. Like, It took forever for me to get on the Haikyuu train when everybody was talking about it. Our close friend Summer was telling me forever. She was just like, you have got to watch Haikyuu. I'm telling you.
Right.
She told me for like a whole year and a half, and I finally watched it, and I'm like, Summer, I'm so sorry I did not watch this before. And she's like, yeah, you're stupid for that, but I'm glad you get to watch it for now. I mean, she's right.
I heard it. I heard her
right.
voice. The way you said that, it was perfect. It's so funny.
Yeah, and it is what it is. We should hopefully be queuing up our interview with the MVP of the match shortly. We will give you an update as soon as that happens. What else?
Yeah.
What else? Oh, we got our MVP. Okay, so Munchie is your MVP for our second series of the day.
Deserved.
And I think, yeah, I think there's no question about it. This guy had monstrous performances on both the Nocturne and the Mundo in games 1 and 3, respectively, single-handedly just making an Astro Canyon of a gap in the jungle role and leading Blue Otters to not only a huge journey, but we are going to get a chance to sit down with Munchie himself, making a successful series debut here in the NACL with Blue Otter. I am curious, do we have a camera with Munchie? Or Munchie, can you hear me? I'm going to take that as a no. Oh, wait. Munchie, can you hear me, brother? Hey, what's up? All right. I think we're getting cameras up in just a couple seconds here. Moment of truth. Bam. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Munchie. First of all, congrats on a awesome NACL debut, monstrous carry performances on the Nocturne and the Mundo. First question I want to throw your way. For those that don't know you super well or aren't familiar with your game, myself included, I heard that you were a Master Yi and Rengar enthusiast on your come up. So when are those two picks coming out in NACL?
Oh, they're coming out when I feel like it. I mean, I thought about it for game 3.
I was thinking to beat down. I was like, is this where we get to see either one of these champions? But I think the Mundo was a solid pick, and you terrorized the map with it. Next thing I want to ask you, now that you've successfully gotten your first series out of the way in NACL, were there any nerves for you coming into your first match, or was it just kind of same old from scrims? Give us 1 second.
Sorry,
I think. Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I was pretty nervous going into it because
yeah,
I think it's only natural that on stage you're gonna be more nervous. Since we were watching the series before, Winthrop versus CCG, right? And we noticed from the games that everyone seemed to play really different on stage. The game was super slow, so I think it's fine to be nervous, but I was also nervous because I'd say we were kind of expected to beat Dog, so if we lose, it'd be very embarrassing.
You know, and that is understandable.
Yeah, and also like your debut game, in my opinion, it feels really special because I want to leave a good first impression on people, and I also kind of ran it down in scrims the day before. Yesterday, but that's because my headset broke. My headset's actually still broken, so I can't really hear my teammates in game. I'm kind of just speaking.
Hey, no headset, no play. Understandable, King. Don't you worry. And you know what? You got the inting out of the way before the big match itself. And usually I look at that as a big win. Sometimes you got to limit test in the scrims, and then you lock it in for the stage game. But continuing on that thought process, on behalf of Beatdown, I wanted to ask you, what's it like playing and practicing in NACL versus when you were playing and practicing in Tier 3?
Oh, it's super awesome because I think just everything is better. The gameplay is a lot better. I think there's a lot more structure as well. It really feels like you're playing something a lot closer to real League of Legends instead of solo queue.
I could respect that. And I can tell that you had a ball playing not only two really aggressive picks in this Nocturne and Mundo just getting in the face of your opponent, but also just having monstrous pop-off performances. Last question I'll throw you away before I let you go. I know that in the past, a lot of people said when they were first looking at you that you weren't much of a talker, but I've heard that you've been working on your communication a lot. Where do you attribute that change to? Was it just something that you imposed on yourself, or was it something that Blue Otter in particular has helped you a lot with?
I'd say it's definitely a bit of both, because obviously that's something my team would recognize and want changed. But to me, I think it's pretty important to talk a lot, since,
yeah,
in my opinion, it gives you more agency over the game. And if you think you're a good player, you should want more control.
You dictate the pace of the game, and if you want your teammates to back you up, then you got to tell them what the conditions you want in order to be able to get your advantage. And I definitely think it came through, since you had, I think in games 1 and 3, one game you had a 5,000 gold advantage just over your opponent by the end of the game, and another you had like close to 5,000. It was like around 4,000. So, oh no, not the camera.
Where'd it go? I don't know why it keeps doing that.
No, you're good. It's okay. Quick keyboard check. Gotcha. All right, Munchie, I'm really excited to have finally met you, and I am now a big fan, and I'm hoping the best for your success. Before we let you go, is there any other shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout-outs?
Just like any teammates or friends at home, family, whoever you want to attribute this to.
I want to shout out all my teammates, because I think they provided a really, really good environment. I think Blue Otter is the best place I could have ever landed out of any NACL team. And I also want to thank Draxer, because he has helped me with learning League stuff over the years.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Shout out Blue Otter, shout out Draxer. Munchie, it's a pleasure. Again, congratulations on a successful NACL debut. Massive W in the books. Best of luck for the rest of the season, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. And with that, our second series has come to a conclusion. We're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, just making sure that we have everything ready for our third best of 3, our final series of the day between Conviction and Maryville University. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. Okay. Okay, sounds good.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your More style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final best of 3 of the day. It is the banger of the week, Conviction taking on Maryville University, and a lot of community sentiment has of these teams, or both of these teams, at the top of the table when it comes to overall power rankings. Maryville University being one of the favorites here in NACL for quite a bit of time now, ever since being crowned NACL champions back in summer 2024, if I'm not mistaken. Beatdown.
Yeah.
Just making sure and checking my history, and then the partnership with Dark Zero for a brief period of time, and Dragon Steel, they were still running the top of the tables for. You seem so sad.
I am. I am. It's okay.
Understandable.
Just keep going. Just keep going. I'll be fine.
Anyway, but for Conviction, this org has kind of shot up recently in power because a lot of the rosters they have fielded in recent splits have been super competitive. When we look at spring 2025 and summer 2025, they were the second team overall to at least advance to the LCS promotion tournament that we saw alongside Luminosity Gaming. But this rebuild from Conviction is quite a different one. But before we get further into the matchup itself, we actually have one more pre-match interview with Coach Niles from Maryville University. So let's go ahead and cue him in. Hell yeah. What's up, Aiden?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good, man. I know you boys have quite a busy schedule this week, not only preparing for NACL, but also your Division 1 match next week as well. So how are you balancing all of that with the team right now?
We're balancing it by not having much balance in our life. I mean, we've been scrimming a ton. This is really the past week where we've been scrimming very consistently, starting our scrim schedule 5 times a week, really picking it up for this point in the season. So we're really trying to get the meta down, looking at what some of the best teams are doing in the world, and yeah, just trying to figure out what our style is.
Fair enough. And with some of the newer acquisitions on this roster, especially for this split in Opsonatus, I want to zone in on him. What do you think Opsonatus has brought to the team that has been unique to him as a support versus some of the other supports you've had in your program?
Yeah, so everyone in this team is basically the same age, but I call Guy the big brother. He's definitely got the big brother vibes, where he's very mature person. He stays calm, and even if things are going on, there's fire around him, he keeps his cool. So I really appreciate that. And I always tell him one thing that I love about working with him is I don't have to worry about his mental state. He's always very locked in. He recovers quickly, and it takes a lot of pressure off my shoulders because there's one less thing I have to worry about when I'm coaching. So I love working with Guy.
Oh, that's awesome. And that definitely helps spread the burden of leadership around your players as well. Last question before I let you go, Aiden. What are your overall goals? I know winning NACL and winning as many collegiate championships as you can, as you guys are registered for, but with a roster and a program that's kind of not necessarily in a full rebuild, but you have some developmental pieces that can go onwards, even with some of your more veteran members maybe leaving the program in a short amount of time. What do you see for the long-term future of the newer members here?
Yeah, I mean, I would just love to cement Maryville's legacy as being the very best place to be if you're in Tier 2 and you want to go to the next level. We've done it so many times. There's still some haters. I don't understand why. So I just want to prove them wrong once again. Send K to the LCS for the first time, get Scary Jerry back in there, and whoever else goes along the way. So that's my goal. I'm doing it for the boys. I'm putting in the extra hours because, I really love and I care for them. So I just want these guys to have the best showing that they can, to play the best league of their life, and to really make this a memorable season together. Because like you said, some players are graduating. This roster won't play again together next year for sure. So I just want to make it memorable for them.
Beautifully said, Aiden. Always a pleasure talking with you. Good luck in your match, and we'll see you on the other side, buddy.
See you guys.
And we are back with Beatdown. I mean, Niles said it himself. Maryville has such an amazing track record for promotion of North American talent to LCS. They've sent APA
Even Niles
up there.
himself.
They've sent UG up there. What else can you ask for? And if there are still people doubting the prowess of the program that Clerky and so many other people behind the scenes have built, I mean, I don't know what else to say, but here we go. It's time to test their mettle against Conviction's new roster going into our final best of 3 for the day. We have Insanity, Tomio, some of the best parts of last year's Luminosity Gaming, who went the furthest to try and challenge Disguise for the guest spot. But also, we have some former LCS pros in Meech and Sniper coming from 100 Thieves most recently, and then Breezy, who still finds himself to be one of the top supports here in NACL.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of firepower. Big reason why we believe this is just at least I believe this is one of the top 2 teams that are going to finish the split. It really is going to be between them and Maryville, and up to everyone else to catch up. It's because 4/5 of this roster have more LCS experience than basically everyone else in the league combined. A lot of experience here, and we've seen what that can do for players like Insanity and Tomio when they've been able to perform in years past. Not just last year, but even before, when they had played for Disguise and won NACL that way.
Yeah. When we take a look at their opponents on the other side of the rift, it is Maryville University's current collegiate roster that they are also bringing into NACL for the season. K in the top lane, UG in the jungle, Spyrex in the mid lane, Scary Jerry, and Obstinatus at bot lane and support.
UG just had to be different, man. He could have matched the pose that everyone else was doing. A little disappointed, I can't lie. But jokes aside, I mean, this is the other top team in the league there, Mark. Spyrex and UG, the duo that really turned this program around in League of Legends a few years ago, and the fact that they have just been dominating this league whenever they're here. UG, the first and only back-to-back MVP winner, is just honestly one of the best players this league has ever produced. Just shows you really how much power this roster is dealing with as well. And, you know, even if Scary Jerry, things didn't work out so well for him his first time around at LCS, he's always smashed in Tier 2.
I still think that he was one of the best pieces on that Team Liquid roster, and it wasn't his fault for them having the collapse that they did. And you could even see behind the scenes that Spawn was saying that, like, I just feel bad for UG because he showed up, insanely hard worker, insanely great attitude, always brought his best into the shop every single day, and sometimes rosters just don't work out the way that you hope they do, right? But I think UG definitely deserves another shot into LCS. You heard Niles say it. He's trying to make sure that he can get UG back up there, as well as give Scary Jerry another shot, who came into the Disguise roster last 2025 season, and it didn't pan out well for him. He's trying to make his way up there, and hopefully we get to see some more names, since Maryville already has a great track record of sending so many talents into LCS. But I want to scope in onto one particular matchup in our face-to-face, head-to-head matchup, and it is going to be in the jungle, because not only with the return of UG to NACL beatdown, we also have Tomio, who was part of that back-to-back NACL winning roster with Insanity in Luminosity Gaming. So for Tomio, he currently reigns as the king of NACL, and UG wants to take that throne back for himself.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. He reigns because UG left. That's the big thing. So now he's back, and it really just becomes that test for Tomio. Can he really stay at that top of the mountain now that, you know, our back-to-back MVP is here in the NACL once more, and he's playing with that Maryville roster where he had so much success, especially paired up with Spyrex. So this one's exciting. UG, we know what he's capable of. We know he's good enough to move on to Tier 1. He really shouldn't be in Tier 2. For me, it's about Tomio, who's shown us a lot of growth over these couple of years, that or many years that we've seen him in this ecosystem. But we need to see now, can he get to that next step mark? Can he be that kind of player that takes over and really just demands that he should be promoted alongside UG?
Yeah, and speaking of two other players who are either overdue for another shot to the LCS is involved in our next face-to-face matchup in the mid lane between Insanity and Spirax. A lot of fans loved when Insanity first made his name in LCS on that TSM roster, originally supposed to be just a sub behind Ruby, but then proved that he was such a great fit with Boogie at the time, and TSM made a pretty considerable run in that summer 2023 split, which then led to a majority of that, or the core of that roster, then being part of the Shopify Rebellion roster that they were hoping that would go far. Didn't find nearly as much success, but still think that Insanity is one mid lane prospect that is worth taking a chance on still for future iterations. And Spirax, he only had one stage game in LCS trying to relieve, I think it was Vikla at the time during FlyQuest 2023 summer, and that's not enough. If Spirax wants to go to LCS and give it a try, I think he definitely deserves the shot.
Yeah, that's the question. If he wants to, I think he could really earn that shot. He's always been consistently great in this league. Him and Yuji, man, they just tear things up. So really excited to see if he really hoping that that's something that he actually really wants to achieve. And if so, I really hope to see him be able to do so.
Yeah. Looking forward to now this matchup as a whole. We should be getting into draft in just a moment here. I'm super excited to see what not only Maryville University continues to see as their meta read, because we've seen some drafts from them over in Division 1, but the level of competition is definitely higher here in NACL than it is in Division 1. So Maryville are going to be put to the test now against what we think is going to be one of the teams, if not the team to beat here in Split 1 of NACL 2026.
Yeah, really, I think this is going to be a pretty fun preview of what I can only imagine is going to be a high-level playoff series, and honestly, potentially even the finals. And there's just so much strength and skill, experience on both of these rosters, and so much past success right here in this very league, Mark. So you got to imagine that they'll be able to, at the very least, go far. And again, it's going to be on the other teams to see if they can get up to this tier of gameplay. Really hope they can.
And because this meta, at least on the international level, has been defined by how strong top laners can be leveraged, I think this is a meta that both Sniper and K want to be able to excel in, because K, one of the newer faces on the Maryville University program, was a pickup once Zamudo was trying to make his way to LCS originally in summer 2025 last year. And they brought on K from the LATAM, I think the LRN scene. And I loved K. I loved his energy. I loved his volatility. But now he has to go up against Sniper, who, when he was first coming up beat down, I mean, how much hype did we have about this guy? And we've already gotten into picks and bans. Bans already done. We have Mbessa first pick from Maryville University.
Wow. So already a potentially combative top lane here between K and Sniper, which will be really exciting considering the hype that we were just building. And it's great to see Sniper return too. I mean, you're right, Mark. It was really fun to watch his career from tier 3 upwards all the way to tier 1 now. Hope is that we can see him make it back up to tier 1 again, as we see yet another very powerful set of champions come through here, that Ashe Seraphine.
Strong bot lane setup for Meech and Breezy right now, and you have a lot of engage and pick tools just from these two alone. So Conviction can either decide whether they want more engage tools from the top side, or if they just want strong fighters that can play around all the utility that Meech and Breezy will offer. But Maryville, quick slam of the Jarvan as well as the Mel. I mean, we talked about it before. That rebuttal can block both of these engage tools, and if Spirax is crucial on the timing, that's going to be a big terror for Conviction to deal with.
100%. And then, of course, you still have those lane advantages. You still have a lot of poke. You scale really well, too. It's good, even though Mel herself doesn't go in necessarily. That follow-up to this guy from Jarvan and Mbessa is exactly what they're looking for.
And with the Jarvan pickup, we know for certain that this Mbessa, even though we've seen it flex in the jungle, is definitely 4K now, a proper blind. The Renekton ban helps protect it a little bit. Curious to see what Sniper also has in his champion pool that he'll feel confident in taking into the Mbessa. The fact that Conviction are on red side, or not red side, but they have second pick and therefore last pick of the entire draft. They can wait until the very end to give Sniper an Omega Thanos like level pick. I don't know if it's like Riven
or
worthy.
they just pick Olaf.
I mean, true.
Yeah. We'll see. Akali ban is I actually think pretty good. Probably thrown. Honestly, I think that's a Sniper ban. So.
Oh, Insanity plays it too for sure.
Oh yeah.
I don't know
really
if
I
don't know how comfortable Mel feels against the Akali matchup. You would know more than me, Beatdown.
It doesn't really sound fun. You just sound super. I've only played it like once, and also it was someone who was not challenger, so I don't really put too much value in that experience.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I can understand the influence on that. A couple support bans from Conviction, just trying to limit the effective pool of Obstinatus as an answer into this Ashe Seraphine lane. No Nami means Corki value might go down a bit, and Bard is always a nice way to try and set up these engages or reset fights. So, not sure if Obstinatus goes for another enchanter. Like, do they look for hyper carries with Lulu instead, or do they go for more engage?
I mean, I honestly think Lulu works out pretty well considering one's left. There might be, could be Lulu, go for a Yunara pairing there in that bot lane. Depends really on how Conviction may want to play this next part. That's not real. You can't fool me.
I think no. Okay.
Oh, I liked it.
I was going to be down for a Xerath pick, just try to outrange the Mel. But you know what? Yeah. This Anivia gives you a lot of utility on top of all the utility that you already have with the Seraphine and the Ashe. And I think if the interaction works where if a target is already slowed by Ashe, then Anivia E will automatically do the double crit and power damage.
True. Well, a lot of nice interactions between some of the Conviction champions that they're going for here. So, okay, it is going to be the Misfortune and Nautilus. Okay, wow. They're not really going. They're not really feeling whatever this new meta nonsense is. They're sticking with the oldies but the goodies. So you have Misfortune, pretty strong in lane. Not going to do well in this 2v2 because it's Nautilus, but expecting that wombo combo from the bullet time to be good. Oh my god, Mark.
It's time. It's time. Sniper throwing down the Aurelia, looks at the entire composition for Maryville and says, all right, coach, just pick me the Aurelia. Let me slam this matchup. I have no idea how it's supposed to go down, but a lot of people will tell you that as soon as Aurelia gets a Vamp Scepter in lane, she's hit full build. It's over for you.
Yes. I don't know if I've seen this matchup. Definitely not in recent memory, but I know in side lane, and if I'm looking at this entire composition, I'm not very scared if I'm Aurelia. So, and the more important thing too is that the ability to 1v1, 2v2 in side lane later on, I mean, really cannot be understated. Especially if he finds any sort of advantage early on. That's sustain. Again, now top laners, once you complete your quest, you can get to level 20. So those extra stats on a champ like that, I'm very concerned for Maryville Mark.
It's not going to be a fun time, especially if you're the Misfortune. And there's not many tools that immediately stop this Aurelia from just unleashing a barrage of fury onto your backline, because Nautilus is your only point and click like buffer from stopping this Aurelia from getting to Mel and Misfortune. And even then, if she's dancing all around while the Death Charge is taking its slow time to eventually get there,
True.
I'm curious how well Sniper's able to play this out. Or if he just gets a lead on K and forces people to come to his lane, then that creates the map advantage for Conviction so that they can overload on the cross map. So I'm very curious to see how well this Conviction roster can play around Sniper and how the synergy of Tomio and Sniper will come to be, because while Tomio and Insanity definitely have that synergy from Luminosity, this is a newer collaboration of members here for this Conviction team as we head into Summoner's Rift for game 1 of Conviction versus Maryville.
That's right. A little bit of deviation from what we usually expect. Nautilus While we did have seen things like the Alistar, Nautilus not very tanky. So really going to suffer in this 2v2 and is going to melt even with Aftershock the longer this game goes on. And of course the Irelia or Sniper in the top side, throwing down the gauntlet, as we often say here in the casting space. Really going to be exciting to see what he's going to be able to achieve. Already you can see some advantages in the top lane. And yeah, this, I mean, there's nothing else to expect. This is what's going to happen.
There's a reason why Misfortunes will rush Bloodthirster later on, is so that they can shrug off a lot of the poke that happens once they start contesting mid-wave control. But yeah, early on, with no sustain in your kit and a support that only provides CC and not shielding or healing, it's going to be tough to survive if you are Scary Jerry.
Yeah, really the goal is just to farm as safely as you can, and the value there is going to be in the bullet time. Between that and the damage, RX is going to be able to put long range. The hope is that you can get a lot of damage down before interacting most of Conviction's composition. So definitely a difficult line to walk, but with the setup that UG and K are working with when it comes to the Jarvan and the Ambessa, it's playable.
Looks like Sniper was able to sneak in a cheater recall on the top side and just walks back without even using his teleport. Has an additional longsword, and I'm assuming was able to buy that refillable pots as well. Oh, solo kill happened mid lane.
Wow.
What the heck?
I really hope we can see the replay on that one. I mean, you have a decent amount of range. Why was the body over there? I have so many questions.
So if Insanity doesn't have Flash, I'm assuming that maybe Insanity,
yeah, I guess he flashed away.
Flashed. Yeah, Flashed, and then Spyrex tried to flash away and still died, which is the worst circumstance to happen when you're like, I'm flashing away, I still die. Oh, what's the point? But it is what it is.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Flashing and dying doesn't feel good. Insanity gets a nice advantage from that. Going to TP back to lane with 2 Ruby Crystals. Probably going for that Roa build, that extra bit of beefiness, and looking pretty good. Right now, Tomio, I wonder, he's probably walking to his Gromp, but Mark, I really want him to fight. This is our 6th game of the night. Just everyone fight, please.
Is it only our 6th game? It feels like it's been more.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the delays, the pauses, they do that.
Sniper being able to kill the entire minion wave and rack up his Ionian Fervor to full stacks. So always have to give respect over to the Aurelia whenever she is trying to lunge at you and look for those all-ins or extended trades at the very least. Sniper, again, he's able to fully push in the wave, and he's just walking back to lane with another Vamp Scepter. This guy has yet to just pop the TP. This is a massive advantage that he's just building up by himself.
Good stuff. It's honestly really good. It's just a big advantage, as you say. Like, he's already got a decent lead going on, and it's only going to grow once he hits that next wave.
Oh, great look, though, from UG. It's the flash from Obstinatus to try and root down Meech, but he flashes just in time before UG can get there. And now, at least there's no Summoner Spell on this Ashe.
Ooh. Sanity, nice movement. And yeah, Meech forced the flash, something they can capitalize on in the next couple of minutes. Maybe another gank. Coming through here from UG, we'll have to see. Outside, though.
This is insanely brutal for K. I mean, the man is trying to do his best to survive all-ins from Sniper, while he is constantly able to just stat check him on not 1, but 2 successful cheater recalls. Now K is finally getting a chance to bake. Yeah. I mean, Sniper...
Look at his health.
He's back to full, and he probably can just walk back to lane again.
I believe you are correct. I'm sure there's like some... Okay, yeah, he's just going to go for the TP this time around, which
just to match K's TP. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a need for him cross map for a couple of minutes, so it's fine. I expect an all-in coming through there soon, so that'll be exciting. Oh, UG hitting level 6 makes me really want to repeat gank bot lane, and thank you. I love this direction, UG. Just keep going, please. Yeah.
Conviction have to make sure that they're communicating to their bot lane that Tomio is on the top side, and Meech can't be that pushed up or far pushed up. But Yuji taking a very long route ensures that Meech did not know where it was coming from. Cataclysm locks down the Ashe for the kill. The barriers pop.
Guys?
Oh, Yuji barely makes the gank work out for Maryville with one quick spear of that Dragon's Lance. And at least Maryville University are able to even up the kills here at 6 minutes.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Even though Scary Jerry doesn't get it, a big wave is being pushed into this turret and is going to be lost by Meech. And of course, that first plate's going down too. So Scary Jerry, big benefit coming through here from the repeat gank from Yuji. Oh my god, he's dead.
Oh, public execution from K. Freeze frame.
No, come back, camera.
Time. What's going to happen? Sniper goes back in queue and Flashes understands that he can survive the turret dive. Welcome back, Sniper.
Oh, it's like he never left, Mark. You love to see it. Solo, a Bolo, flash. Here's the kill, no problem. Not even close. I think he wishes the camera was on him, so he could emote on K once more. But really, just shows you, this is just but a glimpse of the problem that Irelia is going to be the longer the game goes on.
I'm trying to decide when top lane becomes over for this matchup, because that felt pretty defining. Yeah, that feels pretty darn
Perhaps
defining.
The second cheater recall.
It is so tough. K now with no TP, no flash either, and Sniper still a pretty sizable item advantage in the laning phase. I have to give credit to K. He tried to make that dive as close as possible, and despite all like the fancy movement from Sniper blade surging through all the minions, it was a well-timed public execution to snag him under the turret. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
You know, I appreciate that consolation, Mark, because you are right. It was impressive. Didn't work out in the end, but it was still a good look. So now Maryville gonna grab that first dragon. You can see really the difference those repeat ganks made. Now Scary Jerry, Obstinatus putting a good amount of pressure here into this bot lane. And of course, the presence of Yuji does contribute to that. And the amount of wards, good lord, in that bot side jungle. Oh yeah. Let's watch.
I mean, look how he preps the minion wave for all these queues.
Yeah. Good stuff. Now, Grubs, next thing to be fought for. It's looking like Conviction should have an easy time grabbing that one, which, for the most part, I don't really care. But this game, I don't think I would like that if I'm Maryville, Mark.
Yeah.
This Irelia already going to be a nightmare in that side lane, and anything to allow her to siege faster, take turrets quicker, something that I would not be happy to deal with ever in my life. Tomio knows 2 are enough. He's just going to leave. Yeah, good enough. I don't want to fight.
He can always return to the third grub later. Just wants to make sure that he's not spending too much time not farming his own camps and maintaining an advantage for himself, since Yuji did spend quite a bit of time on the bot side making the first gank as well as the repeat visit to Meech happen. And Tomio hasn't really gotten a chance to impact the map, as Yuji now on the top side escorting K so that he can fully crash this wave without getting all-in again. Meanwhile, the all-in onto Breezy forces the flash out of him. Still survives.
Narrowly, but yeah. It does have access to the ultimate too, so it'd be a little dangerous if Scary Jerry and Obstinatus are not careful. But overall, you can really just see again how this bot lane matchup has really turned around for them. Really nicely done for them to be able to make use of the ganks UG gave them. So now you can see this gold lead get kind of crazy in the bot lane. Jerry is almost 30 CS up, and
oh, nicely done.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Flash for flash.
Honestly, you didn't cancel that flag and drag. Would have been worse. Oh,
nice cleanse from Scary Jerry. Picture perfect. Encore. It's a good old sidestep from the Misfortune. Just walks it out. Throws up the thumbs up too.
Good try, guys. Good try. Appreciate it. Still here though, and he still has the flash. That's a big thing because he showed himself. Guess who's getting ganked?
Oh, Sniper in a 1v2. Can he navigate his way out of this one? Trying to Blade Surge and get resets, but there's no Blade Surge reset procs unless... Whoa. I've seen many Aurelia montages before, but unfortunately Sniper did not have Blade of the Ruin King just yet on that 1v2. Might have been a different story had he had it.
Or a minion wave, but yeah, it was close. It was really scary. So props to UG for capitalizing. Getting some reprieve for his top laner and more gold for his team overall. Led to them having a small gold lead, just under, or rather just over, a 1,000. But otherwise, things going back to that sort of slow game state. Next thing to play for, Ocean Drake in a minute 30. You got to imagine with these first items coming through for Maryville, overall, they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Bloodthirster, Ludens, really good first item spikes for Scary Jerry and Spyrax. And on the other side, Meech hasn't hit his first item, and Insanity just started stacking Roa, so I don't think they want to fight.
He will definitely give their respects over. But Sniper, I think he's still ready to lay down the law on the top side despite K picking up an Eclipse. Up to full. Tomio now giving some relief over to Sniper so that he can fully challenge K in the minion wave and crash it.
Jeez. And now UG again just going for another angle here on the bottom side. I mean, neither Meech nor Breezy have flash right now, so they have no choice but to just let this one go. And they're going to lose a lot of minions in the process. Only Tomio showing up is going to allow them to participate.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
yeah, that's another solo bolo, and this is what happens when Aurelia gets accelerated in the game. And he even had a little minion to taxi his way back out once he went for the dive. So now K is starting to struggle just because this matchup can be so unforgiving once you fall behind. Maryville are going to try to play to their strengths of their accelerated misfortune, though, and this will guarantee them 2 dragons to start off this first game of the final series of the day here, Beatdown.
Yes, K is like saying, guys, please tell me you're pressuring bot lane as he ends up falling yet again. It is good, though. Drake stacking exactly what you want, and wow. They are putting the pain. Oh my god. Well, okay.
That's a lot of ultimates.
Yeah.
And Yuji says, how about one more? Cataclysm for the dunk onto Meech. And unfortunately for that Ashe, there is no flash. But Tomio might just make an impact, just says, all right, well, I'm going to soak up this minion wave. The play is already over.
Breezy's like, but Tomio, there's no support farm penalty anymore. It's like, what's that? Sorry? Autoing minions. I'm
think
sorry.
that's next patch.
Headset's acting up. We might need to pause, guys.
not quite. But it's a whole different ballgame, man. Oh god.
Don't
You
go
just
down the
reminded me
rabbit hole.
that's
I'm sorry, Mark.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm getting PTSD from prior metas. But Maryville,
Yep.
thanks to Yuji's pressure on the bottom side of the map, has given them the gold advantage that is at least combating the fact that Sniper is getting quite scary in the top side of the map. He might even be scarier than Scary Jerry.
Yeah, that is probably accurate. I really, even though this is a pretty big deficit, I do kind of worry for how MU in some of these skirmishes, if Irelia is there. Sniper, I really think, can just do a lot of damage, especially if he gets a big ultimate, then he resets off his Blade Surge. But for now, Conviction, can go ahead and grab this Rift Herald. Really good to be able to set up play, whether it's trying to take a turret, trying to take the next dragon, etc. Otherwise, no response from UG, but, you know, it would be what we've seen today. Just be another excuse to gank Meech and Breezy again.
Mm-hmm. Mid lane might be a little tougher, but they're pinging for an angle, trying to invade through the bottom side of the jungle.
Look at Obstinatus.
Yep. Setting up deep vision control in that red quadrant. And anytime Meech oversteps on that mid lane wave, you can just have a Jarvan and a Nautilus fly over the Raptor wall. Yuji's going to take these Krugs, at least just for the time being. And for Tomio, sure, he's gotten Grubs and he's gotten the Rift Herald, but I really want to see Conviction try and make a play around Tomio, because it seems like for how many times Yuji has threatened a lane or been able to impact a lane, he hasn't fallen behind in farm. In fact, he's even slightly ahead. And Tomio just might be dead. Pops the Crescent Guard, still has flash available. Doesn't even need the flash. Good, calm composure from the jungler of Conviction.
Yeah, good save there from Tomio. Really just loses nothing, because by the time Dragon comes, he should have his ultimate ready to go with time to spare. And some ultimates were expended by Maryville to make that play. Could leave them vulnerable to a play if the Ash Arrow lands true on anyone other than Scary Jerry, who's cleansing them really well.
Sniper's going to bring over Insanity. Okay, might be in a world of trouble here. Dashes over to the left and dodges out on the Flash Frost, but can't dodge out an Encore, and Sniper will seal his fate, cleans up the minion wave as they look for a turret of their own on the top side of the map.
Yes, and Sniper, very happy to collect that gold for himself. He doesn't have ultimate, so... Oh, but the wave is here.
I mean, he has the minion wave, but I don't know if he can outplay three members here. That's a lot of damage coming out from Spyrex's Mel. A bit of a shame, maybe a miscommunication, because Sniper did have someone that was recalling right behind him, but just needed to communicate that he was going to look for a face check, and Maryville able to punish a little bit of greediness from the young top laner here.
Yeah, I think considering how soon Dragon was coming up, I think face checking just wasn't ideal. I don't think anyone on the team could have waited for him.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be Herald, mid lane. Should give an easy track to that bottom side river for Conviction as someone has to answer. Well, you can see most of Maryville University are coming through that bottom side Tri-Brush. There's going to be a battle for vision in and around this Drake. It is Maryville's soul point. Something they would very much want to grab for themselves, and something Conviction equally don't want to let go. Or do they?
Well, interesting thing here, Beatdown. Sniper is committed to the Sigma male grind set of splitting a side lane and never joining a team fight, because he's got Hullbreaker. He's trying to take out these turrets as fast as possible. So Maryville are going to get this Dragon uncontested, and this will put them at soul point just under 20 minutes.
Well, it isn't soul. It's Chemtech, so something Conviction aren't comfortable fighting for, and it's not going to be the biggest loss either. Sonata's in a little bit of trouble. I think it's an okay position for Maryville to be in. Soul will still be a good boon for them. I think if you're a Conviction, this is kind of a tough situation, because even though lane went well enough for your top side of the map, Meech and Breezy have been put pretty significantly behind, and your whole plan really at this point is kind of leaning on your Irelia, leaning on Sniper. And while he can do a lot of that damage in team fights, the value really is going to be in split pushing. So I think it's going to be pretty hard to justify him split pushing because of the objectives Maryville have taken so far this game. Like, you want to have him splitting while Soul's up, Mark? I'd probably say no.
Probably not. Conviction trying to tango in Yuji's own blue quadrant jungle. Good use of the beat drop will snag Obstinatus and lock him down. Encore comes through onto a couple members. Yuji caught in the crossfire, and K tries to fire back with the public execution, but Yuji is on the back foot, but Tomio gets slain by Scary Jerry and escorts his jungler back to safety. Conviction can't finish off the two-time most valuable prospect, and Maryville University do everything they can to protect their king as K tries to dance with Insanity once again. Spyrex is going to try to back him up, but Conviction now have Sniper right behind them. Insanity using his passive to bait K in again, and Meech is unlaying the damage. Sniper about to join the fray, has the flawless duet, connects it onto Spyrex in the backline, and Conviction play for the extended fight. Sniper does get taken out by the turret shot, but Conviction doing everything they can to keep putting Maryville on the back foot here.
We're fighting a lot more than I think we need to be, especially for if you're Maryville, but Conviction very happy to play that game. They're able to capitalize on it very nicely, getting the 3 for 2. Not really sure why K went back in here, but overall, I think this overcommitment is really what hurt them. You have a pink ward there. You're aware. You have the information that Sniper is heading towards you, so I think we're just overstepping a little too much here as Maryville University, and I think it cost them their whole gold lead, and it's going to make this game harder for them to do.
Maryville still have Dragon Soul to play for in 2.5 minutes time. Get a chance to see some of the damage this game so far. Sniper definitely leading the charts just because he's been not letting K have a good time in this first game of the series in the matchup. I want to see how well Conviction can try and leverage this split push side lane threat well before the Dragon starts to become an issue here for Conviction.
A few minutes before we find out. It's 2 minutes till that Drake comes through. Right now, the only objective on the map is Baron. I don't really see a world where either team take it right away, barring a grievous throw from somebody or an astronomical fight. So now it's just going to be about vision, playing slow, and punishing anybody who oversteps. Maryville University still have that soul win condition to be playing for. And you still have some scaling tools, Spyrax. It's only going to get stronger with time. But you still have the Irelia problem. That's a big win con for Conviction. 2.5 items on this champion. Sniper is really strong, especially in the 1v1s and 1v2s and things like that. As long as they allow him to keep doing so, he's going to be a big problem on the map that Maryville will have to overcommit to deal with.
Maryville having to most likely invest more than one member to keep Sniper pinned on the side lane. As Yuji's trying to hover Spyrax and see if Sniper will face check this bush again, guarding it with a control ward, but Sniper seemingly has learned his lesson from the first time he face checked it, and is not going to go for the play again. Looking to group with his team in mid. Maybe they can knock out this tier 1 turret before the dragon itself comes up.
And you can see that focus here from Conviction, just working their way down and caught by a wall.
Yeah, the wall is so powerful against K. Cannot dash through it, even on the Mbessa. It's a big pickup. Numbers advantage now guaranteed for Conviction. And with Sniper here, he is ready to make sure that the pain is held. Obstinate is also caught, forced to flash over the Anivia wall. And now Maryville are forced to give up pressure on this tier 1 turret.
Yeah, I mean, again, really, just the power of this Anivia that I don't think really highlighted very much going into this match. Just the ability to create those walls. Really good against less mobile champions like Mel and Misfortune. But of course, even champions like Mel, or rather Mbessa, who dash. Can't dash through that wall. Great way to isolate people. So really not respecting that is a great way for Insanity to set up his team for a great play, many objectives.
Gold lead has been mostly stabilized now here. The dragon stacking was decelerated from Maryville. Conviction at least delay a potential Chemtech Soul by another 4.5 minutes here in the game, closer to the 30-minute mark. And with the 2 item spikes now fully online for a majority of our carries here, Scary Jerry rocking a 3rd overall item spike. I'm just noticing, I don't think he's bought boots yet. He's just running. He's running on bare feet. Because I'm looking at the quest, and I'm not sure if that's either no boots or just tier 1 boots.
I don't know, which is pretty interesting. I mean, it did allow that extra bit of focus. Now he's at 3 items. Honestly, this game, I don't see a whole lot of auto-attacking, so like, it's fine. I don't see a lot of auto-attacking in his future. So now he has that IE, and then Mortal Reminder, which I think is super necessary because of the healing Sniper is doing to himself, and the healing Breezy is giving everyone on the team. So
yeah.
I think there's a lot of value there.
Gonna be potentially critical for an upcoming fight if Scary Jerry can find a really good angle for that bullet time to shred through Conviction.
Yes.
Setting up vision now on the top side. Mid wave under control from Meech. get a chance to rotate in, but K has, hang on, fight in the topside jungle. Tomio instantly pops the ulti. And thankfully for Insanity, builds a wall. Yuji looking to punish on this Ice Bird, but doesn't find Articuno just yet. Maryville are just going to have to just take their wins for now and be content that they did burn an ultimate off of Tomio.
Yeah, for nothing, I might add. They still have all their ults to work with here, and now you can see them
Encore.
fishing.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, the rebuttal was used for the Encore. Can't stop the Crystal Enchanted Arrow, but no further follow-up from Conviction. They do not feel confident enough to look for Nautilus, and both big long-range engage tools have been used. Meanwhile, Aurelia is unattended on the bot side. Conviction, they just need to make sure that Maryville are not advancing with the play. Opsonatus is still going to get caught out, and Sniper has teleported, ready to unleash his fury. Finds Scary Jerry in the backline, and he knows that he's dead to rights. No chance to burn a flash or a cleanse. The rest of Maryville University are forced to scatter as Sniper continues to dive K under the second-tier turret. He's going in with the Blade Surge. The public execution snags him with just enough damage. Maryville University falling to the might of Conviction here in Game 1.
And the Baron is going to fall to Conviction as well because they are headed straight for it, Mark. Maryville University falling apart at the seams, and it's only getting harder from here, man. This 3,500 gold lead, which wasn't there a second ago, is about to shoot up even higher. Conviction, they have the rest of this game cut out for them now. We're seeing level 16 come through on Insanity, level 18, and counting for Sniper. And these extra item breakpoints mean that Conviction are in a very powerful position. One I'm not sure Maryville can overcome.
Yeah. A majority of the gold lead is pretty much in Sniper's pockets, but there's even a sizable gold advantage also in Breezy's pockets as well, since he's been able to pick up a decent amount of kills through, or gold through kills, and mostly assists in these fights. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure from Yuji focused on to Meech in that bot side, but Breezy never went down, and he's got a really nice build for him, the Diadem as well as the Echoes of Helia, so it's a lot of consistent healing and shielding across the board. Maryville are going to have to try to lock in and see if they can just overgroup into one lane and force these big fights before Conviction are able to group with their strong solo laners, but it's so far a race. Conviction are trying to see if they can break open the tier 3 turret before Maryville can regroup.
It's looking like that's exactly what's going to happen. Probably going to cost the inhibitor as well. No. Like, Conviction will back off. Still, big loss. Another structure going down, and a lot of gold Conviction will gain for it. Really just continuing to hold this advantage. No,
okay, Opsonatus makes it out. Look where Yuji is. He has the makings of a deep flank, but if Conviction just forced the engage here, Yuji's going to have to come and bail them out. A lot of damage from Scary Jerry's bullet time, but Yuji just wasn't there. Maryville University were not ready for a proper 5-on-5. Now Yuji, waiting in the shadows, will try to jump onto one, but knows that the numbers are not in his favor anymore, and just forced to take a retreat path instead. And I think Maryville are going to have to concede another dragon.
Yeah, they will. And the more, while the soul is not particularly strong, individual Chemtech Drakes, really great for a Seraphine team. And even for Aurelia, where you have your own sustain going on with regards to Lifesteal, Omni-Man. So that's also going to be improved with every individual Drake. So in many levels, this game is slipping through Maryville University's fingers, and it's getting even harder to imagine how they're going to be able to come back into this one. Baron's done in 25 seconds, so maybe not much else is going to be done with that, but there's so much power available to Conviction. And unless Yuji's able to set up a flank like that, and also execute on it, of course, I don't think Conviction lose any upfront fights.
It's definitely a tough spot for Maryville University to be in. Technically, they did shore up a decent amount of the gold deficit that they were experiencing somehow. I'm not sure how that necessarily came to be, because it used to be like a 4,000 to 5,000 gold advantage. It's now closer to 3,000 to 4,000 for Conviction, but There's an open inhibitor exposed through the bottom side of the map, so Conviction always have a path to try and end the game if they get a successful fight going for themselves. Insanity has teleport pushing through with the rest of his team on the bot side, while Sniper is escorting Meech on mid wave, since Meech has been the target of many a pick from Maryville University this entire game so far, and just trying to lend some of his power to protect his AD carry.
Yeah, now things go back to sort of neutral. Everybody's recalling. Not a whole lot else is going to be going on, probably for a few minutes. We're still waiting on Baron. We're still waiting on the 6th Dragon of the game. And really, Maryville is trying to clear out what vision they can, try and control this bottom side of the map, at least a little, so that they can have a move to kind of have a presence on that top side when Baron does start to spawn. I don't know if they can actually try and fight for it, because walking into Conviction sounds like a nightmare. But at the same time, if they lose this Baron, I don't know how they'll ever get the Dragon.
There was an impressive amount of vision control from Maryville that they had in that topside river. 2 of the wards got scattered out, a 3rd falls, and Sniper is just going to try and force the all-in on K. Wow, that looked like it hurt. K is able to walk away safely, but they lose the tier 2 turret. Insanity looking for a pick. UG finds the flag and drag on Insanity. He pops the Seeker's arm guard to give him some time. The rest of Maryville will not force the engage further.
And Insanity still has the passive as well, so really not in too much danger. He's gonna go to the recall. We're just gonna go right back to it. I respect the angle from Maryville. This is exactly how these fights need to go for the rest of the game. You need to fish, man. You need to look. You need to force. You need to capitalize on anything like this. Ooh, that's tough.
It was close. No break for Obstinatus. Teleport coming in from Insanity. They're just ready to overload on midwave and try and push Maryville University out of the Baron Pit and regain control of this space. UG, once again, has a flank angle in Fog of War. Has not been spotted. I don't think that ward saw him either.
They
He should be spotted now. Oh my goodness. If he can find a crucial target, finds the flag and drag onto Meech, but he flashes away. Tomio buying space with the Crescent Guard, and Sniper tries to advance forward. K is going to be the first one to fall. The Encore Flash catches 2 in the back line, and the Resident Divers come marching on in. The Saints are falling to Conviction once again, and it's all led by Breezy's Encore re-engage. The 5-man squad will send it down mid, and not even the king of NACL, Yuji, can stop them.
Yeah, the spawn timers, they're too long. We're looking at the end of game 1 here, Mark. Returning champions in Maryville University lost their first game of the split here. We're going to have to see if they can bounce back in the next one.
Conviction with the first win of the series. Now lead. And man, beat down. I mean, talk about a top lane Canyon experience.
Yeah.
They set up Aurelia for Sniper. That R5, oh, well, I guess not technically R5, but the last pick of the draft. And he built up that advantage without any interference from Tomio. He got 2 cheater bases, found a solo kill all in, gets out alive, and then finally Yuji is able to try and provide some relief, but at that point, a Sniper had done enough damage. But I think overall, it wasn't just Sniper, even Insanity. His Nivea provided so much utility, so many pick opportunities for Conviction to find some wins in that mid game when Maryville were ahead of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's tough too, because even though UG was able to get a lot of damage done on that bottom side of the map, at the end of the day, there was no answer for the Aurelia. And of course, you got to give a lot of credit to Tomio. I think he was playing these fights out very nicely. Great uses of the Crescent Guard to break up these skirmishes and really just focus down key targets to really not give Maryville a way to win these fights.
That is game 1 wrapped up in the books. When we come back from this break, it's going to be game 2 right here on your screen. So make sure y'all are staying tuned.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 in our final series of the day in this action-packed NACL kickoff. 3 best-of-3 back-to-back. It's been a hell of a journey so far, beatdown, but this is the way that we always got to do it when we bring back NACL back to the fold. And Conviction with a Game 1 win. Honestly, I know Sniper, definitely a lot of people looking at him as the hard carry for this game, but I cannot give enough credit over to Insanity. I think this was a really big solo lane step up from Conviction because UG did so much for Maryville, especially their bot side, that Insanity and Sniper were able to do a lot of heavy lifting to turn around that difference made.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I think, Insanity was very quietly pulling a lot of weight in that first game. And overall, it was just a good performance again. I want to shout out Tomio once more. I think he was playing those team fights out very nicely, very effectively, and was even able to turn some questionable fights into winning ones. Basically was able to help close the door on any chance of MU winning. You can really see that moment on this gold graph where things were really never turning around. So now going into this next game, it's about Maryville being able to I think get a draft where they're going to be able to have a little more agency. I think champs like Misfortune, Nautilus, very useful at post level 6 with combos they're able to perform. But it seemed like they were pretty effectively neutralized for the most part afterward.
Yeah. There was definitely a snowball potential for Maryville just through this misfortune that UG was able to give a lot of early gold over to, continuously repeating gank after gank onto Meech and burning summoner spells into visits that guaranteed kills. But at the end of the day, could not stop the bleeding on the top side of the map once Sniper got ahead for himself in that Aurelia Ambessa matchup. Now going into game 2, we know that Maryville have first pick, but also red side, and Conviction will get second pick, and while being blue side. So Maryville cannot stop the counter pick from being a thing for Sniper going into the second game. Just curious to see what Conviction are going to try and set up for him, and if Maryville can try and snipe that away and stop it from being a threat like it was in game 1.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty accurate, Mark. So now, as we're seeing a lot of the usual stuff get banned away, the Cassiopeia definitely less common, but of course an Insanity special, something you're really not excited to have to face against. That's why you're seeing that ban there if you're unfamiliar.
When does Insanity bring out the AP Kog'Maw again? That was lit when he brought it out last summer, man. That was...
He's saving it, Mark. He's saving it for something special. You know, first day, not quite.
I just don't know if AP Kog'Maw can hit like it did last year. But
did it get
only time
we have nerf? I honestly don't remember.
I don't remember what the changes were, or if anything in the item changes during the offseason to now makes it so that AP Kog'Maw cannot exist. But Conviction, I'm not worrying about the Kog'Maw right now. They're just banning a lot of the standard control mages. They take away the Varus as well. Karma is the first pick for Maryville University, so that should guarantee that they have a semblance of a winning bot lane now that you have an enchanter instead of engaged support.
Yeah, I think there's pressure on Conviction to also pick up the Ezreal, just to not allow the Ezreal Karma combination to come through, but they could allow that and try and match it a different way, but it's looking like that's not going to be the case. This is pretty much what's expected, and I would imagine Tomio is just going to pick for himself here.
Conviction will divorce the Ezreal and Karma bot lane pairing from being together. Conviction can now look for either their own support matchup if they feel confident in what they want against the Karma, I should say. But Tomio just gonna secure himself Pantheon on the field, since Vi was also off the board, and that kind of leaves Pantheon as de facto the best skirmishing jungler available in the pool.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're like starting to slowly go down the list. mean, like Yuji might end up on the Wukong or something similar when we get to that year. Right now, the hover, we probably might see a Yunara locked in. Something hyperscale just to pair with the Karma, so it's going to end up being Sivir. And wow, Kay's just going straight to the Rumble. Definitely a signature pick of his. So we're probably in for a treat.
They can also protect this Rumble now with like an Aurora ban. I know Sniper has put in some games recently. So we'll see if Maryville University have done their homework or if they are at least wary of it and want to give respect over to both Sniper and Insanity once we get to that point in the draft phase. But Conviction still have a pick of their own, and they're locking in the Alistar for Breezy, which many fans will remember from last year when Breezy had the what was the call beat down?
It wasn't Breezy. Oh God, the flank so deep, King Arthur couldn't pull him out.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times. Was that Breezy? Yeah, I guess it was. I don't know why.
It was either him or Zazel, but I'm very confident it was on Breezy.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Conviction going to try to ban out some next best junglers available that UG would go for. First one is the Nocturne. Now, Zehen could be something else on the chopping block here since UG has played Zehen jungle recently. Not sure if it's something that they feel confident into the Pantheon matchup per se, but at least for Maryville, they have taken away the Aurora, so no threat of the Aurora top lane into the Rumble.
It's possible, because I would agree it's tough to face off into the Pantheon, but I mean, so far you have a winning bot lane. If you're able to have winning lanes elsewhere, maybe it can give you that safety.
Yeah, sure.
Just to be able to get through your first couple of clears very safely. Well, we'll see if the route they actually want to go. Maybe Yuji will play Mundo, man. Who knows?
They eliminated the Ornn as well, so Maryville are banking on Conviction selecting their top laner for Sniper and then saving counterpick for Insanity in mid. Definitely makes sense in my book. Conviction thinking about their options, and a Yone. Okay,
no,
that was the longest 0 seconds I've ever seen in my life for a draft phase, and I'm a master at holding at 0 seconds in draft.
Yo, low key, chat. He's not kidding. He's not kidding. In fact, he's dodged a lot of lobbies because of it.
No.
Unintentionally.
Unintentionally. Yes.
Sorry, maybe dodge is not quite. I couldn't think of like right.
I'm trying to fight a case right now.
You need a good lawyer, bro.
Please. Okay, well, the Mundo gets locked in. Yuji saw what Munchie was able to cook up in that series against Dorado for Blue Otter, and I mean, we know that Dardoch has been a spear holder of Mundo. Hang on, There's a lot of funny hovers from Obstinatus right now, so I'm just going to wait. But Mundo jungle, if protected, can outpace this Pantheon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right now, it is the Hoi blind. Considering Mel and Nivea are out of the picture, I mean, it could be Victor. You could try to fight for Prio to at least give a lane that can help Romeo pressure this Mundo. But if that doesn't end up working out, then yeah, Yuji, as long as he's able to have a little bit of breathing room in those early minutes. You said it, Mark. We saw what Munchie was able to do earlier on in the night, and I think it makes sense considering that what was showing at the time, especially the Ezreal, who we know not to be a big tank cluster. You know who else is not a big tank cluster?
Ari.
Yeah. So Conviction really just banking on the mid game to really just believe that, yeah, we can snowball enough to win this game. GG won't matter.
Yeah.
Which I respect that, and from a team like Conviction, I believe they can actually do it.
I definitely had a lot of questions of what Tomio was able to get done in the first game while Yuji was not only keeping his farm up and staying even with Tomio, but also doing more ganks than Tomio did. I feel like that first game, Tomio has a lot to step up for now that he's playing something like the Pantheon, which we know that Tomio at his best can absolutely run a map. He has that killer instinct in him. He just needs to unlock it. He needs to let it out. Anytime you see him on Volibear, you know that that guy's going rawr, like he's tearing everyone up. But
he's making noises.
Exactly. And for Maryville, you have a scaling jungler in this Mundo who doesn't want to necessarily scrap early on and make nearly as many ganks as he did on the Jarvan. So my eyes are on Tomio to try and basically do to the bot lane what Yuji did to his bot lane in game 1 as we load on to Summoner's Rift for game 2 of our final best of 3 of the night.
All eyes are on Yuji. I love that Mundo has one skin, Mark. And it's just accepted. It's like Muay Thai Lee Sin. It's just the one skin that everybody uses. Oh.
Ghost popped. Wow.
Well, I mean, you're forcing pots out from Breezy early, so honestly, with the cooldown ghosts on it, I would just call that worth. Especially with Yuji pathing downward. Any pressure you can add for Yuji, who's going to be finishing on that bottom side to maybe help get him a Scuttle Crab, I call that worth. I think it's good.
Yeah. Yuji already leashing up the Krugs while he's finishing off the red buff. Expert level clear on this Mundo so far. I rate it 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Would like to see... Oh, wait, hang on. Pan over to the bottom side of the map. Tomio has gone for a level 2 invade. So he did his Raptors, but he was spotted on a ward crossing into the blue quadrant. Scary Jerry and Obstinatus can't necessarily collapse just yet, but now that Yuji's moving on over, level 2 Mundo versus level 2 Pantheon, they have to communicate to Tomio that he's getting collapsed on, and Tomio, I think, just recognizes, I need to go and die to turret before anyone else gets any kill credit. Will Yuji look for a Q flash? Not going to happen. It's just an execute for Tomio.
Yeah, I mean, you did snag the blue buff. It's kind of worth because you don't give away the kill, but I mean, he no longer has the buff. So I'm not really... He's up a camp. That's about as far as that one goes. On timer is enough that he can just run to his bottom side. But I think, honestly, overall, Yuji might be happier with this outcome. Am I crazy to think that? Is that ridiculous to say?
No. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah, he doesn't get the kill credit on Tomio, but Tomio was in the middle of taking that Gromp and then realized, oh crap, I need to go KMS so that I don't give any gold over to MU. Like, in game,
literally,
guys.
You're correct. You're correct. No, that's factually correct.
Yeah.
Factually correct.
So all that Tomio can really do is, well, I only have enough gold to buy a control ward, I guess. So that's his best play. But Yuji gets to move into the top side river first, can contest this crab, can even look at Tomio's camps because
I like this.
Yuji is already level 3 and Tomio is still trying to make his way to his own level 3 spike.
I mean, yeah, like, Tomio's just finishing his red buff. Yuji's going to be able to snag this blue, probably just the blue. But as long as he gets that in crab, I think this is just going to be a very successful first clear. Jungler of Maryville University. So a bold opening from Tomio, but really just not panning out the way he was hoping.
So I'm noticing that the bottom third is not current. Yuji is currently level 4, so just avert your eyes for a moment, chat.
Ah, yes. Good call. Good call, Mark. Until that one's fixed.
But yeah, Yuji already has full cleared a majority of his jungle. The only camp that he misses is the blue buff, but then he takes a majority of Tomio's top side jungle quadrant, and yeah, he's definitely for the better.
Yeah, really good. Gotta feel good for Maryville. He didn't have to do very much, and now Yuji finds himself ahead, which it's tough. You got to take these risks against the Mundo just so you can try and put him behind and slow him down, but unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario, as now Yuji is accelerated a little bit. And we've seen, again, in past games, both from Munchie today and Dardoch in the past, what it's like when this champion gets ahead. Monster to deal with, impossible to kill. And when I'm looking at champions like Ahri and Ezreal, I have zero faith in tank. I have zero faith in ability to kill tanks.
Yeah.
Reason.
Yeah, Conviction need to hit the ground running once they get that first item unlocked. Otherwise, they are going to get outpaced by Maryville's favored composition when it comes to later game scaling. Breezy almost run down by Scary Jerry, who pops the Ghost again, just like we saw level 1. Not able to fully finish him off. Breezy still holding on to heal and flash. Same thing for Meech on his barrier and flash. And Maryville just trying to open up a small gold lead through these small advantages that they're pushing for.
Yeah, and this constant pressure too made it really hard for Meech to farm. You can see it. And CS gold lead probably going to narrow once the wave crashes. But overall, Scary Jerry, Obstinatus doing a good job keeping them under their turret basically this whole game, under constant threat. Got to imagine, unless they get alleviated by Tomio, they're probably going to take an unfavorable recall, and that lead is going to grow a little bit for Scary Jerry.
Yep. Oh, and I think the wave is starting to push back against Scary Jerry, but they're just going to go for a quick, fast push, now knowing that Ezreal has certainly taken a base. Quick flash out of someone, looks like it was Spyrax. Maryville pressuring for this first dragon. Mundo, by the way, more Mundo propaganda. This guy solos big objectives insanely fast because his cleavers do a large portion of current HP damage. Insanity in a trouble and force to flash over the wall.
So ends up going flash for flash. Yuji very happily going to collect the first streak of the game. And again, you're the team that's scaling. Getting the first streak is phenomenal. You love to see it. Able to slow the game down much more. Your opponents can't really force you into a position with the threat of a Dragon Soul, or at least not any time that's relevant to you not having your power spike. So great start to this game here for Maryville University.
Now, normally, based on precedence, I would say, but what if Conviction are able to make this comeback through solo lane difference like we saw from Sniper's massive lead and then Insanity being able to find picks? Well, right now, K has not had the same treatment as he did in the Aurelia matchup, where he was getting demolished 1v1 without any jungle interference. In fact, he has a sizable CS lead at the moment. Sniper has not been able to find any strong advantages, just trying to farm his way through the lane phase so far. And I, once again, cannot stress enough that Tomio needs to make not only his first ganks truly impactful and game warping, but also this Grand Starfall that's coming up on level 6 has to be one that pushes Conviction into a game advantage, or like a massive gold advantage.
Yeah, no doubt. So eyes are going to be on him, getting close to level 6. Where is he really going to find his best angle here? I'm honestly looking topside just because of how much K has been pushing. And if he's able to secure that, and Sniper, even though it is Gnar and not quite the Aurelia, gold in his pocket is definitely not worthless, especially when you bring him towards those objectives that you're going to want to be fighting for in the coming minutes as Conviction. I mean, Grubs, upcoming dragons, because if Maryville gets a second dragon, Mark, you're going to solo cast this one because this is over.
You're checking out. You're just like, yep.
I'm out, bro.
I'm out.
I'm good.
I'm taking my 30. I'm taking my hour.
I'm taking my whatever it takes until this game is over.
And what do you want to get for lunch, Beatdown? Actually, it's far past lunch. Actually, it's like, what, 10:34 where you're at right now?
That is exactly correct. It is quite late. But, you know, there's something I could get. I don't know.
I don't know, a nightcap, maybe? You know, we're past dinner times at this point. Unless, do you want to go to Minerva's? You can go to Minerva's.
Oh, don't say that. Of course I want to go. But you're not here. Oh.
What if I just got a flight to Toronto right now?
You do it.
What if I just booked it? Okay, I will.
Yeah, do it. TSA definitely won't hold you up. You can do it. You real?
A little. Maryville trying to press forward, and Tomio cannot defend his blue buff unless he forces the engage onto Yuji, but there's a blast cone there, and nice fear from Spyrax. He's just going to force the engage onto the flashless way. Spyrax cannot get bailed out this time, but at least Yuji can look for a trade kill, and now will try to pressure Insanity. He's got one more Spirit Rush charm, is able to dash away safely, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Spyrax Fortunately, not able to survive that one, so it ends up being an even trade. Which, I mean, again, Maryville, overall pretty fine. Scary Jerry, Meech going at it, but I think...
Summoner heal. Where's the honor in the 1v1, Scary Jerry? Come on, man. I'm just...
we don't do that here. We're here to win.
That's right. Play for the advantages that you can get. And Obstinatus ensuring that his AD carry is the one that forces Meech to leave.
Right, big wave crash too, so quite a loss there for Meech as this CS lead continues to grow. 23 moment in favor of Scary Jerry. And again, this is just the meta we're in, guys, where, yeah, you have a lot of easy engage potential, and it makes sense that a lot of supports in our league would prefer to go that route, but you're also sacrificing a lot in a meta where enchanters really are king at the moment, and that's the fact that you're just going to get smoked in lane. And unless you're getting a significant amount of jungle attention, that means your AD carry is going to get smoked. And unfortunately, that's been Meech's life today.
Whether it was UG running interference on that bot side in the first game, or just the enchanter versus engage support matchup, it's a tough one for Meech. But at the very least, Breezy has been trying to do what he can to either get some vision control or look for some proactive roams on the top side. Has not really found anything, so it is forcing Meech to be isolated a lot of these moments and windows here. Second dragon has spawned on the rift. Maryville will have first push in both bot and most likely mid. It looks like Spyrex is trying to set up maybe for a pick onto this Ahri, the way that he is hovering on that line brush, but I guess just waiting for UG to come swinging on through before he makes the push happen.
And right now, just gonna be that second Drake mark. I hope you're ready to do most of the yapping, because it's looking like Maryville are gonna be able to secure this. Up 2K, you're in a comp with what? The likes of Sivir, Rumble, Mundo, and yeah. Mark.
Meganar, ulti into the wall, into the charm, into the stun from Tomio. That's where Conviction needs to make these plays happen. Just force onto a side lane. And Tomio didn't even have to burn Grand Starfall. He and Insanity just made the walk over to where Sniper was. And that's going to give him a little bit of extra gold. Cade does hit that first item spike anyway with the Leandry's Torment, but Sniper should be close in hitting his own Trinity Force.
Damn, Mark, I thought I could convince you that I actually left.
I was thinking about it. I was like, oh my god, did Beatdown actually just leave me?
No, I'm here.
Snap.
And talking more about the play topside, I mean, Mark, you know what I wanted to see that? 5 minutes ago, when UG wasn't this. When it wasn't like 40 CS up, already stacking that Heartsteel, like, it's a little too late, man.
2 levels ahead. I mean, at this point, Conviction can still make or try to make a big play, but it has to be a big play plus a bit of a throw for Maryville at this point.
Yeah.
And Maryville are playing a very relatively clean game right now. Breezy just clearing the wave so that Scary Jerry can't get any more gold off the turret plates, but can only do so much as a support Alistar to clear the minion wave and now force the base.
That's right. Not much else to be done. Just delaying the inevitable, which is that turret going down. Not much else is being done here. I mean, again, we keep saying it because it's true. Conviction, we need more proactivity. This game is... this trajectory really is not beneficial to them. UG is only getting stronger and stronger. I mean, Scary Jerry...
Insanity immediately following up with the flash on top of Sniper's engage. And yeah, that's a Rafa Grand Starfall if I've ever seen one sometimes, where you're just like, oh, there's a play happening. I'm there. Oh, you guys already finished them off. Okay, well, I'm here, guys. I'm here for moral support. We're getting a precision play. Okay.
You know what? This play was precise. I'll give him that. You know, I'm just going to ignore Tomio's ult there. Good.
Did he at least get assist money? We're back to live. UG is still pressuring for the invade. I don't know if Tomio doesn't have smite. Yeah, he doesn't have smite. UG just walks him off of it.
Wow, that's brutal. That's a tilter. Mark's asking FF at this point. Can't lie.
I mean, this is such a difficult position to be in as Pantheon because you can't kill your jungle opponent. So all you can really hope for is like, all right, guys, let's just continue overloading on side lanes whenever they overextend. But Yuji just going to bring Obsinatus wherever he goes. If you thought Mundo was hard to kill, imagine trying to kill a Mundo through his health bar as well as Karma Inspire Shields. Tomio blocking the way for Breezy to get out alive, but it comes at the cost of Tomio's flash. Maryville University's bot lane and jungle are able to overload successfully on this top side and eliminate another turret.
Yeah, that final element too for these plays that Maryville, or no, not Maryville, excuse me, Conviction is, it also just needs to be a play that, it needs to be like an overwhelming success. It needs to get a lot of gold. And this is quite literally the opposite of that. So Maryville now also securing that Rift Herald is just going to be the pathway to more gold for them. And really just closing off the options that Conviction have available.
And for Conviction, all of their gold advantage, at least as individual advantages go, it's only on Insanity. He's the only one with the kills on this team. And even though Maryville have only one kill for themselves, they have massive gold advantages throughout a majority of their lanes. So Insanity has to do some miracle work. He has got to go Super Saiyan to try and bring this one back because he's the only one that will be a pretty considerate threat. He might be able to hit his second item relatively soon on top of it. So we'll see if Conviction can play around that spike as a way to come back in this game.
Now Herald is going to guarantee another turret falling for Maryville. Just continue advancing their position. And now Yuji advancing on the bot lane, or rather, Insanity and Breezy. But with the charm, they're just going to be able to walk away. And it's Mundo with another Ocean Soul. Potential, by the way, Mark.
That is crazy. How'd that happen?
Crazy. I don't know. I find that very suspicious, but you know, we just take what we get. And what we get is a very powerful soul for a very scaled
Oh, the McHale's Cleanse from Obsinatus allows Yuji to break out of the charm from Insanity and continue the chase, forcing everyone from Conviction to give up space in the mid-wave. Rest of Maryville immediately collapsing on top side where Tomio was trying to make a dive happen onto Spirax, but unfortunately Sniper had to bail. And I don't know if Tomio can even get a 1-for-1 because he is getting chain CC'd to his death. Maryville University, exceptional map play and even more exceptional control.
Right, Maryville looking to take us to a game 3 mark. They don't want to go out like this the way they did in that first game. And they're well on their way to making it happen. Gold lead now. Getting closer to 4,000. See now. Oh, wow.
Holy, okay, well, Conviction trying to press the gas as fast as possible. They make the dive with both of their solo laners here, and it's successful. Breezy can tank up the last few turret shots thanks to the Alistar ultimate, and some signs of life are finally happening in this Conviction roster here in Game 2.
Yeah, again, might be too little too late, but this is exactly what they need to be doing. More of this. We need to keep it fast. We need to keep it loose at this point. Just make plays. Make as many as you can. Any angle you think might work, you have to go for it. This is a big gold lead that you're trying to knock down. And they've successfully knocked down a nice chunk of it. Still a lot more to go, especially considering that you're getting outscaled every minute.
Maryville still with an overwhelming gold lead despite Conviction's best efforts on that bot side dive. Baron is spawning in a minute. Dragon Soul for Maryville spawns in 3 minutes. And everyone is hovering towards the bottom side of the map. Tomio's trying to guard Sniper while in this tri-bush, but gets spotted by a ward over the wall. And Yuji is going to push him out, maintaining this 2-level advantage over his jungle opponent.
And now, going to use that power to just pressure Conviction outside. Oh my god, that was one cleaver. Gonna pressure that Conviction away deeper into their own jungle just to maintain this sort of vision around the Dragon Pit. They want control because in 2 minutes, that Ocean Soul from Maryville is going to be up and available. That's going to be the final piece of the puzzle.
Whoa, big pick on the Obstinatus, and an immediate collapse from Conviction's roster ensures that there is no counterplay from Maryville University to bail out their support.
Oh.
Potentially looking for a follow-up onto K. Doesn't need to flash, though, as Insanity Spirit Rush charges do run out. There's still 2 minutes before this second dragon spawn, or the fourth dragon spawns. Yuji gonna get knocked up here and stunned up, and the Ignite is ticking down, so he's not gonna be able to heal up nearly as much, and there's no Karma to bail him out, so he's forced to flash over the wall. Good True Shot Barrage for some damage, but Spirax finishes off Tomio, bails out his jungler from going down, and the rest of Conviction are not able to find Yuji. He heals up back to nearly full, and now he's ready for a second fight alongside the rest of the Saints. Sniper overextended, tries to hop to the blast cone, but get there in time, and now Yuji is ready to lead the charge for a second fight. Insanity is pinned against the wall, and he's smacked by a briefcase and burned to smithereens.
And you see the pings. That means it's time for the Baron. It's a little early, but when you get a team-wide fight like this, you might as well just go and send it. 2-item Sivir means you're going to take this one relatively quickly. Maryville, again, just continue to stomp on the gas as they run over Conviction.
Yeah, this feels almost impossible to recover from if you are Conviction. They had their best shot at taking down Yuji. However, they stopped the Baron push. Looks like Dragon Soul is coming up a little too soon, and they would rather just get the redeploys back on the map for that and set up control, which honestly, I can agree with.
Yeah, I think that's I think in the end that's a wise choice. Even with the empowered recalls, they may not make it in time. And your guaranteed permanent buff, that is a great way to help you win the game. That's something that they want to prioritize. 15 seconds. The recalls were still a bit late, delayed by that True Shot Barrage, but if they're strong enough, they'll be here to be able to have an impact and still have that first touch on the Dragon.
Insanity and Breezy trying to fish for a pick, but Yuji is not the ideal target. Oh my goodness, look at the damage coming out from just Spirax and Yuji onto Insanity. Tomio sends it onto Spirax knowing that he doesn't have flash available, but is still able to escape to the tower. Oh, but the Comet Spear finds him! Big shutdown, a big moment for Tomio. Is this enough for Conviction to force Maryville off of the Ocean Soul? Probably, but Maryville are content just to push it.
Baron would be ambitious, but not impossible for now. Big sigh of relief to deny that Ocean Soul, at least for 5 more minutes here. So Conviction, they buy themselves time, whereas they need to use that time to still find some kind of picks, find some kind of place to generate more gold here. And yeah, this fight was brutal. And props to Tomio, being able to essentially 1v1 Spirax there, Comet Spear over the wall. Worked out really well. Otherwise, the sustain is just too great for the rest of the team, especially Yuji. So, unless they're all focusing the same person, hard to imagine anyone's going down.
Still an overall Maryville University favored game. Conviction are making nice moves here to try and hopefully manifest for themselves a comeback, but it's still so many things have to align before that even happens. That being said, Maryville's gold advantage is spread out over their jungler and their bot lane. If Conviction are able to find Scary Jerry in these fights and then deal with Yuji later on, I can see the vision beat down. I still favor MU heavily, though.
I would say I think I agree with you, Mark. MU are pretty good. MU are in a really good position here right now still. Again, Conviction gonna have to get creative like they have been these last couple of minutes if they want any chance of coming back here. Getting that Ocean Drake was good. They just need to keep this up.
Meech, unfortunately, is not going to really do too much damage to this Mundo as these Mystic shots feel like tickles. Insanity looking for Scary Jerry. That's the target we called out for. Gets the cleanse from the Mikhails. Isn't enough.
He got him.
Flash auto attack from Sniper for the Boomerang. Gets a massive massive shutdown.
Wow.
And Sniper is about to go
God.
Mega very soon. K gets flashed off by Mage. Conviction! Can they make this comeback actually happen? Sniper might have overextended, but he has the hop to get out alive. UG tries to push on forward with Obstinatus and Spyrax. It's really up to the Quay to try and punt in some damage. The rest of Conviction can't look for a Baron immediately off the back of it, but it's kind of happening here, Beatdown.
Kinda. It's looking like they want to force it now. And you know what? Fair enough. UG getting close to level 16. If it's not now, when? Committing teleports, it's going to be a 50-50. They might even turn to play.
Turning on to UG. Does he have the ultimate still available? No, big shutdown. The first death of UG this entire series. Conviction find their man, slay the king, and Maryville Saints are left no ruler to lead them. And this Baron should be Conviction's to claim.
It is. They secure it. All 5 are alive. And just like that, they decimate this gold lead. Now down to less than 1,000. It's basically meaningless. And what a big set of plays here for Conviction Esports. We were counting them out, Mark. Like, we got to be honest here, where against this composition, we needed these kinds of plays and activity much earlier in the game. If we didn't see them, we figured they just weren't going to happen. But you got to give it to Conviction. The tenacity there, unintended, well, pun unintended, but I'm going with it. To be able to just keep searching for these angles is admirable. And it's now gotten them in this position where they not only erase the gold lead, they have a lot of standing gold where they can use this Baron buff to get a gold lead for themselves.
I mean, we highlighted the small window possibilities. Like, hey, you know what? The gold lead is on UG and Scary Jerry. If you can find the AD carry first and then deal with the tank later, it's a possibility, but probably not going to happen. And then boom, manifest it. Question is it our fault? No, we're not going to take credit. Conviction, definitely the ones that are able to prevail and find the winning angle off of Insanity, forcing that charm onto Scary Jerry and the rest of his team following up beautifully. Conviction now with the Baron buff into trying to see if they can make the siege into the base of Maryville and open the gates. They've only broken tier 2 turrets so far. Spyrax pushing on the top side, getting some gold for himself. Now has a death cap completed, so this way will deal a lot of damage. The question is, will it be enough, since Insanity has been running the map in this mid lane matchup so far?
Right. The damage is definitely far from negligible. It's just going to be about whether or not he gets caught like he has been in these last couple of skirmishes and fights recently. It's going to be really important. He needs to keep his distance and use that damage from the death cap that he just finished to be able to pick people from range. Nice charm coming through here. And this is really the way for Conviction. Get MU to walk into you. Hope you can blow up a key target. And just use whatever poke you can to chunk people down, it seems. If they win yet another fight, Mark, I mean, they've secured this dragon. They really could be on their way to closing out this series.
Be quite the comeback here for Conviction after Maryville having a very impressive early game. Not just one game, but now 2 games in a row. On the hunt was popped by Scary Jerry, trying to see if they could pick off Tomio and Breezy before they escaped, but they managed to sneak a blue buff over for themselves. And credit to Tomio. We had a lot of criticism about his lack of proactivity, not only in game 1, but also game 2. And it was definitely showing its ugly side and consequences of UG just getting that natural 2 level advantage. But Tomio has come up huge in these second half of the game fights where able to find key targets, pop carries in the back line, and he's closed the level lead for a majority of the game now.
Right, really big comeback here for Tomio and Conviction as a whole. We're going to see if they'll be able to continue this trajectory here. Getting 2 Drakes, really big deal. Even the 2 Ocean Drakes, the bit of healing that you get from it that's going on all the time, it really adds up, especially if they actually manage to get all the way to 4 dragons. So that's the current goal for this Conviction roster. Just keep up this pressure on this bottom side of the map and see that if you keep stacking these Ocean Dragons, if they manage to turn this into an Ocean Soul, well, Mark, We're in a very different situation entirely.
Mm-hmm. Maryville trying to take a post on that top side river entrance. Not going to find anyone. Tomio and Meech being careful not to face check into any threats. Insanity waiting for someone to overextend on this bot lane to catch this wave and look for a pick. Maryville not going to bite. And Conviction are not going to show their members just yet.
I like it. A little bit of fishing here for Insanity. It's basically what needs to happen. Sometimes players give you freebies. So I think it's worth playing for. Otherwise, and at this point, we need to see recalls very, very soon. Baron's up in a little over a minute. Be a great way for Conviction to be able to kind of continue what they've been doing these last couple of minutes. But of course, MU, they have something to say about it. Deathcap coming through, IE coming through. They are very powerful. Pound for pound when it comes to damage, MU should be able to win these front-to-back fights. It's through creativity that Conviction has been able to pull out these wins for these last 5-10 minutes or so. And it's just going to be about whether or not they can continue being creative.
If Maryville are able to properly use UG as their front line and Deathball through him with Karma shields,
yeah,
it
GG,
should
no?
still be favored for Maryville University. There's no Serpent's Fang to reduce the shielding either from a majority of these members, but Conviction are looking for creative flanks and angles. Tomio gets snagged by Hui CC, but Scary Jerry gets jumped on. Breezy looks to section him off. Look at the combo from Tomio and Breezy, able to isolate Scary Jerry once again. Even through the Ghost and Flash, the Maryville AD carry has been picked off in this fight. And just in time before the Baron spawns, we'll see if Conviction want to push it all the way.
That one was played out so nicely from Conviction. The way they split up to hit the same target, Mark, they're not done.
Sniper trying to look for UG on this Mundo. He's healing up an insane amount. Breezy caught on the red carpet from K, forced to walk away, and UG heals back up to full. That is not balanced. Holy camoly.
I mean, bright side for Conviction. Mundo ult's down, at least for the moment. Health bars might be a little too low to actually start out on the Baron. Missed opportunity there, but still, being able to get the 1-for-nothing, force out some resources, actually could see a world where off this recall, they just go and rip the Baron. We're still 40 seconds from the Dragon. Mundo ult is still unavailable. Same with that Rumble ulti. You could take advantage of that if you sprint forward right now, but the risk is too great. It is still MU threatening Ocean Soul, so they're just going to walk down.
Conviction do not have full vision control since that one ward from Maryville will spot them on the line brush. Maryville can use UG to safely face check into this river. Control ward finally snuffs out the last light from Maryville. It's now complete darkness, trying to enter into that bottom river. True shot barrage for a little bit of poke. UG getting taken down to almost a third of his HP. Decent damage here from Meech's Ezreal now that he is 3.5 items, but Maryville might just pull a Baron Gambit while Conviction commits to the Dragon.
I mean, it makes sense. Move is 4, and Tomio can join with that Grand Starfall, so honestly, I don't think this is a viable option for Maryville University. Good move from Conviction to threaten it, recognize that they don't have to sacrifice this Baron for the Dragon. So it's going to be their third Drake. That is 3 stacks of that 2% healing going on every 5 seconds. So now these longer fights, especially fights where they back off and come back, they're going to have that little bit of sustain on their side as well.
You can feel that Maryville are just starting to run out of options. What seemed like such a straightforward game from UG getting accelerated on this Mundo and the composition almost just kind of writing itself has been overturned by Conviction's tenacity and their relentlessness to make this game still potentially a sweep in their favor rather than a full 3-game series. And now Conviction for the first time have the gold advantage in this second game, and they're positioning for a Baron take.
And they really could. They could start this and then just have Maryville University walk into them. You can see the way Conviction are setting up these team fights. Kind of breaking themselves up, but still converging on the same target. Scary Jerry has been that target. He's so much of this comp's DPS. If they take him down early yet again, it is going to be Conviction's Baron. Scary Jerry still doesn't quite have the flash as well, so he is vulnerable. He's got to be really careful. He doesn't want to get picked off again.
With Spell Shield and McHale's, Scary Jerry has to depend on those two tools alongside all the movement speed that he's getting from not only his kit, but also Obstinatus with the Inspire Shields to maneuver him out of uncomfortable scenarios. Conviction not able to spring the trap just yet. Maryville are not giving them an angle where they can easily jump onto a Scary Jerry in the mid lane. Yuji always escorting him on the wave and being with him at all times because they know how dire it is to protect Scary Jerry before his flash comes back up.
Yeah, and the fact that this Baron angle hasn't started yet has given Scary Jerry to get that summoner time to get that summoner spell back. Right now, things are going pretty slowly. I think if we don't see a Baron play in the next 30 seconds or so, I don't think we're going to see one until after the next Dragon. I think both teams, since now it's going to be Soul no matter what, once we get to that 2-minute mark, it's really just going to become a big focus on trying to secure control over that Dragon pit, because this could very well be deciding who wins this game.
Sniper showing on the bot side while Mega gives Maryville the confidence to just take that tier 2 in the mid lane uncontested. Sniper taking this Gromp while Tomio is shadowing Sniper on the bottom side of the map. As you said before, Beatdown, the threat of a Grand Starfall allows Tomio to even be on the opposite side of Baron and still join at a moment's notice if Maryville ever decided to get frisky and start rushing the Baron as fast as possible. But I think both of these teams are not going to be looking for a Baron angle anytime soon now that we're under the 2-minute mark before Ocean Soul for both of these teams now.
That's right. Now you're seeing Insanity making sure that top wave is pushed in as much as possible. And I think he's going to stay there a little longer to get one more wave in before recalling, but I'm seeing... No, we're just setting up some vision here. Yeah, it's all about Dragon Mark. This could very well be what decides the whole game. Who gets this Ocean Soul? It's going to be a death sentence for the opposing team, almost certainly. Is now Conviction, the ones who get forced out, sacrificing a bit of that initial space because of what Insanity is able to get done on that top side. Shoving in a number of waves here, forcing Amy to bleed in gold.
Breezy stays cool, does not pop the ultimate. We'll be able to maintain it for the upcoming fight. As Maryville were hoping that Breezy would panic and pop some tools. Doesn't happen. 35 seconds before Ocean Soul spawns. Maryville are in great position through mid and this bottom jungle quadrant. Sniper has a flank angle trying to push in through the bottom side of the map where he's pushing up this wave, but has to pay respect to a flank coming in. Insanity gets caught and forced to use the Spirit Rush. Big cooldown to not have for this upcoming fight.
I will say, level 16, a good amount of ability haste alongside Malignant. It won't be down for, honestly, that long, Mark. It's pretty quick. So, as long as Conviction can buy some time. You see, like, it's already a quarter of the way down. What really matters here is that Sniper cycled his Rage Bar pretty well. He is basically going to be able to get Mega Gnar on a moment's notice once he starts ulting, and that's going to be the setup that they need.
Sniper trying to build up the Rage now. Tomio threatening on the right side, but he's far away from the Dragon. Sniper now goes Mega. If Tomio can get into the pit, he can easily secure this Dragon. Yuji rushes in. He's going to bank on it. Red carpet laid down. Yuji goes in. He secures the Ocean Soul for Maryville University. Insanity sectioned off by K. Still has Spirit Rush to get into the pit if he wants to. Rest of Conviction now bailing towards the bottom side of the map. Yuji leads the charge. Breezy gives his life and punts him back, but it's a shutdown over to Spirax, and they're wanting more. Meech might just get run down, forced to flash, but he gets hit by the briefcase slow, and Yuji will send him back to the fountain in just a moment's time. Sniper finds one back on K. Might be able to go Mega, but I don't know if he can hold the line. Tomio is intercepting the minion wave through the bottom lane, but his entire team is falling one after another. And yet Tomio might have saved this game, but they are going to push through mid and see if they can push this to a Game 2 win.
Yeah, I mean, Tomio's going to have to come back. Actually, no, there isn't enough of really a wave. I think we're just going to see the recall. I think they're going to go straight for the Baron, just sack this bottom inhibitor. So it's still a big win for Maryville University. Yeah, Tomio saves the game, but only for a little bit longer. At the end of the day, what's an inhibitor to a Baron buff and an Ocean Soul in a comp like Maryville University?
If you are a Conviction fan, you're going to hope that this gambit does pay off, because Maryville are now insanely strong. Ocean Soul plus Baron. They have an insane amount of tools to allow them to make the Game 2 win here after Conviction worked so hard to try and wrestle control of this game back in their favor.
And you asked for it earlier. Tomio's completed that Serpent's Fang. Going to be able to minimize some of the shielding that Maryville University is working with at the moment, and not a moment too soon. I'll tell you that much. Also really good to have that Executioners as well, just because, you know, some kind of Grievous Wounds is basically more than, I don't know, I need a word stronger than mandatory, Mark, but for now I'm just going to go with mandatory. Because now Yuji's level 18, he has Ocean Soul.
Crucial, vital.
Yeah. He is, he's going to be very hard to kill. In fact, Conviction, if they go in for a fight, they really can't focus him. It has
This is an interesting game, though, that they're playing, because look, Insanity's pushing up on the top side, Tomio's pushing in through mid. They're just taking peace with the fact they cannot contest the push from Maryville on bot side, but because they've already taken the inhibitor, they're trusting that their 3-man push plus the super minions is going to be enough to force Maryville back.
Wow.
This is really nice on-the-fly macro from Conviction, and just being able to problem solve and realize, hey, like, these are our outs for the time being.
Yeah, making the best of a tough situation. Gotta give them a lot of credit for that. This is pretty much what they need to do to keep themselves in this one. But they are playing on a knife's edge. One slip, you get caught in a fight, it's GG.
True.
Even then,
wait, what's happening mid?
might be able to just
Is there a
force.
pick on mid? Insanity looking for Spyrex. Tomio's there. Flash immediately followed up by Flash from Tomio. He and Insanity, the core duo from Luminosity, are trying to make the comeback happen. Breezy caught in the middle of 3 people, but he has a flash to get out. He's bought enough time. K will regroup with the rest of the Maryville squad, but they have the base because now Conviction are going to try to look for a push in both mid, maybe top, but Maryville does have Baron empowered recall, so they make it back in time.
Wow, Conviction. Keeping this one tight, all things considered, really impressive stuff for them to be able to, you know, take what slim margins they've been able to catch back up into this game. Very few options were available to them, but they played it right, recognizing targets like Scary Jerry, who they needed to repeatedly focus on, or in that last fight, Spyrax, always preying on the vulnerable members of Maryville, and they're doing it again.
Opsonat is forced to flash. The Serpent's Fang doing work, cutting through the Inspire shields. Tomio trying to cut him down to size. Insanity follows up on the play. Breezy finds K next. No way it happens like this. Scary Jerry forced to flash away. Yuji can hold the line for now, but GA has been popped by both Tomio and Scary Jerry. Can they find him? Yuji's going to body block all of the Mystic shots from happening. Tomio trying to make the Grand escape, but the Grand Star falls flat as he is cut down by Scary Jerry midair. Insanity just teleported in, potentially into his death. Yuji's leading the charge. Scary Jerry fires another boomerang, says you better duck, buddy, cause I'm coming for that Game 2 win. Spyrax finds Meech with the severing bolt, and Maryville are ready to put this second game to rest.
Maryville's not done yet tonight, Mark. We're going to a third game, and despite Conviction's best attempts, you can't beat Mundo, not at 43 minutes.
Down to Sniper and Breezy to see if they can make another miracle happen. Can their Conviction hold strong and holding out this game? He cuts off one minion wave, but there's another one coming up very fast. Breezy will end up giving his life to stall this game out. He doesn't even die just yet. Sniper is distracting Spyrax and Scary Jerry, but a teleport is coming in from K, and they have 2 cannon minions to push through. The Nexus turrets are like paper to Maryville, and even if Conviction tried to push them to the limit, Maryville still aced the exam. GG, well played. We're going to Game 3.
Wow. Closer than it needed to be if we're really considering the draft. So really, again, got to give some quick praise once more to Conviction for how they played those last 20 minutes. really just really making me believe that they were actually potentially going to win that game. But at the end of the day, like, you just got hard outscaled by Maryville's composition, and it really showed in those last couple of fights, especially with Mundo. Because, dude, like,
Yeah,
what is
and that was too hard to defeat, and so crucial for Yuju to have picked up that Ocean Soul in that Smite fight. Otherwise, I think we would have been looking at a 2-0 sweep from Conviction, but that is game 2, now finally finished. And we have one more game of the night officially as we are tossing into a short break. When we come back, Beat Down, it is our last game of the evening in our last series of the first day of NACL. Make sure y'all stay tuned.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
and gentlemen, the final game of the day has finally arrived. No more games after this. The 3 best of 3 back-to-back action is about to come to a close, and it all comes down to one game that will determine the winner between Conviction and Maryville University for their first series of NACL 2026.
That's right. A banger from what we expect to be 2 of our top teams in the league here in Conviction and Winthrop University. They show us a 44-minute game, one where for at least 20 of those minutes, I thought Conviction was out of it. And they started to change my mind just before losing.
They had you for a bit. They had you believing.
They had me in the second half.
Yep. Not in the first half, the second half. But then that second half then almost became the first half for Maryville University. Nah, never mind. I'm stretching it too far. You can take this a look at this gold graph of all time, though, from Conviction to Maryville, where honestly this almost looks like an LPL graph, where it'll kind of swing one way, and then there's a major turning point, and then it's still thrown at the end of the day.
Gotta make it exciting.
Hey, I appreciate that both Maryville and Conviction were playing for content in that second game. So now we get an exciting finisher to put to rest who is the better team between these 2 squads to kick things off for our spring split here in the NACL.
That's exactly right, Mark. So we'll see who's going to get that first leg up until we get to playoffs later on. It's going to be really exciting to see whoever wins and just get the players' thoughts about, the series overall. 'Cause it's been an exciting one so far for both these teams. Now as we go into our final game, the series of the day, who knows what they're going to pull out and show us, Mark. I'm very excited. Are you excited?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
yes or no? You think there's going to be Nocturne? Don't think about it. Just answer.
Nope. No Nocturne. Something else.
Okay.
We're going to get some deep champion pocket picks being pulled out here.
How deep?
I'm thinking Riven from Sniper.
Really? That makes sense, actually. I like it.
I want to see a Riven from Sniper. I think his NAR performance was still solid, but the game wasn't warped around him the way it was when he was playing on the Aurelia. And I think that gave Conviction such a crucial foundation that they could leverage off, despite UG having back-to-back early games that were better than Tomio. I will say that Tomio kind of finally woke up in this series and being able to at least find a lot of crucial picks on that Pantheon. Unfortunate wasn't enough, but I can't express enough beatdown. UG has been running the early games in this entire series so far. So Conviction need to find a way to shut that down or not let UG do it again here in Game 3.
Yeah, because you can't imagine you're going to get so many chances to come back. Like they did even for a little while there in that second game. So I'm thinking that, whoa.
Oh, that's last draft. Okay.
It is last draft, but we were getting kind of jump scared on the screen just there. I don't know if the chat saw what we saw, but it was a little spooky. But we're good, Mark. We're a little loopy. That's okay. Okay. Oh, guys, we've broken Mark. It's over.
Listen, we've been casting since
just check out the AirPod Pros, guys.
7 hours, close to 8 hours now.
Yeah, close to 8.
Wow. It's been a long day, Beatdown. Dude, it's been so long. It's been so long.
It's been so long.
It's been so long. Oh, hang on. Let me look up a flight from Salt Lake City to Toronto.
There it is. We got to get Steve to redirect his flight from LAC.
Europe, Germany.
From Europe. Yeah, screw those guys.
Oh, okay. A lot of bans just happened. First pick Lulu from Maryville University. Conviction answer with Nocturne and Yunara. I was not expecting it, but here we go. Now, maybe that works for Conviction's case, but Maryville, they're going to have to be challenged in their jungle pool when it comes to UG. Now, Wukong is still available, so if you want to just go ahead and snag that before the bans take away that going into the second phase of picks, I can understand that. Otherwise, we will see something different. But when you already have Lulu locked in and the Yunara was taken away, I can also see Maryville just trying to prioritize a hyper carry that they can pair with this Lulu instead.
Honestly, I'm thinking it's Vi. Just because I think you sort of need a...
Vi's banned.
You sort of need an engage. Vi's... Oh, yeah, never mind. You're right. Wukong works. That's probably what it's going to be. Going to pair nicely with the Lulu. That wild growth on top of the Cyclone basically just puts you in the bouncy house for Conviction. Let me just double check before I make a fool of myself again. Yeah, I don't see a Nico ban. I think they should play Nico. Hot take. I know.
Nico with this Nocturne would be a nice pairing. Comes down to Bam.
Comes down to being correct. That's it. Yeah. Just
handshake emoji. There you go. Well done.
You get it. Yeah.
All right. 2 more bans for both teams each. Maryville probably want to eliminate some top lane champions from Sniper's pool. Could also look at some mid lane picks that would make Spyrex's life very miserable while he is playing the Azir. Akali is one of them.
Yep.
Now, historically, this is where an AP Kog'Maw would pop up for Insanity.
That's true.
I mean, this would kind of have the range advantage into Azir later the game goes on and he can dog walk him, but I don't know if you can pick AP Kog'Maw in this day and age. But
I have no clue.
If it happens,
he would know.
Yeah, he would know. Insanity would know best.
He would. Just waiting to see what this last ban. Probably another top pick. No, okay. They're gonna ban the Zeri from Scary Jerry. And you know what?
Yep.
I kind of like it because I think something we've really seen today is that when Scary Jerry's on the less mobile champions, he overstepped. He was on the Misfortune.
Yeah.
He was on the Sivir. So I think removing a really safe option in the Zeri where you do have those chances to save yourself does make a lot of sense.
Conviction can give Sniper last pick here and go ahead and select their answer into Azir for Insanity.
Ooh.
Nocturne gives you global threat. Time to double down with the Twisted Fade. Wow, oh wow. Conviction gonna have a lot of side lane and split push pressure, especially if they can give Sniper an insane angle here on the last pick of the draft.
They're gonna be running the map post like 6 minutes. It's gonna be pretty ridiculous. So now, whoa, you did ask for Kog'Maw, Mark. You did ask for Kog'Maw.
Pretty
could be
bold
real
to pick it here into Nocturne, but you have Lulu for protection.
Scion. Well,
let's see if it happens. No way. That's not real. That sounds more reasonable. That's even more reasonable. That's even more reasonable. All right.
They really jerked you around.
Yeah. I hate it when they do that, man. They get my hopes up, and then I'm feeling unsatisfied. Corki trying to pair off with this Lulu. It's not the Corki Nami lane, but it's still one that is quite oppressive. At least the double range matchup. Do it.
Dude,
Please.
you asked for it. You asked for it. It could be.
Sorry. I had to express my excitement.
Man. It's okay.
Let's go! Sniper Riven! We called for it, we asked for it, and we're getting treated to it.
For it.
Conviction versus Maryville University decider will come down to how well Conviction can snowball this Riven and allow him to just run the map like it's a game of solo queue. I don't know what else to say.
I feel like you've said it all, Mark. It's really interesting because in a way, both of these comps are sort of death balls. I mean, Maryville University, they're just very standard front to back, 2 carries. You have a clear front line, clear back line, and a lot of DPS. But on Conviction's side, it's way scrappier. You have more options to play to side lane. You actually have a lot of options to play to side lane. Not just a Ribbon that you can gank. You have DF ult. You have Nocturne ult that you can join from several screens away. So basically, Maryville's only option this game, post lane phase, really is just going to be in that 5v5. And it's really tough because there is that stress when Nocturne is on the map where you need to be really mindful of that ult timer. You need to be respectful of how you play side lane. Now that is literally doubly so because TF's in the game.
Yep. Oh boy. Oh, I'm so excited. And Sniper Riven, this is the meta that Sniper can excel in. This is the meta where he needs to take the league by the reins and run it. Because in this world, it is encouraged to take combat summoner spells in the top lane. You still have access to a TP, even if it's not unleashed. You still can make side lane plays. You can still try and join up with your teammates later in the game. But now that you are playing carry champions like Riven, that Sniper is so well known for in his career, you can have even more lane pressure having things like Ignite, like Ghost, if you're running something like Olaf for Garen, Exhaust in certain matchups, and...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good luck, buddy.
That's right. Good luck indeed, and oh my, it's been a minute. Like we just got here.
You can't contest the wave now. It's just. Wait, well, first blood just happened on the bottom side of the map. Scary Jerry and Obstinatus are gonna turn the tides of this bot lane 2v2. Oh, whoa!
Wait, what? Oh! I see what he was going for. He wanted to auto and then flash away, but the timing just was not there. That is a little sad.
Oh,
but ultimately,
She-Ball. That is unfortunate.
Oh, you know, Obstinatus is the one who got first blood. I mean, still, it's a dub. Meech is going to lose that wave. Good advantage. A little awkward, but it's success nonetheless, Mark. You know what we say. We take those.
Kay has done his best to try and... Oh, what? Sorry. Kay has done his best to recover HP here. But he's trying to withstand the laning phase at the moment.
Yeah, it is what it is. I gotta say, it's really nice to see Sniper. His return, after taking the break that he did, to just look so confident and good. Really, it's really nice to see.
Can Tomio leverage this Riven is the big question, because like we said before, Yuji has kind of run the early game in these past 2 games of the series so far, and Tomio has been somewhat absent. But now that he's on the Nocturne and Yuji's on the Wukong, both are kind of at similar levels of how much they can gank, and it's fairly minimal until they hit level 6, because otherwise both of these junglers would like setup from their lanes or the laners to be extremely volatile before they commit. That being said, Tomio might pay a visit on mid lane here behind Spirax. No face check. Oh, careful. Yuji's gonna pop right onto Insanity, and a flash follow-up immediately by Yuji and Spirax guarantees that Tomio's gank does not work.
Very bold. Very bold to face check and go for that play. Ends up biting them to give Yuji that bit of an advantage, while it's looking like Tomio, he's just gonna go for the super clear and not opt to recall just yet. So not quite the activity we're used to seeing in the early game from Yuji, but at the end of the day, he's coming out ahead. Maryville is coming out ahead. And sooner Yuji gets to level 6, sooner he's going to be able to have that impact with the Cyclone. And maybe help some of his laners, and maybe relieve pressures from certain laners who shall remain nameless.
Yes, indeed.
Right.
The nice thing that Kay has been able to do for himself is hold this wave as long as possible right behind or right in front of the turret, and Sniper cannot brute force his way into a successful crash. And because Sniper doesn't have access to Unleash Teleport just yet, any base he takes, Kay can try and get ahead of the matchup, already using that TP to a pretty nice window where just a little bit of extra HP and that extra armor from the cloth, it's been enough for him to hold his own against Sniper.
Yeah, plus the potions, the biscuits, even the grasp. He's got a lot going for him in terms of sustain. I mean, wise choice of runes and early purchases to be able to sustain himself in this matchup. And now, we have a bit of hovering around that mid lane. This is a good angle if they want to try and make a play onto Insanity. Remember, flashless from what happened earlier. You can set him behind. especially before that first ultimate can come online with Destiny. I think you could really set him and Conviction back a step.
Mm-hmm. Level 6s hit by both top laners here, K and Sniper. Spyrex also has level 6 available. And K able to cheat tempo a little bit by just using Unstoppable Onslaught to get back to lane and catch this wave that Sniper's trying to catch. Sniper, for the first time, will get a chance to finally recall. I'm curious to see what he is able to buy for himself, because he has not been able to recall at all this entire first 5 minutes of the game.
So there you go. Tier 2 boots, long sword. Makes sense. Want access to as many spell rotations as you can. Keep that pressure on. And because you have that bit of pressure, you're able to secure that dragon. Tomio going to be able to walk away from this one.
Oh, interesting.
That was
I
interesting.
think Spyrax was trying to make a play with Yuji onto Insanity since he had no flash, but Yuji then jumps onto Tomio instead.
Yeah. For a moment of disconnect from this duo who we've had nothing but good things to say about for years. Even back on their time as on FlyQuest Academy.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, you don't usually see that from them very often. Usually on the same page, usually in sync really well. So a bit of a missed opportunity there with that Emperor's Divide. And now that Insanity has passed level 6, all eyes are on him and Tomio, who also have ult. See what that first play is going to be with these global ultimates. It's always the question we have, right, Mark? All right.
Yeah.
First major ultimate, what do you get from it?
Not only it's got to be proactive, but it's got to have a large impact, because the cooldown on these rank 1 ultimates are so long that if you misuse it or don't get any value, then your champion feels very weak while it's off cooldown. Paranoia being used over on the top side. I like this play. Ganking the Riven and getting her fed, and the kill is spoon-fed into Sniper's arms. Now 1-0 on the Riven.
Yeah, real question is, are we going to see Insanity off this back TP to bot lane? Scary Jerry and Obstinatus are pressuring quite a bit. But it's looking like with Meech being away from the lane, maybe they don't want to try and force that one there. Scary Jerry and Obstinatus doing a pretty good job so far in this lane phase.
Yeah, somehow Breezy died.
We missed that. I just saw the death timer and I was like, oh, okay.
I guess when Meech stepped away, maybe Breezy was trying to hold the minion wave so it didn't crash, while Meech went to get some honey fruit for sustain, and then Obstinatus and Scary Jerry just said, yeah, you can't do that. This Corky Flash is also down, so no summoner spells on the Nico either.
Some nice deduction there, Mark. We're going to see if it ends up being true. Oh, no, we're not. We're going back top lane. Straightforward as it gets. 2v1. K's going down. Nothing left to see here. Nothing.
Well, briefly saw. I saw the flash animation on the minimap from Scary Jerry, so I think we are very close to deducting the story.
The truth.
The truth, indeed. 2 minutes and 5 seconds before the next dragon does spawn on the rift. Neither jungler has gone for the grubs just yet. Looks like Yuji is thinking about it. Gonna look for the crab first and just make sure that K is supported on this top push. Paranoia not available just yet, but Insanity has yet to use Destiny. Still can look for a move on the map, but he is getting pinned to the tower by Spyrax.
Right now, Yuji is going to take this time to secure a single grub. Yeah, not interested in spending much more time than that. Wants to focus more on his clear, just to deny all 3 grubs. Going over to Tomio should he want to pass by and spend the time collecting that. But right now, has his ult again hovering around this bottom lane. Breezy has no flash, so he can't go for a flash Pop Blossom, but Scary Jerry's flashless as well, so if he oversteps, there's a play.
I don't think they spotted Tomio on the bottom side of the map. There's 2 wards from Maryville in that blue quadrant jungle, but Tomio's been hugging the wall this entire time, waiting for Scary Jerry to overextend, knowing that there's no flash, and Destiny has arrived from Insanity in position. Scary Jerry tries to make his stand, but gets shut down by Twisted Fate. Conviction find their window, and they punish the bot lane of Maryville University.
A nice play coming through here from Conviction. There it is. Using that Destiny alongside the second use of the, oh my god, the Paranoia. Obstinatus really freezing to just
just a
show
quick
us.
flash. Wow.
It was to show us how certainly he was dead. We needed to take a second and really breathe it in, like he was done.
You know, that freeze frame could have been like the JoJo's circus meme where it's to be continued right there.
Ah, yeah! What's that song called? Damn it. Roundabout.
Roundabout by Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Classic.
I'm going to listen to that later. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You know, you might have actually inspired me to make that clip. I might do it.
That's a banger socials post. Hey, NACL social media, if you're listening and you know the meme that we're talking about, just go ahead and make that happen. Let that cook. I'm telling you. Please.
That's good. That'll get you some clicks. Right now, Conviction getting their first Drake of the game. It is Infernal Drake. So, bit of a mix-up from the souls we've been seeing so far. Still, a buff that both of these teams highly desire. In a 1 dragon apiece, we're going to be a while before we see that mark. Otherwise, we're getting closer and closer to Rift Herald spawn. And I was going to say that's what we'll play for next.
Oh, they were trying to look for Azir on rotation. Breezy popping the Pop Blossom onto 3.
Wow.
Yuji's forced to flash away. And thankfully for them, Obstinatus was the one tanking the turret shots under the tower. Spyrex looking for the Emperor's Divide. He's playing chicken with Meech and trying to see if he had flash, and Meech is not going to burn it. So Maryville will at least get 1 kill guaranteed, and Breezy is left alone under this turret. It's 2 kills going over to Yuji's Wukong. And all Conviction can do is just try to take resources on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I get really good rotation from Spyrax. Dodges the ult and manages to turn it into a successful play on the bottom side. So gives Maryville pretty nice lead. A nice payday for Scary Jerry, who's already been finding himself quite ahead of the curve this game.
Looks like we might be I don't know the lyrics. We might be in a pause for real beatdown.
Perhaps. To be continued.
All right, yeah. To be continued. One more can be said. Well, we'll try to get into game as fast as possible. Unsure of what is the pause for, but for a while there, beatdown, after the first couple of games of the day, it seemed like we had smooth sailing and we were trucking along through every game back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
Our luck was bound to run out at some point. We were due. We were due for a pause.
We were. I mean, we had one earlier, so as long as this isn't too long, then maybe we weren't doomed, Mark. Maybe it's just a warning.
I'm okay with it. If we were supposed to have one pause this game, it happens now and not later, because this could easily get into banger territory.
Yeah. You don't wanna pause in the middle of a team fight or something like that, man. That'd be terrible. I'm not referencing. I'm just saying.
No.
Okay.
I'm thinking about what topics we're going to bring up if the pause extends and we do not send to break, because I would love to just get back in the game as soon as possible. So just to recap, if anyone is tuning in or just recognizing, oh hey, how come they're not talking about the game anymore? Well, we're in a brief pause. We'll try to get back into the game as soon as possible. If you missed the last couple of minutes in the sequences, Maryville pulled off an extended dive bot lane onto Meech and Breezy, pulling in Spyrax as well as Yuji. At first, the initial dive was a little sour but then they regrouped, and then with Spirax, and since Insanity nor Tomio could join, since Destiny was off cooldown and the Paranoia missed its window, I guess he was... I don't know if he was actually trying to join the fight and look for Spirax instead, or if he just turned out the lights and just tried to extend the play as long as possible. In the end, they're able to make the dive actually happen, and so all Conviction can really do is invade topside. I think Sniper shoved in his wave. Insanity played for some plates mid lane in tier 1 turret. But a lot of gold that just went into both Yuji's pockets as well as the rest of the team that was involved with the dive.
I mean, which is really good for them. I mean, we're looking at Zier, Corki. Any way to accelerate them, get them extra gold is monumental and very beneficial for the side of Maryville University. So something that they're gonna want to just keep relying on, keep capitalizing on, just to ensure that their 5v5 is as strong as can be, because that is going to end up being their strength when we get to those later stages of the game.
The other question I have for Conviction is, when does Riven start running the Rift? I know that in solo queue she is a terror, yes, but when is soon? Is it first item? Like, is it 1 item spike? Is it 2 item spike? This part, I'm so acclimated to Rivens just running the game as soon as they get an advantage that it feels like it almost doesn't really matter if they have like 4, 5, 6 items. It just matters if they are ahead of the gold curve. If they're ahead of the gold curve, they can just kind of brute force their way into fights, especially if they are exceptionally skilled at the champion. And Sniper definitely fits that checklist there. So the question is, when do Conviction unlock Sniper from top lane and unleash him on the rest of the map?
I don't know what Riven is building now in this newer season with some of these new items coming through. So I think really for her, from what I know, it's just about haste. So does she get enough haste to be able to spam her spells almost indefinitely? So I imagine that's 1 or 2 items when Sniper gets to that point. I already think he's a problem in side lane. So I think it's just only going to get more difficult. I'm just curious to see if we're going to see Tomio actually play to him a little bit more.
He's at least made 1 successful gank on the top side, and he's hovering at the moment. But it looks like the pause has an unknown or an indefinite time, so we're going to throw it to a break and try to return to the game as soon as possible. Appreciate your patience. We'll see you soon. We're potentially
I was
back.
gonna say.
Beatdown got griefed. Hang on. Fight in the top side. Sniper under fire, and it's Spirax that rams his spears through the Riven. And whoa. We're 25 minutes in. There's a Baron up for grabs. Maryville University. I guess we had a time skip or something, but we've jumped forward into Anime Arc, and Maryville University are the ones that are about to take the major objective off Summoner's Rift.
Get you a team that can snowball like Maryville. Had one dragon, throw to a break, and boom. Soul Point, Baron buff, and a 2,000 gold lead mark. Well, Maryville living up to their potential in the draft that we highlighted. Their ability to 5v5, especially around these objectives, clearly very strong. Earn them a Baron buff that they could use to earn even more gold.
Well, we have a lot of catch up to do, Beatdown, but I guess a lot of the canon episodes we missed, there was 2 dragons secured for Maryville University, being infernal ones, and Conviction haven't really gotten that much proactivity in trying to make this a comeback. Tomio sends it onto the giant Scion. He's soaking up a lot of damage and just shrugs off the engage, and the rest of Maryville are waiting in the shadows for a counterattack.
That's right. At the end of the day, for Conviction, it's just going to be them fishing for whatever they can get with their global ultimates there. Nothing from Tomio's, but you gotta imagine Insanity. He's also going to be fishing with that Destiny. Especially now that we had a recall. Maybe they're going to press it? No, they won't. No, they won't.
These players have been putting in some work on the side lanes, farming up a Storm. Eclipse and Sunder Sky for Sniper's Riven. 3.5 items for Insanity. Infernal Soul about to be won by UG. He secures it, and Spirax sends it. Massive numbers divide onto 2. Insanity meets caught in the crossfire. UG extends the play, sends it with the Cyclone. Scary Jerry flashes over the wall, and that just might be it. Maryville University just taking 3 down in a quick fashion like that. Conviction only relying on Sniper and Breezy to defend the remnants of their base. There's a tier 2 turret in the mid lane, but let's see how far Maryville are willing to push.
Hey, we're looking at 30 seconds on 3 members. Unless we see some kind of crazy performance there from Sniper, they could try to push this a little further, but they also have a wave topside. It could just be that they want to go for 2 inhibitors and not overstay their welcome. They did just earn what's soon going to be like 5,000 gold just off that one play. So if that's the case, spending your gold, and then trying to use whatever's left of this buff, new items in your inventory, probably going to yield you the best result.
A massive gold advantage for the Saints here on the left side of Summoner's Rift. And with Infernal Soul to back it all up, I cannot see a world where Conviction can make a comeback happen. We did say that about Game 2 in a similar fashion, Beatdown, but
we did.
Something seems a bit more defined about the game state here in our closer of this series.
Now UG setting himself up in case somebody overextends. But right now, MU can kind of start a fight however they want. And they likely have what they need to end this game. Really, it's just going to come down to if Conviction come back, it is going to be from a flank. From coming at this fight from multiple angles here. And it really is that Nico Nocturne that needs to pop off right now. So there's a lot of eyes on Breezy. Currently has no flash. Doesn't really have a flank at the moment. It's going to be hard, but like he's going to have to send it.
Conviction are giving up this bottom inhibitor. Tomio just taking camps and trying to get some farm back in his pocket since UG does have a 2,000 gold advantage over him. Scary Jerry with a 3,500 individual gold advantage. Getting a chance to look at the total damage done so far. It has been quite astounding about how much Spirax and Scary Jerry have been able to pump out this game alone. Conviction trying to see if there is a window somewhere where they can make a snap fast pick engage, but windows are starting to decrease and diminish here now that they have to deal with super minion waves in both mid and bot lane.
Yeah, now that just means MU can focus all their attention on taking this top inhibitor. Sniper is up there and alone. They actually might be able to make a play. Oh no, it's actually Breezy. Trying to go
They're
for,
looking at Meech. Yuji's is setting
yeah.
in onto Meech, losing a lot of HP fast. Still has flash and barrier. Just pops the ultimate. Looks like he did force the usage of that summoner spell. Breezy trying to at least ward off any pushers from the side of Maryville, but his only Nico can't do so much. Yuji gets stunned up by the gold card. Paranoia turns out the lights. Can they force the engage here?
Wow.
Nocturne sends it. They pop Yuji. Maybe could be a turnaround here. Breezy doesn't die just yet. Insanity getting chunked by Spyrax's Sand Soldiers. K stands forward, absorbs any incoming damage. But the damage has been done for Maryville in terms of siege prowess. Conviction have lost all 3 inhibitors. Maryville can play the slow game and just slowly bleed them out.
I mean, besides, I mean, you do have some wave clear options, but you're really looking at Meech to be able to clear it out. Now you have double supers coming through in each lane. We're looking at the end game here in this final game of the day. Maryville University.
Oh, Insanity flashes away, pops the gold card, has to get away from K's grasp. Unstoppable Onslaught doesn't find its mark. Sniper trying to force an engage, but Spyrax is able to zone everyone off just through the power of Azir.
Yeah, Azir's back, baby. 4 items too. Spyrax, he hurts people, man. Even one Sand Soldier, you can see the amount of chunking it's doing to squishier members of Conviction. It's time. They're just going to go ahead and start this Baron. And realistically, that is their right with the state that the map is in. This is basically the stock standard way Maryville are going to be looking to end this game. Connect Baron, spend whatever gold you can, and just allow this Baron buff to power up the tons of super minions that you've crashed into Conviction space.
With Baron buff on their side, beat down, and 3 inhibitors fully unlocked. It's only Nexus Towers that stand between Maryville University and a first series win of the season here in NACL 2026.
Yeah, that's right. Barring an insane miracle, Maryville are going to be collecting their first win here. All it takes is one step here. Breezy, he's looking for something, but he's zoned out by K. Really good marking him.
Oh, great spot by Maryville University. They pick
him
off Breezy, and now it's just a numbers advantage here. 5-4. Conviction will not have their Pop Blossom for a counter engage. Unstoppable Onslaught used. Sniper trying to see if he can find an angle here. Gold card stuns up the backline. Emperor's Divide pushes Tomio to the side. Rest of Conviction trying to use their spacing to their advantage, but Meech is flashed on by Scary. Jerry Insanity could be next. One more rocket. It's a flash from Yuji. Doesn't find it. Sniper flashing forward. Stuns them in their place, but cannot follow up on the killing play. Spyrax takes up the fountain damage, and they just will push it in for the win. Maryville University are victorious against Conviction.
Yeah, started off losing that first game mark, but managed to win the second and third respectively. Really good stuff from Maryville University, and already just really exciting series from these two teams that we expect to be at the top of NACL by the end of the split. So a little bit of a sneak preview of what we can hope to see in the weeks to come.
It's an awesome way to see not only what the top of the standings looks like, as you also mentioned, but also getting a quick glimpse on some of these players who have not been in competitive play for a few months now. I mean, Sniper leaving 100 Thieves after them putting in Dokla as the starter towards the end of 2025. Meech stepping away from 100 Thieves and them using Tomo for the rest of the 2024 season as well. And for Maryville, yeah, this prestigious program is that hyped up for a reason, guys. These guys understand how to put winning formulas out on the map. And despite the first game where Conviction had a massive topside advantage, they were able to deal with Sniper's coveted Riven here in Game 3, never allow him to fully get out of control. And this was pretty much a I don't want to say a stock standard, but this is the kind of formulaic masterclass gameplay you can expect out of Maryville when they are at their best historically.
Yeah, and really just as a bit of a preview of what's to come, even with some newer players joining the roster, the fact that they've been able to do this so many times before with many different players, new and not so new, just from other regions, really shows that this is a system that you really just should be excited about as a fan of Tier 2. Niall said it at the beginning of the day, trying to get his players back to the LCS, trying to send K to the LCS for the first time, as Maryville has done for a number of other players in this ecosystem.
I cannot give enough props over to Yuji. We talked about whether this would be the return of the king, a return to the throne here in NACL, and that Conviction was going to be one of the first big benchmarks of whether Maryville could assert themselves at the top of NACL. And the fact that they made this win might even be considered an upset in some people's books, depending on where they ranked Maryville relative to Conviction. I know that there was a little bit of variance of whether Maryville was even considered on the same level as Conviction or in the same tier, but Maryville are here to prove that, at least for the start of the season, they are way more coordinated and way more sound than Conviction are right now.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. So excited to see what they're going to do next. And really, this is not so much a mark on Conviction as it is a really good bright spot for Maryville University. You got to imagine Conviction are still going to be a very difficult team for most teams in this league to overcome. And really, just if this is where these teams start, I can't wait to see where they end.
Yeah. For us, Beatdown, we are close to rounding out the show, but before we even go through standings and review of the entire day in whole, we do have an interview queued up with our MVP of the series in just a couple of moments. Hopefully gonna get that sooner than later, but I don't think it's a big secret of who our favorite would be for the MVP, but I'll take this moment to give some shout outs here. I think Spyrex played an amazing Azir Game 3 because I think Insanity was pushing to have a leg up over him almost the entire series, but the way that Spyrex was able to control the battlefield and just use his champion to its greatest prevented any chance of comebacks or turnarounds, as there's multiple angles that Sniper was trying to find and just couldn't brute force his way through Azir alone.
No, it really was just a good performance there on the Azir from Spyrex. I mean, a champion that we've seen him perform on really well over the couple of years that we've seen him in this Tier 2 space. And the fact that, newly buffed, back in the meta, Spyrex is able to put that on like a nice, comfortable pair of shoes and honestly just walk all over Conviction Esports. It really was a good look from him, really making the game very impossible to play. And again, just being a core component of that death ball that Maryville were working with.
Over on Conviction side, I know they didn't win the series, but I think a lot of us were looking at Insanity as a potential shout out for like an MVP candidate as well, because his Ahri performance in Game 2 or Game 1 was, or Game 2 was almost damn good enough to bring Conviction back from the brink, and it almost could have been a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah,
Nivea performance was also quite damn good as well. I think Sniper in his first series back at NACL looked like the Sniper that we saw on the come up as well, where when he gets his champions, he looks great on them.
Yeah.
But there's still some moments that Sniper needs to clean up if he wants to make that push back to LCS, and just making sure that he's not overstepping and constantly talking with his team so that he doesn't get caught face checking a random bush and dying for nothing, or a couple of other small things that we know that once polished up, Sniper can be an exceptional top lane talent.
That's right, and there it is, guys. Might be no surprise to you, but Yuji is our MVP of the series. Dude was running the early game and every single game of the series. And of course, I mean, he was just performing well start to finish.
And we should have our interview with Yuji queued up, ready to go. Let's go ahead and check to see if he's here. Awesome. Yuji, congratulations. First NACL series win of the split in your first week against conviction of all opponents. This was an insanely hyped up match. I just want to get your immediate reactions to the post-series win.
Well, I mean, I guess feels good to win, and feels good to play at MU, I guess. And yeah, I mean, I guess that's it.
You were running the early game almost every game this entire series. It did not matter what the matchup was. A lot of people have been saying like you returned to NACL as like the return of the king, and you were playing up against the guy that did win back-to-back NACL splits. Do you feel like now that you're back at NACL, it's going to be smooth sailing, or what are some of the things that you want to work on for yourself as an individual going forward?
Well, I think I didn't do something that special. I think they were making just many mistakes. I think game one, I think they didn't cover their bot lane well, I think. And I think game two, I think they tried to cheese as a pad, and they just lost the game, literally game two. Yeah.
Humble king. I can respect that. Yuji, looking forward, since Conviction is what a lot of community thinks as one of the tougher opponents in the standings, is there any other opponent that you're really looking forward to challenging yourself against?
I mean, before playing this match, I thought Conviction was one of the best, I guess, top 2 team with us. But I don't really have any team in mind that's, I guess, better than Conviction. I guess based on scrims or based on their players, I think they're just good. I think maybe they just had like an off day, maybe.
Maybe. You won't get a chance to play against them from now until playoffs at this point, since we are single round robin. But Yuji, just to kind of scope out of League of Legends, now that you're back on campus with Maryville, what is one of your favorite things that you get to do when you are taking a break from the gaming and the grind?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't think there's like much that I like to do. You know, I have to do homework, go to classes, which is kind of annoying, but you know, I still do it. But yeah, I guess just being back here with my friends is nice. And just going out to it, going to the gym and stuff.
Fair enough. Shout out to Guillermo in the background. Dude, he's aura farming. Yo.
Yeah. That's my bodyguard.
Yeah, you know what? Respect. He's making sure that the king does not get messed with now that he's back in the NACL. 2-time most valuable prospect winner, really showing us how it's done. Now, before I let you go, Yuji, any last words or shout-outs you want to give here on the broadcast?
I guess shout out to my team. I think they played well. And yeah, I guess thank you to all the people who are watching.
Thank you again, Yuji. Congrats on the win. Say hello to Guillermo for me as well. And shout out to the rest of the boys here at MU.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that beat down, the Humble King speaks and says, you know, Conviction we looked at as the strongest opponent, but we've beaten them, so there's not really any other opponent that's necessarily on their radar up until we get to playoffs. But we get a chance to finally look at the standings after a 3 back-to-back best-of-3 day here for our first day of NACL Spring 2026. And obviously we still have a couple more teams that need to play out their matches. Citadel will be playing against Supernova tomorrow, as well as Energy taking on Apex Mission Impossible. So but that will be same time tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, and no third best of 3. It should just be 2 best of 3s for the rest of the regular season here, Beatdown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are not mistaken. Good job, Mark. I'm proud of you.
Woo!
That's right.
Oh, man. Beatdown. Yeah. I know you're probably exhausted and you're ready to clock out for the day, but before we close out our show, what was your favorite moment from today's broadcast, since it was quite the hectic one?
I'm trying to remember. Dude, we started like 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
Low key, the first series was probably my favorite.
Oh, with CCG and Winthrop, you know?
Yeah, I enjoyed it
That was
actually
a fun
quite
one.
a lot. It was fun.
That was a fun.
Yeah. Oh, that was my favorite moment. That whole game. What was yours?
I liked Munchie's debut on Blue Otter.
Oh, that's real. That's real.
I mean, that series was fun too because I thought it was just going to be a 2-0 sweep, and then Adam pulled out the pocket vein, and that was honestly pretty cool.
Dude, I have
just
to
a
like
really cool draft
message
moment.
someone from Blue Otter about that. Be like, hey, like, did you just were you just so sure that he couldn't play Aurora? Was that it?
Who knows?
Want to know
but
what
now they
were
found
saying.
out, right? So,
Yeah, now they
and
know.
it's regular season. They still took the series win, so Blue Otter can move on forward. And I anytime that Dorado is able to get a cool moment like that, I'm always going to take as a win in my book,
sure.
since the rest of the NACL competition is very, very tough to beat from their position. But on behalf of the broadcast staff and crew, 3 best of 3s now come to a finish, and it was an awesome way to celebrate the return to NACL, our kickoff, our first day of the 2026 season. So thank you so much for tuning in and supporting not only the broadcast, but also the co-streamers that help even bring more viewership to the product and more fans to find different ways of enjoying the scene and the games overall. Thank you so much, and see you all same time tomorrow.